Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
It's time for the Mary Whitehouse Experience. And Mrs. Whitehouse, if you're listening, you were fabulous last night. I'm David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis.
Faster than you can say 6.8p on a gallon of 4-star, we plunge into the happenings of the moment. We have a live audience here in the studio tonight consisting of about 200 people, and thus we've already got better ratings than Channel 4's new breakfast time service. Also offering a new breakfast service this week were British Rail, who are now charging £9.95 for a plate of egg, bacon, sausages and fried bread, all swimming in more oil than an Alaskan seal. Fishermen and conservationists alike are still currently battling off Alaska to stop the spread of the worst oil slick since Bob Monkhouse last got out of the bath.
Major drama earlier this week. Princess Diana had to have her wisdom teeth out. Apparently Prince Charles thought their design was too modern. The princess reappeared in public just in time to see Prince Harry get attacked in a swimming pool. According to the Daily Express, the 4-year-old prince was splashing around in a shallow end when he was attacked and kicked in the face. Bodyguards took the weeping Harry away, and police are seeking to interview Brian Clough.
And it was reported that Prince William and Prince Harry will meet Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan at a charity show.
Apparently Neighbours is their favourite programme, which came as a surprise to some commentators who thought Prince Harry would prefer In at the Deep End.
If Jason Donovan starts singing, Harry might well wish he was back in the pool.
Talking of music,
and here the word is being used in its very broadest sense,
at the Grosvenor House Hotel, George Michael accepted a prestigious Ivor Novello Award with the words, "I'm absolutely pissed." He's now been offered a job navigating oil tankers.
And a poster campaign for an Australian aftershave called Sheila, completely invented to test public awareness of poster advertising, has led to a deluge of inquiries about where it can be obtained.
The company who arranged the poster said they're astonished that the public are gullible enough to want to buy something that doesn't even exist. Mrs. Thatcher wants to talk to them about future privatisation.
Now, Crime Stoppers would like to hear from you if anyone has been trying to sell you a cheap second-hand car stereo. How much were they asking? £70? £60? It may sound too good to be true, but be advised. You can get them from me for £25.
Hello, I'm Paul Channon.
This is a man with a curse on him. A sort of negative Midas touch. As a result, he is radically unsuited to his job. Many famous people throughout history have shared this condition. Genghis Khan, who was by trade a social worker. Adolf Hitler, who never really achieved his vocation as a race relations officer. And perhaps most disastrously of all, Bobby Robson, who was originally a football manager. These people just can't get anything right. We spent a day in the company of Paul Channon at his Hertfordshire home in Scotland.
Hello. Welcome to our happy home. I'll just put the kettle on. It seems the kettle isn't working. Let me take your coat. It seems your coat isn't working. Let me show you into the living room.
3 weeks later, we found ourselves in Mesopotamia. One of the most terrible and tragic aspects of Paul Channon's condition is that he always knows in advance that these disasters are about to occur. And yet, he finds himself paralysed to do anything about it. Rather like a rabbit on the motorway frozen in the headlights of an oncoming plane. We asked him about this disorder.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, here I am in the kitchen, and I'm quite aware of the fact that that casserole dish is about to fall off that shelf and hit me on the head. But there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. Oh, bugger.
Mr. Channon, what part of your life does your condition make most difficult?
Travel. I find transport very difficult. For example, as soon as I heard about the Lockerbie disaster, I got on a plane straight away. But before I could do anything about it, I was flying to the West Indies for 2 weeks.
How?
Yes, I was supposed to be going to Hawaii.
One of the most deranged things which Channon has done under the influence of his condition was that on the 19th of December, 2 days before the Lockerbie disaster, he sent a memo to airport security officers stating that, quote,
if searchers are not satisfied with any item of luggage, they should store it in the aircraft hold.
This is rather like saying, if you suspect something may be poisonous, swallow it. Or, if Paul Channon applies for a job as Transport Minister, give it to him. The conclusion about Paul Channon has to be this. It says a lot about a Transport Minister that right under his very eyes he's got 2 unattended bags.
Now, the White Lion pub in Romford, Essex. Recently, this pub acquired new owners who spent a lot of time and effort doing it up, with the result that it became a very pleasant place to go to for a Sunday lunchtime drink. All of which makes what happened last Sunday night even more sad. I was banned.
Good evening, this is the Skint Video Experience. We'd like to present our tribute to Big World Cafe, the programme that brings you music from all over the globe.
We give you music that's all over the place, Small World Caf.
To London now for a quick burst of Mandy Smith's ode to Bill Wyman.
Grandad, love you. And you've got a few bob too.
And a duet from the Duke and Duchess of York.
We're both going on a summer holiday. A New Year, spring, late spring, early autumn, midwinter, and a Christmas one as well.
To Bali, Bangkok, Bracknell, or wherever she is now, for a song about Pamela Bordez, star of Ready Steady Goer. After the searchers, it's the researchers.
Oh, Pamela, like Uri Geller, you bent me into different shapes. You could fit in an all-night sitting on top of my face. Oh, Pamela, kiss and tell her my jobless figures you massaged. I had my fill, you gave my bill. A really rough passage.
Nearer to home now to Scotland, where the so-called community charge became law on April Fool's Day, prompting Lord McBigot of John O'Jobbies to update an old folk song.
You paid the low rates and I paid the high rates, 'cause I live in a 50-room castle. But under the poll tax we both pay the same. That's what the Scots get for not voting Tory.
Hello, I'm the Mary Whitehouse Experience agony aunt. And I've been scanning the papers and magazines for some problems so I can give some answers which I hope will be helpful. And they're all real problems from real magazines. First of all, we've got a very sweet little one from Girl magazine. Dear Girl, I'm 12 years old and I'm worried as I'm flat-chested. All classmates are well developed and they tease me. Well, Alice from Girl answers, make the most of your slim figure by wearing baggy jumpers. You can't actually do this if you're fat because you look like a lumpy parcel. Cheers, Alice. Somehow I don't think she'd have given that advice if she'd been Claire Rayner. Who looks a bit like a lumpy post office, really, doesn't she? And finally, and again from Girl magazine, Dear Girl, I'm 12 years old and have recently chucked my boyfriend because he never spoke to me. Instead, he got a messenger. Plus, he's frigid. 12 years old. Whatever happened to the days of innocence? What happened to the days when girls this age wrote into magazines and asked whether you could get pregnant by having sexual intercourse with someone? But oh no, girls these days are dating even before they've left the fetus stage, aren't they? She's chucked her boyfriend. Why? Well, probably as a 12-year-old, she wants to concentrate on winning opportunity knocks before she gets too old. And the boyfriend's frigid. Bloody good job, too, or I expect a visit from the old Bill would be well in order. And as for Alice, the agony aunting girl, does she think this letter is outrageous? No, of course she doesn't. But I suppose we have to bear in mind that she is only 9 herself. And if there are any 12-year-olds out there listening to this who think I'm a horrible old killjoy of a grown-up, go to bed immediately before I come round and smack you in the gob and empty the contents of my stomach onto your bros poster. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the South Bank Show. Tonight I'm talking to one of the most neglected composers and lyricists of modern times, David Baddiel, the man who originally wrote all the songs now regularly sung at football matches. Classics of his include He's Fat, He's Round, He's Always on the Ground, Peter Reed. There's Only One Cyril Knowles, One Cyril Knowles. Satirical songs such as Where's Your Father, Referee? And his latest and perhaps greatest number, You're So Shit It's Unbelievable. David, what would you say was your central message?
Well, I must say, I'm never quite sure myself, Melvin. An artist often works without a knowledge of his basic intentions. For example, my early song, We Hate Tottenham, which goes, we hate Tottenham and we hate Tottenham, we hate Tottenham and we hate Tottenham, we hate Tottenham and we hate Tottenham.
We are the Tottenham haters.
You see, I still don't know what that song is trying to say.
For me personally, I think the theme of hating Tottenham comes across quite strongly.
Oh, really? I never thought of that.
So, you're also the man behind some of the great playground songs of the 1970s. And for me, there are 3 things which sum up the 70s. Watergate, the miners' strike, which brought down the Ted Heath government, and the song My Friend Billy's Got a 10-foot willy and he showed it to the girl next door.
She thought it was a snake, so she hit it with a rake.
And now it's only 4'4". You got into hot water with some of your songs, which have been considered controversial, even blasphemous.
You're referring to Jesus Christ Superstar, Wears Frilly Knickers and a Playtex Bra. Yes, it did cause problems.
So was it perhaps to atone for the accusations of blasphemy that you went on to write a series of popular carols?
Yes, that's right. I think that resulted in my most mature work, We Three Kings of Leicester Square, Selling Ladies' Underwear.
I've always found the central section of that piece intensely moving. I'd like to read from it, if I may.
I'd be honoured.
Star of wonder, star of light, Tarzan set his pants alight.
This all came together in what I call my opus magnus magnusum. Tarzan in the jungle, had a bellyache, wants to go to the toilet, too late.
I understand that the lyrics there are allegorical.
Yes. Tarzan is actually me, and it wasn't the jungle, it was Alton Towers.
David Baddiel, thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. Every Friday morning, ladies and gentlemen, every Friday morning. No, we've got a tour on this. What have we got? Ladies and gentlemen, every Friday morning, I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to do for the topical material? What am I going to do for the topical material? I haven't written any topical material. What am I going to do for the topical material? Come Friday night, I'm thinking, who needs material? I'll go on here, I'll make a funny noise. Those baskets won't notice. So I start off by making a noise like a car. And this is going quite well, so I throw in a bit of horse racing commentary. And it's Willie Carson coming up from John Joe and Hill, and I can see Willie Carson's fed buttocks straining through his skin-tight choppers. And then there's the times when my voice becomes a sort of a slow slip. Oh, it's such a slow, slippity slide down into mock emotion. And I begin to sound a little bit like the bulldog in Tom and Jeri. That's my boy. Me and you's gonna make a barbecue, son. But now, ladies and gentlemen, here's some real substance. Yes, indeed, something with a bit of real substance and intellectual content. Would you please go crazy for the one and only Mark Thomas, yeah?
Hello, everyone. This is the section of the show where I get to discuss a topical issue
of my choice with you. The thing that's got printed on the sheet that I was going to talk about Salman Rushdie, because quite a few things have actually annoyed me about this, and it's been carrying on for a little while now. Firstly, the first thing that really annoyed me was the fact about 3 months ago, probably about 70% of you never heard of Salman Rushdie. Someone comes up to you in the pub and goes, what do you rate to Salman Rushdie? Then you go, oh, well, I'll get down a clinic and have a shot for that. That'll clean up. Don't worry about that, mate. Right, and these people who haven't even read the books are coming out with arguments. Like, you get people who are going, well, like Salman Rushdie, right, he's a Muslim, right, and he knew that it would offend them, right? So it's his own fault, really, isn't it? He was asking for it, really, wasn't he? Which is like the Judge Pickles approach, really. The thing, though, that evolves around it is it's all a matter of civil liberties. And I don't think that Britain's got much of a kind of like a reputation for being very good at civil liberties. The best chance, the best opportunity that anyone in this country can have for saying whatever they want is on a Radio 1 phone-in. Yeah, just before they go on, they get a quick visit from the brain fairy. They open up the skulls, they take out the brain, they throw up the lager, slam the skull down, push them forward, just about to go on. So what do you think of the situation in South Africa? I'd like to say hello to Brian and Sarah and all the people who work in Spud tonight. Plus, do you know, we actually haven't got a Bill of Rights in this country. We haven't got a Bill of Rights. We haven't got any freedom. We've got the Magna Carta. But personally, I'm not too worried about my sheep's grazing rights, you know what I mean? It's also, we actually leave freedom of speech in the hands of the government and Whitehall. That's mental. That's like thinking, well, who should we get to babysit tonight? Oh, I don't know. How about Charles Manson? Is he free tonight? And also, there is no point in relying on any of the upper classes to actually defend civil liberties. There's absolutely no point whatsoever, because the upper classes don't know what they are. Simple as that. You say, what do you think of civil liberties? I don't know. Is it near Harrods? There's no point there. So, but we do have blasphemy laws. I want to find out, what do people think about not having freedom of speech but having blasphemy laws? Has anyone got any thoughts about that subject? No. We've got the coach party from the Liberal Democrats, have we? Everyone's just sitting there, oh no, don't look at me. Come on, just sling your hands. What do you think about it? It's taken a few seconds to get through this one. Cabinet Minister, obviously. I think we've got the whole... God, there must be some people with some thoughts up here. Because you have. Hang on, we've got... Oh, I'll go to you first.
Well, I think it's crazy to have blasphemy laws for any religion at all. I mean, apart from this Salman Rushdie thing, I think they should be gotten rid of for Christianity and certainly not applied to any other religion, just scrapped altogether.
That was good. A little thesis there, that was good. What did you think about it?
Well, I mean, I thought it was well known that under a fascist regime you don't have freedom of speech, do you?
Socialist Worker Party, good day. Have we got any other opinions? There's one over there. Can you shout up into the mic? There. It's kind of hanging from the ceiling, the long thing.
I'd like to say hello to Joe and Tom and everybody.
That was a well-picked up one. That was quite an ingenious heckle there. It is quite weird, though, the whole blasphemy law business. Actually, I should actually point out that I know the Bishop of Durham has got into quite a lot of trouble about this, whether Jesus was, like, spiritually resurrected or whether he was physically resurrected. And as a Buddhist, I disagree with him because I think he was physically resurrected. I'm just not sure which species he came back in. That would be great. You're sitting in a restaurant. Waiter, there's a fly. My good God, it's wine. We'll wait for that one. That's good. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a little vote here. I want to ask how many people here in the audience think we should abolish the blasphemy laws, and how many people think we shouldn't. Okay, so we're going to ask all the people who think they should to shout. Okay, how many people think we should abolish the blasphemy laws? Yeah. How many people think we shouldn't? Yeah. Oh, we just had one or two there. Where were you when we needed you in the debate, man? You kept quiet there. Well, obviously we're going to scrap the blasphemy laws now. They're all worried about that in the church. I hope this, obviously, it hasn't offended anyone at all. But if it has, my name's Billy Graham. Good night.
And now, the education experience. This series takes us right into the exam season in June. So we'll be running an occasional exam help feature, which will aim to help you if you're facing GCSE, A-level, or the new 4-hour written paper for the cycling proficiency test.
If you've got exams coming up in the summer, then this is the time you should be thinking about revision. In fact, you'll be thinking about revision up until about 48 hours before your exam, when you should actually start doing some.
If revision isn't to your taste, then you can always cheat. The Mary Whitehouse Experience have managed to obtain some leaked copies of some of this year's GCSE papers.
Right, pen and paper ready at home if you're taking biology. The answers you'll want are as follows. Question 1.
The thorax.
2.
By osmosis.
3.
It hops on the female's back.
4A.
Kenneth Baker.
4B.
A small slimy creature with a remarkably tiny brain.
If you're taking English, the answers you'll want are as follows.
Question 1.
Because the witches told him to.
2A.
The miller's tale.
2B.
Because she farted in his face.
3A.
Kenneth Baker.
3B.
A small slimy creature with a remarkably tiny brain.
Next week on The Education Experience, we'll be telling you how to fill in 4 pages of foolscap when you only know 1 fact.
That Kenneth Baker is a small slimy creature with a remarkably tiny brain.
Now, were you in the Soho area around midnight last night? Did you see a 50-year-old man talking to a young girl? Did you hear the girl distinctly say, "I'm 16, I really am"? If so, please phone the Crime Stoppers number immediately, as I need a witness.
Right, now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What's the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Pamela Bordez? Now, we've collected up all the punchlines on little bits of paper, which I have here in my hand. I'm going to read some of them now, and all the best ones will win a prize, a book of BBC matches. So, here we go. What's the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Pamela Bordez? Even Pamela Bordez wouldn't shag Dennis if you paid her. Now, that is from Lisa Gillespie, and I thought that was really good, so I read it out first. So she's well on the way to a box of BBC matches, I reckon. Here we have, what's the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Pamela Bordez? Margaret is prettier. Yes, that's correct. What's the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Pamela Bordez? None. Both sold themselves and any moral scruples for personal gain at the expense of a nation's credibility. And you can read the rest of that article by Elle Tanner in this month's edition of The Listener. Let's see. Now, this is a good one. What's the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Pamela Bordez? Answer, the light bulb. Tom Fawley, who's never really recovered from Salvador Dali's death. What's the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Pamela Bordez? None. They're both too old. And that's from Bill Wyman. Good. Well, that'll do, because this green light's come on, so that means we've had enough. Now, personally, I think it should go to Lisa Gillespie for the shagging Dennis joke. So where's Lisa? Well done, Lisa. Box of BBC matches. Big round of applause for Lisa Gillespie, ladies and gentlemen. Right, now it's time for our comedy serial. All cosy at home in the family house.
Oh, what a lovely house. It's so snug and cosy and lovely and cosy and snug. Oh, I do like pressing the doorbell. It's such a reassuring sound.
Hello, Mother.
Hello, son.
I do so like being in the one family.
Oh.
My, that armchair looks comfy.
Don't sit there. That's your father's place.
Hello, Mother. Hello, brother. I'm at university. Ooh, that armchair looks comfy.
It's your father's place.
Oh! Dear, oh dear. For a moment there, we were sounding a bit like our stereo system, which is just one of the many things which we own. Oh, hello, darling.
Hello. I've just reversed into the bloody garage. Where's my tea?
Oh, you grumpy old so-and-so.
I suppose I am, really.
How much is the house worth now, darling?
Still a lot. We've had to convert the basement so that your mother can move in. Otherwise, she's going to a home.
Darling, are there any black people in the world?
Well, let's have a look. No, not one.
Oh, good.
Samantha, why is that rugby shirt you're wearing 10 times too big?
It's to make me look about 3 years old and still Daddy's girl. It would break his heart if he knew I was menstruating.
But you're 37. I'll get it.
Darling, do you know, just seeing you standing there in your Wellington boots and your garden shears makes me feel so comfortable.
All right, I'll just go and get them then.
Hello.
Hello, Vicar. What brings you here?
I've no idea. I think I have to appear roundabout now to reassure everyone that the outside world is peopled not with hoodlums and lunatics, but with vicars. Also, it rhymes with knickers. Well, suppose I'd best be off now then. Goodbye.
Blimey, what on earth else is going to happen?
Well, once this crazy palaver is all sorted out, I should think we'll all breathe a huge sigh of relief, and then, just when everyone thought it was all over, Mr. Frobisher from next door will come round with the pair of wife fronts that Father lent Mrs. Frobisher to clean her windscreen with, but that Mr. Frobisher found in her glove compartment and got the wrong idea about. That'll be him now.
Don't worry, I'll sort this out. He's not the only person whose wife I've lent pants to. Hello, Mr. Frobisher.
Goddamn hello, Mr. Cozy, huh? Who's been a naughty boy then, huh? Here's Johnny!
Yes, Mr. Frobisher from next door is Jack Nicholson with a chainsaw. That means that next week's episode of All Cozy at Home in the Family House can go one of three ways. A, the Cozies get brutally massacred. B, the vicar comes back with some of his pants and everything is all right. Or C, something else happens suggested by you. If you have any suggestions, please write to the Mary Whitehouse Experience, BBC Broadcasting House, W1A 1AA. We will use the best idea, and whoever sent it in will win a motorcycle holiday in Bali. You've been listening to the Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Fadil, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Mark Thomas, Joe Brand and Skint Video. The producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You buggers!
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Good. Well, we've had one letter since last week's show. It says, I loved every minute of it. It was fantastic. You had me rolling about on the floor. And that's from Commander Timothy Lawrence to Princess Anne.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Wow!
Detectives are hunting the killers of a man found with a pigeon stuffed in his mouth. If you have any information about the murder of Mr. Oswald Ole Topau you could win a Community Action Trust reward. Which brings us finally to good news. Following the arrest last week of a leading gang boss, a Community Action Trust reward goes to Mr. Oswald Olay to pow to pow to pow.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
In the name of the holy vengeance of Islam, and with the glorious salutations of Mohammed on you, I abjure all Muslims to take up the vengeful sword of Allah and destroy all those associated with the obscene and blasphemous book, Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley.
And so the latest piece of literature to outrage the Iranians burst onto the scene. Weeks of argument and international conflict were to follow. But what was it about J.R. Hartley's manual on fresh and midwater angling that so enraged the Ayatollah? We spoke to Jeff Shepherd, editor of Angling Times and a devout Shiite fundamentalist.
Well, the thing is, the Ayatollah, bless him, he's made it very clear that he doesn't hold with Hartley's preference for modern snap reel casting rods. He prefers to use an old, solid 14-foot tench pole.
And this is for solid Quranic reasons?
No, it's for extra leverage.
Things came to a head when, as he left for Tehran, the Iranian Chargé d'Affaires made a series of public fishing innuendos as a slur on the British angling establishment.
I'm pulling out my tackle. Here is my large rod. At the end of my large rod is my fly. Goodbye.
Finally, the British government took its most decisive step. They sent Captain Birdseye into the Persian Gulf.
Oh, fish, fish, and young boys and girls, fish, fish, and boys and girlies. I've got a lot of fish and young boys and girls, and they've all signed consent forms.
The blowing up of Captain Birdseye's ship did go some way towards restoring Anglo-Iranian relations. Where, meanwhile, was J.R. Hartley? Well, in that nice house that he shares with his daughter. But soon, he was to have to go into hiding and do without all those things which he held so dear. His fishing books, his copy of the Yellow Pages, and his 15 different pairs of incontinent pants. This interview was recorded just before he went into hiding.
Now, people have said, Mr. Hartley, that you deliberately inserted the section about snap reel casting rods, knowing that it would incite the Ayatollah and therefore create publicity for your book.
Who's been saying that?
Roald Dahl.
I refuse to be vilified by a type of Indian food.
Are you going to apologise to the millions of Muslims who are at present baying for your blood?
No, actually, I refuse to be vilified by a type of Indian food.
Are you going to apologise to the millions of Muslims who are at present baying for your blood?
No, actually, I'm going to put an advert in the Quran that says, the Ayatollah is a puff. Of course I'm bloody going to apologise.
And where are you going to hide?
19 Berry Lane, Coddycut. Oh, bugger.
Iranian terrorists, outraged at their inability to find Mr. Hartley, decided to turn their wrath onto bookshops stocking copies of Fly Fishing. But they couldn't find any. At first.
Hello? Do you have a copy of Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley? Oh, you do? That's marvellous.
Good old Shiite fundamentalism. It's just there for the nasty things in life.
This is the skint video experience. Music is the food of love with a salmonella, basically. After Madonna's sacking from the latest Pepsi advert, here's a sneak preview of Grace Jones' new Coke ad.
Look right up my hookah, baby. I ain't got no cavities.
In the week that UEFA allowed British clubs back into Europe, we'd like to talk about football songs. The football club nearest to our hearts is our local team, our home team, Millwall Football Club, who used to have a problem, of course, with hooliganism.
But not anymore, because they've now been sponsored by very aware and right-on council, Lewisham.
And of course, there's been a few changes. For a start, there's a creche at every home game, and this has confused the fans beyond belief. They get the programme out, they go, here, look at that, right? A creche. Who's he, a French player, mate? Is your what?
Anyway, in keeping with the new right-on image, Millwall felt that they should have a new football chant.
I mean, the old football chants were horrible, really, sexist, racist, a lot. So we were commissioned to write this, the world's first non-racist, non-sexist football song for Millwall Football Club.
We are trying to change our image. No longer will we be the dirty den. As we chew our half-time veggie burgers at the Mandela end. We hate all forms of oppression. Whether on land or sea or Leicester, we hate all macho aggression. Except when we play Leeds. Millwall, Millwall. We don't kill animals to make our balls. We are becoming more aware. Environmentally, that's why our petrol bombs are all lead-free. 2, 4, 6, 8, more brown rice on my plate. 3, 5, 7, 9, our players all at flexi time.
There's some real crowd trouble here. Someone's thrown a banana on the pitch and even worse, it's South African.
We don't have a bite with me. It's the international we sing. And true to our ideology, we won't play on the right wing. We don't stereotype our opponents with obscene chants and jeers. Our team is non-competitive. They've been playing that way for years. And if anybody gets excited, come here, and really blows their top, you're dead. They can get rid of their bad karma, man. Our non-violent workshop. Millwall, Millwall. Cold Blow Lane will never be the same. So we won't be sick as parrots as we munch organic carrots. But football is a funny old game. Get off me, Sawyer. Football is a funny old game.
And now, the historico-political experience. This week, Mr. Paddy Ashdown, whose entry in Who's Who reads, "Not me," came out with some strong criticism of Parliament.
Parliament,
he said,
is a disgrace. It runs itself like an arcane 18th century institution.
This from a man who until very recently was a member of the Liberal Party. In any case, to write off Parliament as an 18th century institution is absurd. It's a 13th century institution.
Parliament was originally invented because medieval kings needed money to wage crusades against overseas infidels. Nowadays, this is known as conservative foreign policy.
There is no doubt that parliamentary procedure does retain a lot of obscure relics from the past, most of them safely tucked away in the House of Lords.
Take, for example, Black Rod. Originally, he patrolled the buildings with his brother Dino. But he went off in the late 19th century to start up on his own. Black Rod's duties consist in banging a 3-foot wooden pole against the locked doors and chanting the time-honoured words,
Who have you got in there, Moynihan?
Many Commons traditions date back to great parliamentary struggles of the past. For example, the furore when Henry VIII wanted to privatise the monasteries. Selling off the church land proved highly controversial, despite the famous slogan, "If you see Brother Sid, tell him." Dreamed up by Cardinal Wolsey of Wolsey, Cranmer and Saatchi, who also helped Henry VIII to power with their famous poster, "Henry VII isn't working."
Once a year, on St Lawson's Day, Lord Cleftico of Nuneaton traditionally hops over Westminster Bridge carrying a sheep. This is nothing to do with ancient tradition, he's just a pervert. The Lord Chancellor sits on a wool sack to remind us of the importance of the wool trade in the past. Either that or Preparation H is too expensive.
It is, of course, officially the Queen's Parliament. Once a year, she reads out the government's policy at the state opening of Parliament.
Pray silence for Her Majesty the Queen.
Do I really have to read this? It's as dull as one of Anne's letters.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Wow!
For me, the greatest impressionist of all time and the most underrated was Johnny Morris. Now, Charlie the chimpanzee hasn't been feeling very well lately. Have you, Charlie? No, I haven't, Johnny.
now, please go crazy for someone who I found to be a real animal in bed. Mark Thomas.
Hello, everyone. This is the bit in the show where I come amongst you and discuss a topic of the week. The discussion point we're going to do today, children, is, well, the thing that caught me most is perhaps the Pamela Bordez stuff. Mainly because the press just hound her. And so this sparked off, especially with all the scandal stuff, the film coming out now, it sparked off a thing about prostitution. So I thought we'd have a little discussion about that. So we're going to start by asking just the audience here in the studio, how many of you have actually visited a prostitute? No one. About 150 men and not one of them. Have we got any prostitutes here tonight as well? The thing that actually got us into the prostitution, though, was that I was actually talking to a prostitute recently, and I paid her to talk to her, because it's cheaper than British Telecom chat line. Actually, that's brilliant, isn't it? The fact that all these lovely blue-rinsed biddies in Croydon and all that who are pro-moral majority and pro-privatisation are getting dividends from BT's porn lines. But the thing this prostitute reminded me was the fact that in Italy, in their parliament in Italy, they've elected a woman who used to be a porno star, which is great. In Italy, representing the workers is this woman who used to be in the sex industry. What do? We just elected the clients. It'd be brilliant if they did legalise prostitution, because just for the sheer joy of watching the entire House of Lords awake. Good Lord, they're talking about Mitzi. Actually, what would be brilliant if they did actually legalise it, because prostitutes are workers like any other group of workers. If they legalised prostitution, then they'd form a union. Then they'd go on strike like they did in Paris in 1975. And then that means with the workers on strike, we're going to get the Employment Secretary, Fowler, on television going, "The brothels of Britain will stay open." As usual, kind of like the main support from the Labour Party to the striking workers is going to be the Bishop of Durham. If it did become legal, then there'd be a whole range of new entrepreneurs rushing into it. The marketing possibilities are just incredible. It's like you could have Richard Branson opening up a new mega store. You could have all sorts of schemes like group discounts or student concessions. Gift vouchers, Happy Father's Day. You could do it, or Mother's Day, Happy Mother's Day. It comes but once a year, but twice if you go to Raymond's Gigolos. So I just think, I'm going to come amongst you now and ask you some of your opinions. Have we got anyone who'd like to offer an opinion first of all? Let's see, have you got anyone here?
I actually don't agree with legalising prostitution, because then I'd have to start paying tax.
That's brilliant. What about the health benefits? Does anyone think there'll be any health benefits from legalising prostitution?
Well, if you catch anything, you'll know where you didn't catch it.
Why is that?
Well, because they have health checks and all that, don't they?
Yeah, they'd have health check. That would be brilliant, wouldn't it? No more embarrassed businessmen going, "Well, I think I'll call it off a toilet seat." We had someone's hand up over there.
I was just thinking, if it was legalised and it was advertised, you could get Bernard Matthews on with his turkeys, another outlet for his turkeys.
Going for laughs on that one. Not quite getting them, but possibly a rip from Bernard. I tell you what, to finish off, we'll take a vote here. I want everyone who thinks that we should legalise prostitution to shout, "Yeah!" Yes! All those who think we shouldn't? Yeah. You're a bit confused over there. I'll shout for both. Yeah. Well, that's it. I think we've got the government quaking in their boots. Thank you very much. Good night.
And now, the character assassination experience. This week we examine Derek Jameson. Why is he famous? Why do the tabloids insist that we love him? And why has he never ever brushed his teeth?
Jameson was born in 1893, aged 52. He emerged from his mother's womb wearing a pair of flared Marks & Spencer's front-pocketed trousers. His first words were, "Morning, morning, morning." He was found 2 days later on a doorstep in Harpenden.
Derek went on to become editor in his time of the Star, the Express and the News of the World. In his autobiography, Touched by Angels, he explains,
By all the rules, I should have become a criminal. Instead, I took myself off to Fleet Street.
What one has to quibble with there is the word instead. Jameson seems to mistrust intellectuals, a trait he shares with Adolf Hitler, the Khmer Rouge and Big Daddy. Perhaps he thinks his bluff, honest common sense cuts through the arty-farty pretensions of those around him.
So, Derek, do you think the Middle East conflict can be solved by an independent Palestinian state on the West Bank?
I don't know. You'll have to ask my old landlady in Hackney about that. She's been taking the washing off the line for 120 years, and she's never missed a royal wedding. She may not have had a posh education like some people, but I'll tell you one thing, she's really stupid.
Derek, of course, sees himself as a working-class hero, the sort of man who can sing a good old Cockney song about good old Cockney values.
I love the Queen and Princess Di, I blame it on the unions. I love the Queen and Princess Di, I've never been a poofter. Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner that I live in London. Oh, tits, tits, knockers, knockers, tits, 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 knockers, 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 tits, tits, knockers, knockers, tits, 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 knockers, knockers, knockers. Right, that's the editorial done.
Derek, of course, is lovably incorrigible, which is another way of saying he's a tosspot of the First Order. A recording there of Derek's now famous interview with Selina Scott.
And next week on the Character Assassination Experience, we'll be looking at Kenneth Baker. We'll be asking why he appeared on the British Rock and Pop Awards when his most successful record is closing 10 schools in 2 days. Why is he Secretary of Education when he's only got one CSE, and that stands for Crap Secretary of Education? And why does he wash his hair in Duckham's motor oil? Hello and welcome to the Agony Aunt Experience. I'm Jo Brand. I'm overweight, I drink and smoke too much, and my idea of a healthy diet is as much lard as I can force down my throat through the whole of a ring donut. So I'm not actually that well qualified to be an agony aunt, but at least I know how most of the people feel that write into these magazines. Like this poor dear who wrote into Bella magazine. Dear Bella, I desperately want to be thin like Kylie Minogue. Well, I suppose looking like Kylie Minogue does have its advantages. Grandad can use you to clean his pipe. And I suppose there'll always be a job for you modelling runner beans as they grow. And bear in mind that if you look like Kylie Minogue, you'll have to go out with an Australian man. Only acceptable Australian man I've ever met or been out with is Skippy. And next we have a heart-rending problem from Best magazine, which I must say had me in tears. Dear Best, I recently went to a party at the home of my husband's boss. To my horror, his wife was wearing the same dress. Well, in these days of famine, violence and the threat of nuclear war, I suppose this is a pretty devastating problem, isn't it? Well, if I were you, Mrs. Same Dress as the boss's wife, I'd look at a newspaper for a change and put something a little bit more important into your brain before you do any more damage to it. And the next problem particularly interested me. Dear Bella, I'm age 30, all of my friends are married, and I'm lonely. Now, the reason this letter interested me so much was that I wrote it. This sort of problem needs some lateral thinking. See it not as your problem, but as your friend's problem. And send for my handy leaflet. how to break up a friend's marriage. Failing this, of course, you can always become a nun and get married to God. I know that a nun's life isn't much fun, but at least you'll get a decent dinner every night. You'll be able to do a pretty good impersonation of a bat. And finally solve that distressing problem once and for all of turning up at a party dressed the same as the bosses.
Now, the hunt is on for a blonde, unshaven man, round about 30, with a husky voice and a receding hairline. If you answer to this description, please contact the police immediately, as they've never been any good without you, Sting.
Right, now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What will Commander Lawrence write as a PS on his next letter to Princess Anne? Now, we've collected up all the punchlines on little bits of paper, which I have in my hand. I'm going to read some of them now, and all the best ones will win a prize, a book of BBC matches. So, here we go. What will Commander Lawrence write as a PS on his next letter to Princess Anne? PS, this must stop before someone finds out. Well, that was by Brian of Skint Video, actually, so he's off the show next week. What will Commander Lawrence write as a PS on his next letter to Princess Anne? PS, bloody luck that I didn't sign with my real name, Lionel Blair. And that's from Commander Lawrence. Now, it's actually from someone called Thea Sam, who has two first names. So, that's the best one so far. What will Commander Lawrence write as a PS on his next letter to Princess Anne? PS, I'll use a French letter next time. They don't leak as much. Yeah, that's right. Nicholas Markwell gets a round of applause. PS, I would do anything to get on the front page of The Sun. When are you going to be on page 3? Oh dear. M. Yard, who's just a complete pillock. PS, you look like a horse. And that's by me, actually, so I win for that one. Right, the green light's gone on, so that means that's it. What do you think was the best one? I can't even remember them now. Can anyone remember them? Was there a particularly good one? The French letter and the league one. All right, that got a round of applause. The Lionel Blair one was better. Got a bit of a row going on here. But I think it was right from someone called Mike Yarwood or something, I seem to know. What was his actual name? Mike Yarden. Okay, a box of BBC matches goes to Mike Yarden, and a round of applause, please.
And now it's time for our comedy series, All Cosy at Home in the Family House. Episode 2, The Granny. When we left last week, Mr. Cosy had just opened the door. He was expecting Mr. Frobisher from next door and a neighbourly feud about a pair of pants. But unfortunately, it turned out to be Jack Nicholson with a chainsaw. Uh-oh. How's he going to sort this one out?
Oh, bloody hell. That's all I need. My bloody head cut off and my bloody body cavorting around like young Simon at one of his young person's discos. Darling! Darling!
Yes, darling?
Well, don't just stand there, woman. Put my head back on. Oh.
There you are. All better now. But, darling, I thought that people who had had their heads cut off died.
Don't be stupid, darling. We're members of Booper. Besides, no one ever dies in this house.
Hello, Father.
Ah, daughter.
Hello, Father.
Hello, son. Haven't you got a bloody job yet?
Yes.
Damn. So there's nothing for me to be endearingly cross about.
Hello!
Oh no, it's the senile grandmother!
I wonder what crazy antics the slightly dotty but ever so lovable old dear is going to get up to today. Oh my God, she's put her head through a plate glass window.
Remember when she staged a dirty protest and smeared it all over the walls?
Yes, I shouldn't think we'll ever be allowed back to Lincoln Cathedral again.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Vicar.
Do tell your mother that the door to the vicarage is always open. Perhaps that might stop her coming through the window. She's ruining the stained glass.
I didn't know the glass was stained.
It is now. sort of a red colour. Goodbye.
Granny, are you all right?
Of course I am, granddaughter. I'm a member of Booper. You don't think I'm senile, do you?
Of course not.
Well, you must be really stupid then. What if I put my hand in this boiling chip fat? Votes for women! Votes for women!
Granny, what about giving me some of that old advice about how to find the right man?
Oh, well, granddaughter, when I was a young woman, I had all the men chasing after me.
You must have looked very different then.
No, I've always had wrinkled old dugs and a hairy chin. The men were carrying rocks and shouting, "Burn the witch."
Blimey, what on earth else is going to happen?
Well, once this crazy palaver is all sorted out, I should think Father's boss will ring up and ask Father out to play golf. And Father will get all flustered because he's much better at golf than his boss for some reason which we won't know at first, but then it'll be revealed to us, and that'll be the punchline, and that'll be the end. That'll be him now.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Cozy. Coming out to play golf?
All right, sir.
Good. You know my handicap, don't you?
Yes, you haven't got any arms.
How on earth will Mr. Cozy, one-time winner of the US Masters, make his game crap enough to lose to a man who swings his clubs with his teeth? Find out in next episode of All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skint Video. The producer was Bill Dare. Hello?
Is that a Mary Whitehouse Experience?
Yes?
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Thank you. Now, I'd like to say at this stage that nothing in this programme is at all risque, near the bone, offensive or even satirical. In fact, we'll be spending most of the time talking about the weather. And speaking of the weather, I must say it's been a very, very mild winter. You can tell that because there are so many pensioners still around. My name's David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Picture this.
This week, a strike was threatened at the BBC, possibly blacking out programmes from Monday. The Mary Whitehouse Experience has been looking back through the years at some of the incidents of industrial action which the BBC has faced in the past.
One which still sticks in the memory of corporation executives is the great Doctor Who monsters dispute of the early 70s. In 1973, the series almost ground to a halt when the Daleks unanimously walked out. In itself, very unusual for Daleks. After scuffles in which the police were accused of attacking the picket line with sonic screwdrivers, the leader of the Dalek Union, Mr. Bobby Davros, refused to speak to reporters, choosing instead to vaporise them with a neutrino destructor beam. However, Mr. Davros eventually issued a statement when he trundled out of TUC headquarters and down the steps. Excuse me, about this new management offer...
Frankly, derisory.
But do you think that...
Frankly, derisory.
Yes, but are you going
Frankly, derisory. Negotiate. Soon the dispute spread. Within a week, the Sea Devils, the Macra, the Silurians, and the blobby green thing with a completely unrealistic head were out in sympathy. Although several scab Cybermen kept the series going, slipping through picket lines via small holes in the fabric of space-time. A mass meeting was called of the AAE-AASPE, the Amalgamated Association of Evil Aliens Who All Speak Perfect English. They were addressed by their president, Mr. Crondor.
So, Doctor, what do we want? 12%! Now!
The motion was passed on a show of tentacles. A 12% pay increase backdated to the beginning of the third aeon of the millennium of Tharg. In addition, they wanted to know why they'd failed to keep pace with inflation, why safety reviews had been postponed, and why all alien planets looked like a sandpit near Dorking. And their main complaints that the moment any of them ever appeared fully on the screen, the closing credits immediately started.
The BBC also hit industrial trouble when in 1981 the production team of Blue Peter put in a pay claim of 20%. And then put in another one they'd made earlier.
So, what does Monday hold for the BBC? Signs are that one of the principal reasons for the strike is the widespread irritation with studio audiences who will apparently laugh at anything.
And now it's time for Gary's bit in the middle. And I'm always smiling in spite of the fact that nature has only given me one eyebrow which goes all the way across. And I'm always reading out from a script but trying to pretend it's in my own words. And basically this takes the form of me adding the word basically. So basically now it's time for ex-lead singer of the Smiths, Morrissey.
Woke up one morning, got out of bed the wrong side, folded up the wet blankets and started to cry. Phoned up the Samaritans, 2 of them attempted suicide. Won't someone tell me why? I'm like a wet weekend in Grimsby, I'm the motorway service station of life. Got a voice like Clement Freud or Morgothorn. I was looking for a job and I found the job as a singing telegram. At funerals, oh such fun, 'cause I'm the boy who's a pain in the arse. I'm as happy as a pile sufferer with diarrhea. At O-level whinging I can top of my class. I'm just what the doctor ordered if he prescribed euthanasia. Oh la 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 la. People say that it's cheer up, crack a smile. But I'd rather, oh so very much rather, have a gobble from a piranha, 'cause I'm the boy who's such fun to be with. Everybody! I'm celibate, teetotal and a veggie. Oh, come to a party where all my friends live. We'll have a great time at my local cemetery. I would go out tonight, but James Dean couldn't find a shroud to wear.
So I say unreservedly that the only way forward for the party is to embrace wholeheartedly the principles of the free market economy.
That was Neil Kinnock speaking in Brighton back in the year 1990 at the annual conference of the Young Conservatives. Now, some 6 years later and still with no success at the polls, the British left has shifted even further to the right. In an atmosphere of growing conservatism, we'll be hearing from some leading public figures. First, we spoke to the Prime Minister.
No, I must say that my colleagues and I here in Chesterfield are totally behind the building of a local concentration camp. Well, we've got to do something with the unemployed.
As a result of this tourification, many hardliners have faded from view. One of them is a man called Ken Livingstone.
Well, people always said I sounded like an accountant, so now I am an accountant. I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Marcos.
Prominent figures once associated with the left have now substantially changed their viewpoint.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes indeed, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Thatcher said something this week which brought a smile to my lips. She said, I'd like to thank Ben Elton for his continued support. Yes indeed.
Ben Elton there, the famous taxi driver. The spirit of charity, meanwhile, is not quite what it was.
Look, for God's sake, just send me all your money, right? Jesus Christ, I need at least £1 million if there's going to be any hope at all for my kitchen extension. Right. By the way, have you heard the one about the Ethiopian and the lunch voucher, right?
Factions once thought of as hard left have now softened considerably.
Socialist worker, alien turned my breasts into olives. Socialist worker. Primark seen in shopping centre.
There is, however, one radical revolutionary figure who, back in the 1980s, one would never have expected to join ranks with the establishment.
Half as a dibble, I'm setting up a neighbourhood wet scheme, Officer Dibble. I think you're absolutely right to send choo-choo to the chair for hitching a lift on the back of a milk float, Officer Dibble. And now, my impression of Transport Minister Paul Shannon.
Oh no, flying's too dangerous. I don't want to fly. Oh my God, flying's oh God.
Thanks, I'm Rob Newman, and please welcome Mark Thomas, yeah!
Hello everyone. This is the bit in the show where I come amongst you and discuss the topic of the week. The thing that really caught us, there's been loads of stuff going on recently in the news, and I thought one of the things that really sums up human stupidity is the fact that we are the only creatures on this planet, with the exception of cats, who are horrible because old people think they're relatives and go, hello. We are the only creatures who hunt for pleasure. We hunt for pleasure, that's crazy. A lion sees a zebra, that's meat. There's boom, they're over, they kill it, they eat it, that's it, it's meat. It's not social activity, it's not a game, it's not, oi, is that zebra looking at me?
Oh, strike me, you want a portion or what then, son? Can't it? We've got all the lionesses hanging around the outside going, Darren, don't do it, Darren, don't do it, Darren, don't do it. Crazy. You don't get groups of sharks ganging up and going, can you hear the tuna sing? I mean, I'm actually sort of like, a lot of huntsmen, especially sort of like the people who hunt foxes, are really sort of like disturbed by the Channel Tunnel. Because it means that the foxes from France and all the badgers, they're going to have rabies, they're going to come rushing through the tunnel, they spread it to the British foxes who will then bite the people who are hunting them. Good. You see them run around, yoink away, there you go. You won't notice much difference in their behaviour before and after the disease. Weird stuff. What I'm amazed at is the fact that nature's durability, though. Because as people in the city here get richer and richer, as they're sort of like the little select few, they're getting their money, and they sod off out to their country homes. And the foxes see them and think, no, we'll move into the city. So they all rush back in, and that is really smart. Because you will never, ever see the Cheshire Hunt going through the Elephant and Castle. I've never seen it. Well, not since the Betty Ford Clinic, I haven't, anyway. And also, what's great, these foxes are really cunning. They're probably in these little sort of burrows in Dulwich going, well, when we bought the place in 1975... They've probably sort of got, like, you know, coffee table books, like the Time Out Guide to Restaurant Refuge or something like that. It'd be brilliant. I think that, because I really love animals. I think British people do love animals. I really love them. At least I did till I had 15 quid on Durham Edition in the National. I was sitting in front of the telly going, whip the sodding nag! You know, your horse falls and you're going, don't stand there, pick it up and run! 4 horses died in that event. The thing should be sponsored by Evo Stick. Oh, man. Oh, the people who went, oh, I'm going to come and get them later on. So let's have a, oh, I tell you what, this is a weird one. This is a great piece of hypocrisy. Prince Philip is chairman of the World Wildlife Fund. He's on his weekends, he's like, oh, there goes a little... Oh, sod, it's a panda. Never mind. All right, let's have a... how many people have actually been hunting? Have we got any hunters in? They're going, don't say a word, darling, just don't say a word. Look, darling, just put the copy of Country Life under your seat. Just hush up. Come on, darling. We've got no hunters at all. That's a shame, because I've got some acid. But anyway, let's have a think. I say, have we got anyone here who bets regularly on horses or dogs or anything like that? You do. Why do you just shout up into that bit over there? Why's that?
Because I enjoy it.
Why do you enjoy it?
Well, chance of winning some money.
Chance of winning some money. No other kind of reason, just want to get rich slowly. If people were going to make money out of betting, Ladbrokes would have gone bust years ago. You'd have seen them sort of crowding around outside Leicester Square. Go, "Gets 10 beef, I used to be yeah." Oh, dear. So we'll take a quick vote on this one. How many people here think that blood sports shouldn't be banned? Yeah. Oh, we had one at the back. That was a decoy. I want to know why. Can you just offer an opinion why you think blood sports shouldn't be banned? No, she's just sitting there going, oh my God. All right, just a brief recap. All those who think that blood sports should be banned, shout after 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! There we go. Thank you very much. Good night.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Now, take a close look at this bag. It contained a very rare type of Lebanese cannabis. Saturday night, Thames Street, Greenwich. A drugs party is in full swing, little suspecting a well-orchestrated raid by Scotland Yard. This caused pandemonium, and in the confusion which followed, I lost my stash.
Picture this.
Tonight, we welcome Gary Plectrum from top band The Dirges.
Hi.
He's going to tell us a little about the band's new single and tour, and I will be translating the interview into English.
We think this is our best album.
This is our newest album.
We have a very wide range of influences.
We nick songs from just about everyone.
The album's got that raw feel.
The album is badly produced.
We're not an image band.
We're ugly bastards.
We don't want to be like Bros.
We don't want to be like Bros.
We're number 1 in Belgium.
We're crap.
We're number 1 in Yugoslavia.
We're complete crap.
We're number 1 in the US.
We're crap but rich.
On tour, we just go mad. Last week, Bozo totally trashed the hotel.
He broke an ashtray and stole 2 sachets of shampoo.
People accuse us of selling out, but we're just trying a new direction.
We've done a single with Stock, Aitken and Waterman. Next week, I'll be talking to an advertising copywriter about how a poster reading, "It takes 8 pints of water to make 1 pint of beer," translates as, "Water's being privatised whether you like it or not, and you're bloody well going to buy shares if it kills us."
Picture this.
Hello and welcome to the Agony Aunt Experience. I'm Jo Brand and I hate people with problems. Well, piddling little problems anyway. Problems like, should the hamster have a nose job? How can I pluck my eyebrows so I look like Dennis Healy? And should I have a perm for my grandmother's funeral? I think we should be addressing more serious problems, really, like violence. I'm not actually averse to a good punch-up myself, especially at the January sales. I never buy anything, I just go round hitting people. But I think the streets of London have become a lot more violent for women. Having used public transport over the years, I've become an expert on modern weaponry. Just because I've seen such a motley collection of penises on the tubes and buses. But enough of my hobbies, onto some real problems from some real publications. And here we have one from the News of the World. Dear Unity, I found recently when I put on my daughter's slimline Wellington boots that I got very sexually excited. Is this wrong? Well, Unity answers, no, it isn't wrong, but perhaps it would be a better idea to find a new man, because a man is much more fun than a Wellington boot. Well, I'm afraid I beg to differ there. And this is because my final year research dissertation at university was entitled An Ethno-Methodological Study of Man. Is he more fun than a Wellington boot? And from my research, in which I compare the behaviour of a man and a Wellington boot in common social situations, I discovered, in fact, that the Wellington boot made much more effort to have a good time. At a party, for example, the man stayed in the kitchen all night, drank too much, fell over, and vomited all over the sausage rolls. Whereas the Wellington boot, on the other hand, mingled with the crowd in the hall, stayed upright, and didn't overdo it on the drink. So my advice is to carry on dating the Wellington boot. Next problem comes from Bella magazine, from a 20-year-old. I've only been out with 3 men. The last one was handsome and kind. He said he'd phone, but he didn't. I'm so desperate, I want to die. It's true. Because I don't want to remain single all my life. Well, I think it's fairly obvious, isn't it, that this poor girl has got herself involved with the sort of man I like to call a bit of a bastard. Men like this don't make good husbands, and women that marry them end up writing letters like the following one to the Sunday Mirror. Dear Virginia, my husband won't do anything around the house. The bathroom needs tiling, and I've been waiting a year for the kitchen cupboards to go up. He says he's tired all the time. Virginia Ironside suggests the woman does the decorating herself. Well, I absolutely agree. If you want the kitchen cupboards up, do it yourself. If you want the bathroom tiled, do it yourself. And if you want to have a successful sexual relationship, do it yourself.
You may know that Lord Rees-Mogg has been going around the country finding out what the great British public think about censorship. We thought we'd look at it from the BBC's point of view. Most censorship in the BBC centres on this production directive.
4-letter words may only be used following reference to the Director General.
As in?
The Director General is in the shit.
Well, he is now. The directive goes on to say,
most people complain only when conventions are breached without warning and contrary to expectation.
It is widely held that this memo was issued after the following incident.
Boom, boom! I say, Mr. Roy. I say, Mr. Roy, I do like your hand up my arse.
But before the war, things were very different. Here is an original directive issued by the BBC in 1937, and by the way, this is completely genuine.
The BBC wishes to make it clear that there is an absolute ban on the following: jokes about lavatories, effeminacy in men, honeymoon couples, chambermaids, fig leaves, prostitution, lodgers, commercial travellers, ladies' underwear, for example, winter drawers on, animal habits, for example, mother frightened by donkey, rabbits. In short, when in doubt, take it out.
Mrs. Now, the 1937 Code of Practice is to be brought back from midnight tonight. So it falls to the Mary Whitehouse Experience to do the last ever naughty sketch.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The lavatory.
Have you got a room to let?
No, I've already got a lodger.
Hey, lodger, hey?
She's a prostitute.
Hey, Well, perhaps I can interest you in some ladies' underwear.
No? I've already got some on. Hey, Ducky?
Hello, I've just come to clean the room.
Ah, you'll be the chambermaid. Hey?
No, I'm another effeminate man. Still, it's January, and soon it'll be February, know what I mean?
Yes, I must put my winter drawers on. It's too cold with just this fig leaf.
Blimey, that honeymoon couple, they're like rabbits.
Oh, whatever do you mean?
They've got myxomatosis.
The latest guidelines for producers make this recommendation.
If a programme is going to include swearing, it should be clearly signposted.
Right, well, we will, of course, make sure that that recommendation is upheld. Anyway, the other day I was sitting suggestively on my,
When you hear the swear word, you and your family must take cover.
Bottom on top of my boyfriend's face.
This is the skint video experience. In the week that the broadcasting ban on Sinn Féin has been temporarily lifted, I give you the Reverend Ian Paisley.
Ye sons of Sodom! Riding the hoary-backed whore of Babylon, in conjunction with the Beelzebub of the EEC, quaffing back your John Barleycorn's buttermilk, then spewing forth the devil's evil spawn, and consorting with the wee little hobgoblins that hop on top of your head and go... Tonight we present to you the Ulster Unionist latest Look at Your Boogie Get Down and Kiss My Ass Tonight Baby single. Ulster's where all the Orange Flute Band from Belfast and Glasgow get together, perform on a giant benefit record and call it Orange Aid.
Yes, it's the record everyone's too scared to talk about. It's 40 Shades of Orange, featuring such stars as the Pet Shop Boys and Apprentice Boy George.
Oh, my old man's an Orangeman, a bowler has he sports. He carries an umbrella, and he puts on flags and shorts. He loves intimidation as he goes from door to door. He's got a skin disease, it's the rash his father wore.
Picture this.
And now it's time for our weekly comedy series, All Cozy at Home in the Family House. You remember that last week Mr. Cozy was forced into a round of golf with his truculent boss, despite the fact that his boss's handicap is that he doesn't have any arms. Uh-oh, how's he going to get out of this one? As the boss's wife once said when the boss put on a cardigan.
I wonder how Father's getting on the golf course. You know his boss is a terrible loser.
Yes, Mother. He lost both his arms.
Bloody hello.
Bloody hello, dear. How was golf with the boss?
Terrible. He sacked me.
What? Just for beating him at golf?
No, for hitting him violently around the face and neck with my 9-iron. Still, everyone, gather round. I've got an important announcement to make. I'm afraid we're going to have to sell the house.
Oh, no.
Yes. Now, as you know, it's a buyer's market, so I put it on the market for £10. But it's all right. I've got a transfer.
Oh, good. Where is it?
On my pencil case. It's a small lick-on picture of Popeye.
But, Father, where are we going to live?
It's all right. The estate agents found us a lovely new place. Centrally located with a river view and very near to the tube.
Oh, that sounds marvellous.
Yes, it's a cardboard box under Waterloo Bridge. I know it's a bit of a come-down, but once we're there, I don't want to see any let-up in the cosy traditions of suburban values and respectability.
I'm drunken, I'm smelly, I've got vomit down my shirt. Lend us 10p going for a cup of tea going.
Darling, there's really no need. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Sorry, darling, just trying to blend in with the neighbours.
Actually, though, I can't seem to find the teapot
or the tea, or the oven, or the stand-up fridge freezer, or our daughter.
It's all right, Mother. I saw her floating face down in the Thames just now.
Oh, thank God for that. I thought she'd become a prostitute.
Look, for God's sake, everyone, our world is crumbling. We've got to do something cosy. I'm going to have a friendly tiff with the neighbours. Now listen, old man. What time do you think you were up to last night? Can't anyone get any sleep around here?
You calling me a bitch's bastard? You calling me a bitch's bastard? Here, lads, he's calling me a bitch's bastard.
Mother, Father's being torn limb from limb by a mob of tramps.
Oh, dear. I'd better put the kettle on.
Hello.
Hello, Vicar.
Is everything all right?
Well, daughter's dead, Father's just been brutally massacred, and I've got hypothermia.
Oh, good. You know, it's at times like these that I always like to take comfort from a very particular passage. Yours. I might be able to fix you up with a bed at the YMCA. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Vicar. What a nice man.
What on earth's that?
It's the doorbell, silly.
But we haven't got a door.
No, but the one thing I saved from our old house was the doorbell apparatus. And now I just sit here all day pressing it in the hope that somehow the door will open back to our old world. Well, it is wonderful to be back in our own house.
Hello.
Hello.
Father, daughter, how come you're alive again?
Well, thanks to the good work of Booper and some help from the tramps in the way of kidneys and lungs, we're both as right as rain.
But do you know, all we need now to suggest that we're really home is for the doorbell to ring and for it to be Mr. Frobisher from next door holding up a squashed begonia in the vexed belief that we parked our Volvo on it. That'll be him now.
I'll get it. Hello, Mr. Frobisher.
I've come for me kidney, you bitch's bastard.
Uh-oh. How will Mr. Cozy get out of this one? How will Charlie Boy get his kidney out of Mr. Cozy? Tune in next week and find out in All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skint Video. The producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. Recording studios somewhere far, far away.
You bugger.
Say, kids, what time is it?
It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
This week, with a threatened dock strike, tube strike, rail strike, BBC strike and power strike, the country seems to be slipping back alarmingly into the 1970s. As if realising this, the government were heard to cry, "Does anyone know the way? Hear someone say, we just haven't got a clue what to do."
And ominously, Ted Heath rose on the back benches and told the Commons,
Things looked bad indeed. As the dock strike loomed ever closer, most of the country's imports were sitting on the dock.
But what of the opposition? What are they doing about it all? What do you think, Paddy Ashdown?
When will I be famous?
Good question, Paddy. And Neil Kinnock's no better. He's worried about whether younger, hungrier Labour spokesmen are stealing his thunder. People like Gordon Brown. What do you say to that, Neil?
Just 'cause he's fat are looking at me. Just 'cause he's cool and trendy. But I know he's a moron. Gordon is a moron.
Ah, I see. So the government continues unchecked.
And Transport Secretary Paul Channon, you've been looking into security at Britain's airports. What are they going to say if they spot a terrorist at Heathrow?
Walk on by.
Oh dear, Paul, looks like you could be for the chop. What are you going to tell the Prime Minister at the next cabinet reshuffle?
Oh, Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore.
Good idea. Ah, here comes Cecil Parkinson.
Now
What's this we hear about you planning to start privatising different parts of the day?
Sounds great, but we've just got time for a quick word from the editor of Sunday Sport.
Calling occupants of interplanetary craft.
Well, that's it. We'll play out with a new single from Princess Anne.
Now, Police 5 would like to show you these unusual tickets. They are for an illegal dogfight. Rabid Rover versus Black Fang. The tickets were found by the police last Wednesday, just 2 days before the fight was meant to take place. So I've rescheduled it for a week on Friday.
Now it's time for the Skint Video Experience. This week we'd like to do a song about us. I mean, obviously we're both sensitive, caring, right-on men. The sort of men who are not into intimate massage, but like ego massage.
That's right, we're not into self-abuse, but self-pity.
Now the ultimate self-pitying music has got to be country and western music.
So we'd now like to do a C&W ballad entitled New Men Only. Now every country and western song ever written in the history of popular music in the 20th century always starts like this.
Sitting here at the wine bar, crying into my frascati. My wife, oops, sorry, my partner, called to say that she's just left me. The barman's very understanding, his caring attitude's a lifeline. 'Cause she wants a trial separation, and she just suggested a lifetime. 'Cause I'm a hard-thinking, barbican-drinking kind of guy. I ain't never oppressed anyone in a dress, or at least I try. You can't have your quiche and eat it. Now that's what she said to me. You're a D-I-C-K-H-E-A-D. I don't drive no 16 ton. I prefer a Metro. Oh, please, please, please forgive me, just for being hetero. I'm trying to handle my maleness. I've even tried hypnosis. But as my therapist says, it's been a good year for neurosis. Now I don't use words like bird, bit of skirt or fluff, although I often think them, not to say them seems enough. When women accuse me of token gestures and patronizing, I say yes, 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 of course, dear. Can I help you with the ironing? 'Cause I'm a non-penetrating, macho-hating kind of guy. When I see the malice in my phallus, I really want to kiss it goodbye. I'm non-regressive, non-possessive, I'm into equality. But now she's gone, who's gonna cook my tea? Wash the dishes and clean the house for free. Yeah, but most of all, who's gonna listen to me?
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Picture this.
And now it's time for the character assassination experience. This week we examine Colin Moynihan.
The main question one has to ask about Colin Moynihan is, why is he sports minister when you just take one look at him and know that at school he was the one that was always completely crap at sport?
Sir, I've got a note from my mother that says I can't play rugby because I've wet my pants.
Remarkably, even in the public school that he went to, Colin Moynihan had the stupidest surname in the whole school.
Now, at the age of 32, Colin Moynihan has the distinction of being the only cabinet minister who still hasn't passed puberty. One sees him on television wearing what seems to be a bar mitzvah suit. In fact, The original reason the authorities wanted to track down Pamela Bordez was on a charge of corrupting a minor.
Miss, I've got a note from my mother that says I can't have sex because I've wet my pants. But I really want to join in.
Well, do you want to do French, Greek, or Turkish?
Is there a computer science option?
Colin is, of course, very keen on the introduction of identity cards. This is mainly because his is the sort of identity which fits very easily on a 3x4-inch piece of plastic. In fact, his identity is a 3x4-inch piece of plastic. Fundamentally, Colin knows sod all about sport.
And now a question for Bill's team. Which... Sorry, just insulting Princess Anne there. Anyway, Polly Boardhead. Oh, really? The crowd getting carried away there. Anyway, what sport is Frank Bruno associated with?
Computing?
No, that isn't actually a sport, so which number do you want from the board?
Number ones, please.
Colin Moynihan's tragedy is really one of miscasting. He would have made such a good minister for train spotting. But as a politician, Colin does have one saving grace. He is remarkably clever in the way in which he can confound questions from even the toughest of political pundits.
So, Mr. Moynihan, what would you say to the recent claims that you're only in the cabinet on a YTS scheme?
I've got a note from my mother that says I can't do this interview because I've wet my pants.
Hello, and welcome to the Agony Aunt Experience. I'm Jo Brand, and I've been scanning the problem pages of newspapers and magazines again, firstly to see if anyone else has the same problems as me as far as relationships are concerned. But apparently nobody else does go sniffing round Broadmoor looking for a boyfriend. And secondly, to offer what I believe is completely unhelpful advice on problems. For example, from Weekend magazine. Dear David, I'm 18 and embarrassed by the bulge my personal parts make in my trunks when I go swimming. I feel the girls will laugh at me. Well, Mr. Big Packet, you have... I suggest you do what all the other boys do when they go swimming and take the rolled-up sock out of your Y-front skirts. And next we have a heart-rending problem for young girls from Jackie. Help. I'm just starting to use makeup. Can you give me some advice on how to use it properly? Well, first of all, I should say I don't believe in makeup being tested on animals because I think it just doesn't suit them, really. And I've always had problems with makeup myself. My first attempts at it resulted in my very close resemblance to the Bride of Frankenstein. So I eventually decided recently to have a makeup lesson. I was actually dealt with by a recently formed fetus called Dawn. Whose first immortal words in makeup speak were, "Do you cleanse and tone?" Which roughly translated, I think, is, "Do you cleanse and tone?" And Dawn's attempt at making me up involved troweling a load of brown gunge and blusher onto my face. To put blusher on, you do actually need to find someone's cheekbones, I believe, and that was a bit of a problem with me. Well, we sent a potholing team down and got them eventually. Result, my new look, a recently deceased alcoholic, from the front page of Embalmers Weekly. After Dawn had actually added the finishing touches, eyeshadow, lipstick, etc., I looked very effective, really, but only for frightening children in the park. As this is one of my leisure activities, I decided to go for that look and ask for a list of the makeup. Well, the price of the makeup was about equal to how much it cost to buy a first division footballer. So I suggested this woman who wrote in, if you're wearing makeup to get a man, don't bother, just buy Gary Lineker. On second thoughts, don't bother, just buy the makeup, I think. Thanks.
Tonight, the Mary Whitehouse Experience examines some of the consequences and ramifications of the controversial government move to ban certain proscribed organisations from receiving publicity on TV and radio. One such subversive organisation is International Rescue. In 1988, Douglas Hurd denounced this group as little more than a front for a sinister paramilitary operation involving rockets, high-tech underground drilling equipment, and personnel so secretive they insist on using other people's hands when filmed in close-up.
In his last interview before the ban took place, Mr. Jeff Tracy, the leader of the organisation, appeared on British TV making such controversial statements as,
"Come in, Penny. We've got a hot one for you."
Despite protests that denying International Rescue the right of reply would lead to Fireflash not being able to land at Heathrow, rockets crashing into the sun and giant alligators running amok, the government claimed their decision to impose the ban was vindicated this week when Virgil was found to have been using Pod 3 of Thunderbird 2 to smuggle blowpipe missiles into South Africa.
Asked whether the Tracys were really the sort of people who would hide M16 rifles down their trousers, Mr. Hurd replied, "Why else do you think they walk like that?" The decision to prevent International Rescue from making public statements was easily achieved. The Home Office simply ordered that all their media interviews were to be done by brains. This effectively imposed a blanket of silence.
The ban now looks set to be extended to cover all international terrorist groups. Critics claim that this will have alarming consequences for certain people.
Good evening, Mr. Bond. Welcome to the headquarters of Spectre.
You'll never get away with this, Blofeld.
On the contrary, Mr. Bond. You see, normally at this point in the film, I would explain my master plan to you in great detail. But I'm not allowed to give our plans any publicity. So I'll just have to shove you straight into the shark pool. Number 2, get me Mr. Hurd. Tell him he has done well.
So, where will it all end? The list of organisations who are banned from public pronouncements now include the RSPCA, IRN and the RSC.
I'm standing outside the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, where Mr. Hamlet has told the audience that he isn't sure whether he wishes to be or not to be, and that is the question, though no one's allowed to ask him it. He is now helping the police with their inquiries concerning a cross-border consignment of slings and arrows. The rest of his speech I didn't understand.
There is no doubt that some innocent groups are suffering. A typing error in Whitehall meant that John Stalker was assigned to investigate whether there was a shoot-to-kill policy by the RAC.
Oh, thank heavens you're here. I think it's the distributor, although it could be that the carburettor's blocked and I'm...
This week has seen the suspiciously enthusiastic commemoration of the centenary of Adolf Hitler's birth. One of the main points that has been made about Hitler's success as a politician is that he was a public speaker who valued style far above content. This is particularly clear in the following previously unbroadcast speech, for which we will be supplying a simultaneous translation.
Ihr alle seid Zeugen und Bürgen dafür.
Two fat ladies, 88. Housey, Housey.
Die aus allen Gauen des Reiches in diesen Stunden einmarschieren.
The NHS is safe in our hands.
Opferbereite und Opfergewillte. Kämpfer.
Hang on, Himmler's blown off everybody.
Die, mein Führer, haben Volksnot und Volksleid.
What's that, Himmler? He who smelt it, dealt it?
Das deutsche Volk aus dieser seiner schwersten Niederlage herauszuführen.
What do you call a dog with no tongue?
Und es leisten schon am heutigen Tage. Sehen Sie in den deutschen Soldaten, die aus allen Gauen des Reiches in diesen Stunden einmarschieren. den Sie Ihnen Opfer bereitet und Opfergedienste, Kämpfer für des ganzen großen deutschen Volkes Einheit, dass jeder weitere Versuch, dieses Volk zu zerreißen, ein vergeblicher sein wird.
Smelly bollocks.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
And the producer said to me, Ronnie, he said to me, Ronnie, as he does quite often, Ronnie. He said to me, Ronnie, stop following my daughter. You know, I digress. Well, I deviate. Well, I do with his daughter, anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Dixon. Mark Thomas.
Hello, everyone. My name's Mark, and what we do here is I'll go around the audience and discuss a topic of the week, and I'll be rushing around getting your views and opinions. With the 10 years coming up, we're celebrating the party of family life. And I thought it'd be quite interesting to talk about sex and the family. Can I just ask the women in the audience, how many actually think that, generally speaking, men make good lovers? Not one. There's a load of couples tonight that's going, why don't you put your hand up? No, the weird thing is because, right, the government actually want the family to take over from the school in teaching their children sex education. The family, it's got to be told from the father to the son, or the mother to the daughter. The father to the son, though, what's he going to... well, you just sort of wiggle it about a bit, really. Sort of find the hairy bit and just wiggle about, you know. For God's sake, my dad thinks the clitoris is a wine-growing region in Italy. You mention the word labia and he goes, no, I won't buy them Russian cars. There's a few chaps sitting around going, what's the matter with that then? It's really weird though, because even the families who actually are competent and know things, they lie to you. You say, Mummy, where do I come from? We found you under a gooseberry bush. Mum, we live in Peckham. If you find a gooseberry bush, it's because someone's burgled home base or the garden centre. You know, all these blokes go around the pub going, here, do you want to buy a gooseberry bush? No, thanks, I'm on the pill, you know. Stuff, you know. But the weirdest thing is at school, they just teach you the diagrams. They never teach you how to enjoy it. It's always what happens biologically. So I was sitting there at the age of 10, I'm looking at a picture of a penis in a vagina and the sperm coming out and getting to the egg and all this kind of stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, how will I know when they're fully out? Eh? Because they're only tiny, you know. They could be wriggling up, they could take their time, stop for a cup of tea. How am I going to know? I could be in there for hours just waiting for them to come out. They might come out already. I'll be just waiting for hours. 10 years later, you just wish you could be in there for hours. It's really, really weird because you find out all these brilliant and exciting things from the diagrams and you run home and you go, Daddy, 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 I've got a prostate gland. Have you? I've got Sonny Boy in a 340 at York. But the weirdest thing is that with the parent power and the moral majority, they're sort of thinking, well, we can't teach children sex. No, we can't. We can't, because it'll only encourage them. I can't speak for the women here, but the blokes, a school playground was just incredible. All these blokes running around going, oi, you done it yet? You done it yet? You still a virgin? I've done it. I've done it loads of times with a music teacher. I've done it. This is at the age of 8. Like, you can go into any maternity ward in the country and all these kids going, and some are wanting their mothers and some are wanting their milk and some are going, here, you done it. It's really weird stuff. How many people here, just shout yes or no, right, we'll shout yes if you had sex before the age of 16, after 3 years. Everyone who had sex before the age of 16, shout yes, okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, right. Does everyone know where they come from, babies? No, there must be people. Can I just ask a couple of people, what were their first sexual experiences like? You know, don't clam up, don't worry. You don't have to give me a blow-by-blow detail on this one. It's okay. Can I just ask you, just say good or bad?
A catastrophe.
A catastrophe. Can I just ask you, just good or bad?
Bad.
Bad. Well, you see, you generally get the feeling that sex wasn't actually brilliant, because I actually think your first sexual experience is a little bit like your first kebab. It is. It's overrated. overrated, it's over quickly, and you'd be better off with a portion of chips. Can I ask, can I just ask people at random here, does anyone think that when we have sex education at school, that we should actually be taught how to enjoy it? Does anyone around here?
Sex therapists.
And what are they going to do?
No. Thinking about school, and the biology teacher said to us, I've been married about 3 months, but sex plays a very minor part in my life. Let's get on with the frogs.
Thanks very much. My name's Mark. Good night.
Picture this.
Now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What did the BBC picket say to Terry Wogan to stop him crossing the picket line? Now, we've collected up all the punchlines on little bits of paper, which I have here in my hand. I'm going to read some of them now, and all the best ones will win a prize. A tin of Cow and Gate baby food. Right. Here we go. What did the BBC picket say to Terry Wogan to stop him crossing the picket line? Terry, your first guest is Salman Rushdie. That's by Hugh Dennis of Punt and Dennis. What did the BBC picket say to Terry Wogan to stop him crossing the picket line? If you stop touching people's knees, more money would be given in wages instead of legal fees. I like that one. It's by Adam Lee, but he got no laughs, so he could eat the tin of baby food. What did the BBC picket say to Terry Wogan to stop him crossing the picket line? I wouldn't bother going in, mate. You're only interviewing Jason Donovan, and we've already kicked his head in. And that's by Tony, who doesn't appear to have a surname. It's probably Donovan. Don't cross the picket line, Terry. Right? That's from Mark Streeton, who hasn't really understood the whole concept of comedy. I think he wrote Law and Disorder, actually. What did the BBC picket say to Terry Wogan to stop him crossing the picket line? If you cross our picket, we'll cut off your blankety blanks. That's by Dave Williams. Yeah, that's a good one. Excuse me, but this underground station is closed. All right, yeah. That's by James Scott, who's apparently also Duke of Monmouth. Right, so he's going to have his title revoked now. In my opinion, the winner was Tony with the assault on Jason Donovan joke, so can we please hear it for Tony, ladies and gentlemen?
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Picture this.
Now it's time for our weekly comedy series, All Cozy at Home in the Family House. Now, you may remember that last week 200 political prisoners were tortured in Chile. 2/3 of the world's population went without food, and fatal holes in the ozone layer grew imperceptibly larger. But for Mr. and Mrs. Cozy and their brood, it's holiday time.
No, these tapes just won't do. Why don't we go away for our holiday this year?
Don't be silly, darling. We never leave the house.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
No, but hey, Father, I think you should take Mother away for a weekend break. We were saying that only the other day, weren't we, sister? Nudge, nudge. Nudge, nudge. Nudge, nudge.
No.
Yes, we were. We want to get you out of the house so we can have a wild drugs party.
What was that?
Oops, I just said, we don't want to get the pile rugs nasty.
Oh, that's all right. I thought you said, we want to have a bile nugs party.
Well, I thought he said, can we have a Giles Slugs crafty?
I'll get it.
Hello.
Hello, Vicar.
I hope you're feeling well.
What was that?
I said, I cope your ceiling's hell.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Well, must be off now, then.
What was that?
I said, you're a fat poof now.
Oh, that's all right, then. For a moment there, I thought you said my wife does it for money. Goodbye. Oh, all right, Mother, I suppose it is roundabout now in the series that we go off for a weekend break to try and enliven our tired old sex life.
Oh, yes, it'll be like a second honeymoon.
why don't we go back to exactly the same place as we went to 25 years ago?
Well, darling, here we are. Shall I turn the light off?
Yes.
Oh, darling, it feels just like it did 25 years ago, doesn't it?
Well, no, actually, it's more sort of wrinkled and floppy than it used to be. Such a shame they had to knock down the hotel and build the M4.
Yes, I wonder how things are getting on back home.
Hello, sister. The party's great. Let's dance.
But supposing we smash that vase?
Oh, all right then.
Oh no, that was Mum and Dad's wedding present to Idi Amin.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Vicar. Come on in.
Oh, thank you. I hope you don't mind. I've brought a guest.
No, of course not.
Good. You know the Winchester chapter of the Hells Angels, don't you?
Well, darling, I suppose we are better off in a trust house fort, eh?
Yes, 57 dead is quite enough for one night.
Yes, what a pile-up. There was no chance of me getting back to sleep after all that.
I don't feel very sleepy either, darling.
Oh, I wonder how things are getting on back home.
Would anyone like some more pomaine?
Oh dear, I hope we can get all this mess cleared up before Mother and Father get home.
What on earth is going on?
Mother, Father, we didn't think you'd be back till late Sunday night.
Clearly. Well, it's damn lucky that we came back early, because our attempt to revive our flagging love life was constantly thwarted by a series of comic mishaps involving uncomprehending room service, sexually noisy people in the room above, and the discovery that our neighbour was staying at the same hotel with his Swedish au pair. None of them funny.
Oh.
Now get this lot out of here. Thank God we've got the place to ourselves again.
Darling, shall we go upstairs and give it just one more go?
All right then, darling. Here we are. Vicar!
That's our hamster!
Uh-oh, how will the vicar get out of this one? Probably with the aid of some KY jelly and a pair of Toms. Tune in and find out next week in All Cosy at Home in the Family House.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You bugger.
Say, kids, what time is it?
It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Whoa! Thank you. Thank you. I'm David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis. Break of the most cynical form of consumer terrorism, the spiking of baby foods. The Mary Whitehouse Experience spoke to one of the people most directly involved with this threat.
Do you not feel that, with hindsight, some safeguards could have been introduced to prevent the present crisis?
John Stapleton talking there to Kenneth Clark. But as you know, putting glass into baby food is only the latest in the 80s wave of consumer terrorist attacks. This decade has also seen insulin in Mars bars, mercury in Jaffa oranges, and cement in McDonald's milkshakes. Most recently, the consumer terrorists have been at work in our price, callously swapping around record sleeves.
So, the next record on the Friday Rock Show is Suck That You Hoity-Toity Bitch by the dreaded Axe Overlord and the Metal Mayhem. And these guys really know how to rock.
What's the matter, you?
Another little-known consumer terrorist endeavour was the smuggling of Coco the Clown onto the assembly line at British Leyland. New car buyers found that no sooner had they driven out of the showroom than the roof and doors flew off, and attempts to then put the car in reverse resulted in a sort of neighing noise and a bucket of whitewash on the head. This car was marketed as the Mini Metro. Even worse was to come when the consumer terrorists spiked bottles of Clearasil with lard.
So, you've used it for 5 days. Is there any improvement?
I am not an animal. I am a human being.
Advertising has been made much more difficult in the face of continued consumer terrorism. Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre have had to change their slogan from
Apples, hazelnuts, bananas, raisins, coconuts, sultanas.
to
Apples, hazelnuts, bananas, smegma, gravel, pins and an old rubber Johnny. And sultanas.
Sales went up 20%. It went on and on. Marks and Spencer's have had to withdraw a new range of Y fronts after it was discovered that the flaps had been viciously sewn up, leading to 6 different cases of spontaneous human combustion in public toilets. The shaken vac woman was never the same after the contents of her personal container were switched to cocaine. She still does all her hoovering with her nose. But to return to baby food and the threat still on the supermarket shelf. What sort of person can really be responsible for endangering the lives of defenceless children? The Mary Whitehouse Experience has been granted an exclusive interview.
Well, what's a few babies? We're not bothered. We just want to make our money and that's that.
A spokesman there for the baby food industry. 1979, when Mrs. Thatcher swept to power, was a time of confusion and despair. It wasn't so much the winter of discontent as the winter of discotheque. The country was being held to ransom by Nalgo, Newpie, and worst of all, the ELO, who threatened a new album every 6 months if their demands weren't met. As copies of Wild West Hero and Diary of Horace Wimp piled up in the streets, Mrs. Thatcher saw her chance. She pledged to crush the power of those outmoded and unpopular institutions of the past, Genesis, Pink Floyd, Barclay James Harvest, who had caused so much misery through the 70s. Now for further reflection on the rock and roll years, skint video.
Tonight, we present 20 golden greats of the Thatcher era. Yes, it's Sing Along a Mags, Volume 10. All the hits, including the biggest hit of all, the Belgrano.
Just one torpedo did it for me. All my troubles lie buried at sea. Although it was sailing away, you fools. Goodbye, Belgrano. Britannia waved the rules.
Remember those smashing times in Toxteth, Handsworth and St Paul's.
Roll out the petrol. We're going to Brixton tonight.
The talk of a very special relationship, nearly torn apart by Irangate. Here's Ronnie.
Hi, it's an American lie. Sent my Ollie with some lolly down to Khamenei. Like Washington, I cannot tell a lie. They looked for the truth up my behind. But Thatcher's tongue was all they could find.
Who could forget this classic from the head of the RUC, John Herman and his Hermits?
Who do you think you are blaming, Mr. Stalker, when you accuse the RUC? We are the boys who would never shoot to kill. We are the boys who get you sacked from the old bill. So who did you think we were framing, Mr. Stalker? Thank the Lord there's no inquiry.
Trouble too, sadly, in that normally happy serial, The Archers.
Oh, Jeffrey, Jeffrey, give me your answer due. Will you pay me? It's only $2,000 to you. You came first among equals, but you can't afford a sequel. When they made you the vice chairman, they didn't mean literally.
While the miners became the enemy within, the overtime earned by PC-85 made him a laughing policeman.
Oh, I am a highway policeman. I roam both far and wide. I look into the backs of cars for pickets inside. But up and down the country, the miners' path was squelched. They said, what about democracy? And this is what we built.
Yes, it's Sing Along Mags, Volume 10. Available, of course, in 7-inch, 12-inch and Cecil Parkinson sizes. And it's all yours for less than it costs to buy a cemetery from Westminster Council. We leave you with this message from Douglas Hurd to the dockers, the transport workers and protesters everywhere.
It's not a long way to a police state. It's not a long way to go. We got away with it at Augrey, so we should bleeding well know. Goodbye, civil liberties, 'cause you can't march over there. It's not a long, long way to a police state. In fact, we're already there. Get off me, panda. We're already there.
Now, Police 5 would like you to take a close look at this pair of Y-front-style Y-fronts. You may notice they have a slight tear on the left hip. If you think you can mend them, phone Police 5 right now, and I'd hate to have to throw them away.
It's tough on the inside.
It's all right. It's a bit hot.
What are you in for then?
Clothes.
What? Nicking them?
Washing them.
What are you doing that for?
Because this is a laundrette.
Sod it. I've been here 7 years.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Picture this.
And it came to pass that there was a mighty flood, and all the world was destroyed. For 40 days and 40 nights it rained, until the floodwater rose, and all living things on the earth had perished. Only Noah and his family had been saved. And today, on board the Ark, Mrs. Thatcher was there to meet the survivors. This gallant pair of giraffes, this plucky pair of penguins, and she shook paws with this lucky pair of badgers. Sadly, there was only one unicorn. The other one had been kept behind by newspaper photographers.
AD 79. The citizens of Pompeii were going about their everyday business when suddenly Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying the town totally, burying it in ash and cinders. Mrs. Thatcher was there to talk to the survivors, while Augustus Caesar told reporters, "Nil nostra bullshitia." Let us not prejudice the inquiry.
1666, Samuel Pepys records in his diary, "The great fire that broke out hath laid waste half of London, but Mistress Thatcher was there to meet the survivors."
1989. Mrs. Thatcher celebrates 10 years in office. This time, there are no survivors.
Good evening and welcome to the Agony Aunt Experience. I'm Jo Brand and I'm obviously the right person to give advice because I've never had a successful relationship in my life. I drink too much, I eat all the wrong things, and my idea of exercise is sitting up in bed to have a fag. I've decided to include a couple of problems from men this week because men do have problems as well, you know. Well, they do if I have anything to do with it. And my first problem comes from a 16-year-old boy who wrote into Just 17. Dear Just 17, I'm into heavy metal. Recently I decided to do something with my hair. Wash it, maybe. But no, after some thought, he says, I had a skinhead. I assume this means he had a skinhead haircut. I'll wait for you. He then says, when I went to school, I was automatically suspended. How can I speed up the growth of my hair? Well, first of all, even an old trout like me knows that if you're into heavy metal, you have to be pretty bloody stupid to have a skinhead haircut. And I must express some surprise that as a heavy metal fan, you haven't been suspended from school already, because there's very little point in educating you, really, isn't there? Also, if you're going to go to heavy metal concerts looking like a skinhead, I'm surprised you haven't been hung by your testicles from the lighting rig at Castle Donington. And the next problem is a young man who wrote into Cosmo. Yum. A Cosmo man, intelligent, sensitive, caring. What a boring old bastard he must be. But I shouldn't be rude about him. He's probably incredibly right on. His car isn't penis-shaped. Unfortunately, neither is his penis. But somehow I just don't think the following letter portrays a sensitive man. Dear Cosmopolitan, romance is dead. I left my wife and kids for another woman about a year ago. At first, our relationship, including sex, was fantastic. But after a few months, all she did all the time was complain. So we split up. I hate women now. Why does the excitement always die so fast? Well, I hate to confess that I do actually know this man because, of course, I used to go out with him. In fact, he didn't leave his wife and kids, she chucked him out. And after about half an hour of dating him, I could see why. There's something about a man whose main topic of conversation is tubular scaffolding, which tells you that the relationship isn't going to be successful. And the next problem illustrates another sort of man that we all love, written to Woman magazine, from a woman. Dear Virginia, I've been married 20 years, and 3 months ago I found out that not only was my husband going to prostitutes, he was managing them as well. At first I was besieged by horror, but now I accept it, and I just want to say to other wives and women, life goes on. Well, thanks very much for the advice, Mrs. Ronald Ferguson. Good job there aren't more women like this around, or I think I'd have a big job on my hands going round punching them all. Thank you very much. Good night.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
With me here tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome Mr. Herbert Duckett, who has compiled a complete dictionary and phrasebook of the unique language used in tabloid newspapers. Using this invaluable volume, we would like to quote a few examples for you tonight. Phew! What a scorcher! What nice weather we had yesterday.
Once again, Marvellous Maggie was globetrotting and showing the other world leaders the marvellous stateswoman she really is.
Thatcher is in deep shit at home.
The horror of this tragedy speaks for itself.
So here's 10,000 words and 12 pages of gory photographs just to help out.
My Battle Against the Bottle by TV's Mr. Sadness.
There is no news.
TV star.
Anyone who's been on TV.
Top TV star.
Anyone who's been on TV more than once.
Love nest.
Home shared by unmarried couple.
Love child.
Child born to unmarried couple.
Tug of love child.
Child of couple who have split up.
Love match.
Couple of whom one or both are tennis players.
Love all.
Headline of story involving above.
Love all, tug of love, love nest, love child in love match.
Some old bollocks or other we nicked out of a local paper anyway.
An exclusive, in-depth sex survey.
Soft porn disguised as research.
A revealing insight into the attitudes of 80s teenagers.
Soft porn disguised as research.
An exclusive preview of this summer's hottest beachwear.
Soft porn disguised as soft porn.
Princess Diana looked radiant as she stunned waiting admirers at last night's big premiere.
Princess Diana got out of a car wearing some clothes and walked into a building.
Licensed to thrill.
Caption to photo of any girl from James Bond film.
Dressed to thrill.
Caption to photo of any girl not from James Bond film, except in the case of
dressed to thrill.
Caption to photo of girl wearing lingerie. If girl is wearing lingerie and has been in James Bond film, tabloid journalist has problem. He may either plump for
dressed and licensed to thrill and frill.
Or simply,
oh, I caught that. The stuffy old BBC have again been squandering licence payers' money.
The proprietor of this newspaper owns Sky Television.
20 years ago, Great Britain was a place where rosy-cheeked children could play hopscotch on the streets, and where the cheery whistle of the milkman would greet the happy housewife as she listened to the home service and looked out of her kitchen window not yet blighted by planners and architects. The stoat, the badger, and the merry field mouse would gamble playfully in the plentiful fields of this sceptred isle.
The Daily Mail at its most political.
Picture this. Picture this.
Now is a part of the show where me and the studio audience, we get to kick around a topical issue. As the issue, I thought, what with Kylie Minogue being at number one for the second time, I thought we'd discuss the influence on society of drugs. Should certain drugs be legalised? Has anybody in the audience had any bad experiences with drugs? And do we, as a generation, take more drugs than 7 to 10-year-olds? So, I'm going to come down amongst you now, and the first question I want to ask, which of us here has never or doesn't smoke or otherwise imbibe any form of drugs? Jesus, this is Woodstock. All right, which of us here isn't attending a methadone clinic? So in that case, you all do drugs. You, sir, what drugs do you do? Well, Mogadon, clearly. What drugs do you do?
Work.
Work. Hey, I know where you're coming from. Funny farm, probably. Do you take drugs?
No.
No, you don't. All right.
I don't.
You do. Hello. I wouldn't have guessed. I'm coming over to you, man. Who said that? I could have guessed. Okay. What sort of drugs do you take? Jiff. Bulge.
I don't care. Really.
You don't care. Well, you should do, because they erode your sense of humour. Why do you do it? What do you get from it? I think you're rolling a joint now. This is absolutely true. He's rolling a joint now. Has anybody here, apart from him, had any bad experiences on drugs? You think it's a police raid, don't you? That's all right. And all right. If you're not going to go to that line of questioning, I'll go to the other line of questioning, which is, why don't people take drugs? Anybody here got anything against drugs, or any reasons why they don't take drugs? You, sir. What are you? We come from planet Earth. Are you friendly? An argument that's often used in the debate against legalising drugs is that people under the influence of drugs commit horrible crimes, like writing "Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man." And what would you, sir, say to that sort of argument?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you take the odd puff?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Often?
No, not very often. No.
Oh, good. I was about to make a citizen's arrest, but why do you do it? What sort of situations is it when you do it?
When you go to a party, have a good time, innit?
You go to a good time and you have a good party. I didn't ask you to do a Stavros impression, but you did one there. Has anybody here tried anything harder ever? Oh, God, Jack Nicholson. Goddamn Jack Nicholson over there has taken something harder this very afternoon, OK? Shout up into the mic. Actually, what's your name? Neil. Sarge, cop that. OK, over. No, what is the hardest drug that you've taken? It doesn't have to be today. Tea.
I don't go any harder than that.
You don't go any harder than that. It's just the sugar, you use little bits of cocaine. That's okay. Right, well, this has been an interesting record of the thoughts and feelings about drugs of a random cross-section of acid casualties. My name's Rob Newman. Thank you very much.
This is a 44 Magnum.
Now, as you must know by now, this week has seen the 10th anniversary of the ascension to power of Margaret Thatcher. Tonight, the Mary Whitehouse Experience looks at those we have lost, the casualties of the Thatcher decade. We spoke to social commentator Martin Nevin.
Well, for me, what I think has definitely vanished since the late 70s are those high-waisters with Dutch pockets.
And you think this is a direct reflection of Thatcherite policy?
Oh, definitely. I mean, all the people she's chosen for her cabinet are people like Geoffrey Howe and Douglas Hurd, who simply would not look good in high-waisters. Whereas she never ever chooses someone like, say, Richard O'Sullivan or Noddy Holder.
Unemployment, as we all know, has been a major problem. Many people's careers went under with the advent of Mrs. Thatcher. One of them was Mike Yarwood.
Well, I've tried to do Margaret Thatcher, and now I think I've got it. The NHS is safe in my hands. Mary. And I also do some of the younger impressions too. When will I be famous? And lastly, to really bring my impressions up to date, here's Norman Tebbit. Get off your bike and look for work. Betty.
Another public figure who seems to have disappeared is Basil Brush. We spoke to someone who preferred to be known only as Mr. Ron. This is the voice of the Mr. Ron.
Yeah, well, then it was Mr. Roy, of course. Last time I saw Mr. Brush, old Baz, he must have been down on his uppers. He was at the greyhound racing at White City. He'd got a job replacing the stuffed bunny that goes round on the electric rail.
The advent of a healthier lifestyle and the strictures of Edwina Currie have led to casualties in the British diet. In the 70s, it was quite common to come home to a meal consisting entirely of Bazooka Joe bubblegum, space dust and curly whirlies. But there is hope.
Some stars have made the transition from the 70s to the 80s successfully, or at least partly successfully.
Well, babe, all right, babe. Gonna have to make a decision now, babe, whether you want to marry me. Now that you've been my mother, babe, okay, babe. Gonna have to make that decision very quickly, babe. 5 seconds run around now.
Right, now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, our audience here at the Woolwich Tramshed were asked to come up with a punchline for this joke. What was the last thing Craig of Bros said to Matt and Luke as he left the band? Now, we've collected the punchlines up on little bits of paper, which I have in my hand. I'm going to read some of them now, and the best one will win a prize, a rooftop apartment at Risley Jail. Right, here we go. What was the last thing Craig of Bros said to Matt and Luke as he left the band? I can't go on, not without Harry Corbett anyway. Warm your hand up next time, Harry. That's from Moshe, who's a dyslexic who seems to think that Craig of Bros is spelled S-O-O-T-Y, as far as I can make out. What was the last thing Craig of Bros said to Matt and Luke as he left the band? Sorry, lads, but I've started puberty, so it's time to go, so I'm going to do a single with Jason and Kylie. It's all right, Graham Mortimer. Bit crap, but all right. Well, I suppose the next time you hear of me, I'll be on a Mary Whitehouse Experience punchline competition. That's from Kev the Gerbil, who's just a bit of a tosser, really. Good. Well, what was the last thing Craig of Bros said to Matt and Luke as he left the band? Well, if Michael Jackson can do it, so can I. Yes, that's from Bertie Montague Leon, whose name is just much funnier than his joke, really. OK, guys, let's put the cat amongst the pigeons. Just push off. I want a silent night because I want to dream, when will I be famous? And all that effort is from Ros Manning, Bentley B and Heather and Paula. All those brains, and it was complete rubbish. Never mind. Someone's just written, I fell asleep. They did, because they haven't written their name or anything. Good. What else have we got? Got to leave. I've got a job as a bouncer in Mothercare. And that's from Bertie Montague Leon again, all right? Trying his hand for a second time. I've got a bit of a mess here. What was the last thing Craig of Bros said to Matt and Luke as he left the band? Where's the pickled egg? Right. From Charles Bart, who's just obviously on drugs, despite the fact that he didn't mention it earlier on. If you want me, look in the yellow pages under shit bassist. And that's from Steve Punt, so he's off to Risley Jail. What was the last thing Craig of Bros said? We'll have to split the Brossettes between us. And that's from Anne Anonymous. Oh, very good, yeah. Great. I've gone to join Doctor and the Medics. That's quite clever, that is, which he does, because he's always ill. Oh, never mind. OK. I liked it. What was the last thing Craig of Bros said to Matt and Luke as he left the band? I owe you nothing, but you owe me millions. No, that's the main man. The main man. Now the rubbish man, I should think. Good. Now we're back to Harry Corbett, so that's it. So, really, Steve won, which is a bit of a shame, but a big round of applause to Steve, ladies and gentlemen.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Picture this.
In the last week, we have seen more outrageous claims by a prominent clergyman about the reality of the New Testament. Tonight, I'll be speaking to the Bishop of Stortford. Bishop.
Yes, well, I do honestly believe that Jesus Christ was actually God's son.
Now, you've said some other very strange things for a man in your position.
What position?
Well, as an apparently sane member of society, I understand that you maintain that after Jesus was publicly crucified and had been dead for 3 days, he actually, not symbolically, but actually flew up into the sky and then came back down again on the road to Damascus. I mean, come on.
Well, James Bond did it in Thunderball.
Yes, but he wasn't dead. And he had a turbo rocket attached to his back. And all this stuff about the feeding of the 5,000. I mean, who did the washing up for him? Nanette Newman? And the water into wine. Jesus was a member of the Magic Circle, was he?
But you see, I do insist that we must take the Bible literally. I mean, when, for example, Jesus tells Peter that he wishes him to be a fisher of men, I think he means that he actually does want Peter to get hold of a very large rod and reel in anyone who happens to be taking a dip in the Dead Sea. Similarly, the phrase, this bread is my body. I think that means that Jesus could easily have been mistaken for a loaf of mighty white.
Now, just taking you up on that, you believe that the wafer bread of communion is in fact an actual piece of the Lord's body?
Yes, that's right.
But 8 million Catholics take communion every day.
Yes, well, one has to deduce from this that the historical Jesus was an extremely fat man, and what with his long hair, must have looked a little bit like giant haystacks.
I'm a big daddy man myself.
Easy. Did you know his real name is Shirley? Bit of a rub name, Shirley Big Daddy.
Now, what would you say? What would you say to the Archbishop of Durham, who says that you are a heretic who seems to want to denigrate the majestic symbolism of the myth of Jesus into a sort of historical anecdote?
I'd say, as I've said to him before, you're going home in a Durham ambulance.
Now, just to put all this in context, Bishop, I should point out that as well as your views on Jesus, you do also believe that the rightful ruler of Saudi Arabia is in fact a jar of anchovy paste in your Aunt Zelda's pantry, that running up and down Kilburn High Road shouting bargain buckets marks an important contribution to world peace, and that Morris Minor's Marvellous Motors is funny.
That's right, and that the next Olympics will be held in my trousers.
The Bishop of Stortford, thank you very much. Next week on Face to Faith, I shall be speaking to a representative of the Jehovah's Witnesses and asking him to piss off.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skint Video. The producer was Bill Dare. Thank you very much. Now, you may know that Margaret Thatcher is very against the latest EEC directive that all cigarette packets should carry the notice, smoking causes cancer. She prefers her own personal suggestion, which is, smoke this if your name's Ted Heath. My name's David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis. This week, hundreds of thousands of Chinese students took to the streets, chanting, shouting and embarrassing the authorities. It was Peking University Rag Week.
We have here a copy of the Chinese students' rag mag and a small selection of jokes from it,
including, why did the chicken cross the road? To escape the revisionist policies of the discredited ruling elite who have compromised the revolution.
Did you hear about the Tibetan tap dancer? He demanded regional autonomy from central party control and then fell in the sink.
Why did the apple turn over? Because the police fired a water cannon at it.
And knock knock,
who's there?
Mao.
Mao who?
I don't know, he's not in this new history book.
Here in Britain, the surprise of the week was the government winning their High Court case over the poll tax leaflet. It is so unheard of for a High Court judge to rule in favour of the government that we felt the case should be examined more closely.
Greenwich Council took out their injunction to stop the leaflet on a complex legal technicality, namely that the poll tax was crap.
The government's case rested on a similar legal technicality, namely that rich people with big houses are going to be much better off. Unfortunately for them, their case was put by John Gummer, who is actually Kenneth Baker without the charisma. John Gummer used to be called John Selwyn Gummer, but he dropped the Selwyn because it's quite an interesting name. In the wardrobe of politics, John Gummer is the millet's anorak, with Supertramp on the back.
In the next few weeks, no adult in the country will be able to escape receiving one of these in the post. A letter telling you you've won the Reader's Digest prize draw. Also, you'll be getting one of these, the registration form for paying the tax. If you haven't got one yet, it goes like this. 1.
Name.
2.
Address.
3.
No, come on, your real address. 4. Now your real name. 5. If you've just written Mr. Rushdie, then 2 million other people have already done the same joke. 6. What is your annual income? This makes no difference to how much you pay, we're just nosy.
If you fail to register for poll tax, penalties are severe. You can be fined, taken to court, or as the final deterrent, John Gummer will come round and smile at you.
Being a tax on people rather than on property, a large number of occupants dwelling in one place will mean severe problems.
Yes.
Excuse me, are you a Miss Snow White?
Yes.
You don't sound like her. Still, if you're her, you're over 18, so you're okay. I'm from the local council. Could I have a word with Mr. Grumpy or Mr. Sneezy?
They've moved.
What was that?
That's Bashful. He's got a cold.
Oh, so he's still here then, is he?
No, he's moved out too, but before he went, he gave me a tape he made of him sneezing. And I play it all the time to remind me of him.
So you're Snow White and the no dwarves. Look, I'm getting a bit fed up with this. I've just been talking to the one little pig, Goldilocks and the two bears, one of which was dressed as a monk. All 101 Dalmatians are claiming to be under 18, and the old woman who lives in a shoe has bought 3 gross of condoms. I mean, why is it you people are so scared off by the community song? Charge.
Everyone will be trying whatever dodges they can. Sigmund Freud tried to get away with just registering his ego and claiming his alter ego had left home and his id had become a monk. And there is one final person who the Prime Minister is determined to stop dodging.
Mr. God?
Yeah?
I've got a court summons for fraud for you. You filled this form in as God, but we have a clear record of a Father, Son and a Holy Ghost living here.
Who dares to tell the Almighty Creator what to do?
Mrs. Thatcher.
I better pay up then.
Picture this.
Tonight on the Mary Whitehouse Experience, we look at some of the lost arts and crafts of Great Britain and the attempts of people to revive them. Last week we looked at Mr. and Mrs. Toilet of Plymouth and their endeavours to make coracle boats out of wattle and daub. This week we look at the ever-growing number of people all over the country who are trying to revive the forgotten art of going on strike.
OK, here we go then. What do we... Nah, I can't remember it.
I think it's want.
Oh, yeah. All together now. What do we want? Now. When do we want it?
12%.
Maggie!
Thatcher! One reason for the demise of striking is that the strikers used a vocabulary which has now completely changed its meaning. Words such as solidarity, which as everyone knows is now the Polish word for poster, the bosses, which of course is now the plural of Bruce Springsteen, and differentials, which nowadays is only used as an innuendo by the two Ronnies.
Bad news for the striking chemical plant workers who down tools over a huge vat of sulfuric acid. It's eroded their differentials.
Good. The disparity between the language of the media and that of the striker has always been a problem, going right back to the Jarrow marches.
So, tell me, why are you marching to London?
Well, I don't know.
I see you have no shoes on. Is that a symbolic gesture?
Why, I can't. What a vision.
You've swallowed them.
We joined a workshop in Boreham Wood where young people are being taught some of the old-fashioned striking skills. OK, right, today we're going to look at interview technique. The first thing to know is that you should have a pair of ginger sideburns, a pair of flared nylon trousers from British Home Stores, and an expression on your face that implies you suspect the interviewer of sleeping with your wife. Basically, be far less camera literate than the chairman of the board who will be interviewed indoors wearing a suit and nodding reasonably. OK, so, Giles, you be the shop steward, I'll be the interviewer. Fine. So, Mr. Brown, what would you say to the claim that the industrial unrest here is not just about pay, but is in fact a political strike?
Well, I'd say that the notion that a strike can in any way be divorced from its political context is ideologically misplaced. Striking is by its very nature a political act, and the use of the word political as some sort of pejorative is therefore absurd.
Giles, I think you've forgotten everything I've taught you.
Sorry, Stan, of course.
Well, I've given our boot. That 15% is 15%, and that scab down your know. I've got a wife and bench to think about, and we're tough, and we're that hard. And Maggie Thatcher and the Tory scum, they don't know what life's like when you're trying to scrape by on £750,000 a week.
From the makers of the Greenhouse Effect, Toxic Waste 3, and Confessions of a Teenage Aerosol User, comes a film so terrifying not even Sting can save you now. 40 million years in the making. Yes, It's the day the earth fought back.
I remember the day quite clearly. I just got the milk. That's mine, said a cow seeming broody. Suddenly a tough gang of seals barged down the street, carrying clubs and looking mean and moody. All the foxes were out hunting the aristocracy. They joined forces with the hound pack. And all the whales were toting harpoons, and they began to laugh the day the earth fought back. Well, some pistol-asking ski-birds hijacked an oil tanker and crashed it into Exxon's HQ. Meanwhile, a rogue hedgehog driver was running over people in his brand new BMW. All the rainforest animals went for a Big Mac, and as they burned it down, they said, "Do you want fries with that?" All the minks were busy setting people traps the day the earth fought back. Well, the cops arranged a human fight. How's that for free range? And the bull winked at the matador and said, "It's your balls I'll be eating for a change." And now on user 10, a giant panda is saying Homo sapiens is an endangered species. But luckily the two that they've got in London Zoo should learn to breed in captivity. The Human Liberation Front raid laboratories, claiming mice are injecting men with smack. Oh, it's like a B-movie with a badly dubbed soundtrack. The day the earth fought back. All the grouse are grinning, shouting, "Tally-ho, you chaps." The day the earth fought back. The day the earth fought back. The day the earth fought back.
Now, this weekend, Leeds play Millwall. Last time the two teams met, 3 Millwall fans were hospitalised after crowd trouble. This time, there will be a heavy police presence in the ground. So the plan is we meet them at Euston and kick the living shit out of them.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
You know, I'm not a physical man. I saw a great movie recently called Cry Freedom. Yeah, and it was about the death and imprisonment of a great man, known to millions simply by one word. His surname. Bilko.
I wasn't even a cock we're talking about. What are we doing here? So you suggested a job napalm on a South-Vietnamese. All right, Pender Paparelli told me, gather around, and I got a terrible problem here. I think somebody should have told me about it sooner. I think I'm turning into Top Cat. Okay, Dibble, don't do this.
You know, I think I sound like Choo Choo. Hi, TC.
Thank you very much. I'm Rob Newman. Please welcome Mark Thomas.
Hello, everyone. My name's Mark Thomas. I come amongst the audience and solicit views from you about a certain topic which I'll pick out each week. This week, I decided to talk about a little bit of justice. So, first of all, can I just ask, have we got any students in? It normally takes a second or two for the question to get through. Oh, one bloke putting his hand up. That's good for radio, isn't it? You have to shout out. You don't happen by any chance to go to London School of Economics? No. Oh, you had to think of it. Where do I go? I don't know, man. Where do I go? No, the reason the LSE are keeping pretty quiet at the moment, actually. It's not surprising because I couldn't believe what they did, electing Winston Silcott as honorary president. I could not. Don't they understand that by electing Silcott as honorary president, they have completely ruined Winston Silcott's street credibility? He's inside, and they're going, "What are you going to do when you get out?" "Oh, I'll probably go on an interrail." "Come on, we're going to a club." "No, I've got to collect for Rag Week." And the thing is, you see, it's ironic because now with the students and the prisons, there is a link there. Because now with the university cuts coming in, prison's one of the only places you can actually get an education. One of the few places left. Look at the people who've gone there, like John McVicker, Jimmy Boyle, they've gone in, they've done degrees in sociology. That's brilliant. Obviously, you've got to draw the line about people doing courses and degrees and stuff like that. If Ian Brady wanted to do a course in landscape gardening, you'd have to say no. But, no, the point I'm making is people have actually gone in there. Some people have gone in there and they've been real notorious hardened criminals. They've done these lovely little self-discovery things. They've found out about things. They've educated themselves. And they've come out and they've been caring, creative people in this community. I reckon we should send the cabinet in for 9 years. It is weird, though, because all the things happening in prison now, like, you're not allowed, they won't issue condoms or clean needles to prisoners. That's crazy. We're going to have it in court. You're going to have, Mr. Kipling, we find you guilty of concealing prophylactics in your marzipan surprise. Do you have anything to say? Well, I do smuggle exceedingly good mates. One of the things that has amazed me is that they actually want to privatise the prisons, though. And I can't understand that at all. You're putting people in these prisons, they're working like mad on these puny little jobs, getting paid a pittance, and they want to privatise them. McDonald's beat you to it, man. They beat you. McDonald's is the biggest open prison since Barlini's special unit. The only difference is that instead of slopping out, they serve it up. It is weird stuff. You've got to have people going, have you done birds? Yeah, I've done birds. 6 years, Wimpy, Camberwell, that's what I've done birds. OK, we're going to come and get some views now. What I want to do is, first of all, we'll solicit how many people have actually, how many people think that they should issue condoms and clean needles in prisons? Yeah. Yes. All those say no, say no. No, we had a couple of no's over there. OK, that's interesting. The rest are kind of like, what's a condom? OK, why don't you think that they should issue prisoners with clean needles and contraceptives?
They're scumbags, aren't they?
They're scumbags. OK, that's fine. That's fine. That's a nice liberal attitude there. Well, I didn't pay... Oh, hang on, we had one there.
What I was asking the lady was, who does she think are scumbags? The people who weren't issued the condoms or the prisoners?
So do you think that they should be issued then?
Yeah, I mean, sex between guys in prisons goes on, drug taking goes on.
Exactly, there we are. Well, that was quite interesting, wasn't it? How many people here generally think that prison is effective? It's an effective thing?
Yeah, what's that? Be more specific.
Oh, blimey. It's the Open University. I've done a degree in penal reform. Let's have a little more specific. Come on, we'll start with you.
Well, what do you think it's good at?
Pardon?
I think it's good at turning out people who are really pissed off and they come out and they are just generally pissed off with the rest of society. That's what it's good at turning out. I mean, there's a lot of money to spend pissing off people when they've got a Tory government doing it for free.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
In the week that the Labour Party policy on nuclear weapons has changed unalterably, we'd like to examine the real reasons why the British people think we have to have nuclear weapons.
The Sun says 10 things that will happen if we don't have nuclear weapons. Number 1, all other countries will think we're puffs. And number 2, Maria Whittaker has big tits.
The affront on British masculinity takes us to the heart of the debate. The British public has always been terrified of the following scenario.
Hello, Prime Minister Kinnock here.
Ah, would that be British Prime Minister Neil? No missiles except of my bottom, Kinnock? President Mitterrand here, taking a break between birds and lager to remind you to put on your big girl's blouse. And don't forget, you're playing lacrosse next week, probably. United Kingdom, United Queendom, more like. Goodbye.
From there, things could only get worse. At the UN, British Foreign Secretary Gerald Kaufman would be prevented from speaking as the rest of the world community join in a concerted chant of "in the Navy." The German alternative cabaret circuit would be rife with jibes at Britain's masculinity.
And then there is a famous one about the woman who said to Winston Churchill, "Sir, if you were my wife, I'd put poison in your tea." And Churchill said, "Madam, if you were my wife, I'd wait till you went out and put all your dresses on." A big laugh. comes round the corner, and then there is the other one when a woman says to Winston, "Sir, you are drunk," and Churchill says, "Madam, you are ugly," but then I find all women ugly. I have other jokes.
But apart from the attack on our masculinity, there is another grave anxiety about disarmament. Many believe that no sooner has Polaris been decommissioned than Johnny Russian will be driving down Plymouth High Street in his Larder tank, firing at anyone wearing a primary colour. In the event of a nuclear attack, there is no doubt that the Labour Party would respond swiftly.
A quick deal, quick! Sound the 4-minute warning!
Now, come on, Ray, you know we don't have a 4-minute warning. We have a branch party amendment motion at conference and then verification by the National Executive. Warning. Takes about 4 months.
Oh, God, I'm just going to press the button. What's going on? What's happening to our missile?
Well, it's gone off to the right a bit. Now it's back left. Now it's trying to get back into the centre. Oh, no. Right a bit. Fire! Oh, I knew we shouldn't have had Bernie the Bolt at Missile Command.
Well, I've approved of that sketch in many ways, because we hear a lot of talk about the loony left and not just... no, what is it? I don't think the loony left, I don't think it exists, I don't. I mean, after all, if it is loony to want to stop the pigeon, then I'm afraid I am a loony myself, because I think it's imperative we must, whether we have to nab him, grab him, stab him, lap him, stop that pigeon now.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Welcome to the Agony Aunt Experience. I'm Jo Brand, and before I was a comic, I was actually a psychiatric nurse, so I think I'm fairly well qualified to talk about people's problems. The first letter I want to read is from Just 17, my favourite. Dear Just 17, I suffer badly from PMT and argue with my boyfriend when I've got it. I'm worried it'll split us up. Well, there are a lot of doubting Thomases around who don't actually believe in premenstrual tension. And one of my favourites, who has done as much for the feminist cause as the lead singer of the Pogues has done for French kissing, is good old Judge Pickles. Any woman who ends up in court in front of Judge Pickles charged with shoplifting, who puts forward PMT as a mitigating factor, will be in big trouble, really, because from a woman's point of view, Judge Pickles is a complete bastard. And you'd be lucky, really, if you didn't get sent to prison just for having a period in the first place. Thank you. But actually, I think we should be thankful that Judge Pickles is a rare bird and that mostly the legal profession accepts that PMT exists. I don't actually get PMT myself, but if I fancy a spot of shoplifting or GBH, I can normally get away with a few hours of community service. Straight on to Weekend magazine again. Dear David, I have a middle-aged unmarried sister, and she's recently started saying she's been talking to Elvis Presley. Should I do anything about it? Well, advise her to talk to someone a little less rancid, I think, probably. This talentless old lump of lard turns up everywhere, doesn't he? If he's not in the supermarket, in the newsagent, or goose-stepping round Germany with a pair of breasts attached to him, he's talking to people who read Weekend magazine. What appalling taste old Elvis must have. And next, a letter from a man who wrote to Weekend magazine again. This is absolutely genuine, all these letters are, and this is actually one of the best letters I think I've ever read. Dear David, I was very annoyed by your answer in which you told a woman from Grimsby she was suffering from vaginal thrush. Grimsby is a respectable town. And we most certainly do not have venereal diseases here. I'd like to point out, actually, that this is completely wrong. I was in Grimsby a couple of weeks ago. And I don't think I need to say any more than that, really, do I? Goodbye.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Right, now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience are asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What did the tube nutter say to the guardian angel? Now, I've collected up all the answers, which I have here in my hand. I'm going to read them out, and all the best ones will win a prize, a life membership of the SDP. So, here we go then. What did the tube nutter say to the guardian angel? Can I borrow your beret? I fancy a crap. That would have been funny if I hadn't knocked the microphone out of the way. What did the tube nutter say to the guardian angel? How would you like to be a real angel? Yeah, that's from Stuart Cook. Sounds like he is a tube nutter. He's over there somewhere in a tartan zip-up jacket and a bobble hat. What did the tube nutter say to the guardian angel? Tickets, please. Nick Rosser, who's not a tosser. Bloody fares are high enough without bobber job as well. If I was going to get that's from Patrick McGowan, who I think was in The Prisoner. Obviously down on his luck. What did the tube nutter say to the guardian angel? Hey, low. Well, that's from Anne Tapsfield. It's a bit twee and not very funny. Good. Aren't you Frank Spencer? Yeah. Before you clap, I should tell you that that's by me, so don't clap. What did the tube nutter say to the guardian angel? This is a good one. Ich habe Hunger, Hunger, Hunger. Ich habe Durstig, Durstig, Durstig. Repeat to fade, it says here. That's from the David Malian Appreciation Society, Blackheath High School for Young Ladies, apparently. Good. Want to share a Kit Kat? No, it's all getting rubbish now. The standard's going down fast. Hello, guardian angel, and that's from Anon Event. All right? No, it's all got rubbish. The lights come on. That means it's the end. Oh, what was the best one? I thought the Patrick McGowan one was pretty good. The prize goes to Roy Anderson. Big round of applause for Roy Anderson, ladies and gentlemen.
And now it's time to sit down on the comfortable Laura Ashley sofa with all the family at number 19 Felicity Kendall Avenue. Yes, it's our comedy series, all cozy at home in the family house.
Hello, darling, I'm home.
Yes, darling, I do wish you wouldn't shout that as soon as you wake up.
Sorry, darling. Anyway, I'll just take the goblin teas made off. Thanks, Helga. I'll have the tea later.
Dear BBC, I feel I must complain in the strongest possible terms about the last joke. I worked for the Goblin's Teas Made Company for 35 years, and in all that time, it never occurred to me or any of my colleagues that the name of our prestigious company was also slang for fellatio. This is of particular chagrin to me, as I fought long and hard to get the original name of the product changed from the blowjob teas made. Yes. Yours sincerely, Mr. Givehead.
Right, daughter. What's on the telly?
It's our favourite, Terry and June.
Hurrah!
Oh, June.
Terry.
So, tune in next week for more fun and frolics from Terry and June.
That was brilliant!
You may like to know that Terry and June has been nominated for the Golden Rose of Montreux Award.
Daughter, will you get that?
Oh, all right. Oh, thanks, Helga. Can I have a cup of tea now?
Dear BBC, I feel I must complain in the strongest possible terms about what seems to have been yet another smutty association between oral sex and tea. An association which up till then had never occurred to me. Subsequently, however, I have singed my foreskin. Yours sincerely, the Right Honourable Norman, singed my foreskin. P.S. 2 Ronnie-style jokes about women's breasts are fine by me, but I will not tolerate so-called jokes where women are shown having active roles in sex, or where the joke is about the male organ.
Hello.
Hello, Terry Scott here, film and TV personality.
Oh, welcome, Mr. Scott. You're my hero. And look, we're wearing the same pyjamas.
Yes, get out of them.
Oh. Sorry, Mr. Scott, I couldn't restrain myself. So, what brings you here?
Well, obviously, I've come to pick up my golden rose. Eh? I think Mr. Scott must think that this is Montreux.
Oh, well, we'll just have to do everything to try and make out that this is Montreux. And now we come to the category of best show on telly in the whole world ever. Son, do the music. And the nominations are as follows. Terry and June. And the winner is Terry and June. Hooray! Terry and June, everyone. Terry and June.
Hooray! Thank you very much. Well, where's my golden rose, then? Here it is. That's a goblin teasmade.
Is it? Oh, well, never mind.
Cheerio.
Phew, I don't think he twigged. We certainly pulled the wool over his eyes.
Father, where's the stereo? Where's the video? Where's that oblong lamp with the floaty, bubbly, oily stuff?
Oh, no. All we've got left is the telly.
Now, viewers in the Felicity Kendall Avenue area are advised to be on the lookout for a fat, smelly man masquerading as Terry Scott.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skins Video. The producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You bugger!
Say, kids, what time is it?
It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Phew, what a scorcher. In Britain this week, it was competition to see which could rise fastest, the temperature or interest rates.
A heatwave in Britain means two things. First, more than 48 hours of nice weather and there's a water shortage. And secondly, all the tabloid papers will print photographs of women sunbathing in Hyde Park. In fact, if you're in Hyde Park during a hot spell, you can spot the Daily Star photographer very easily. He's the only person still wearing a Mac.
Meanwhile, the Labour Party were busy discussing the policies which they hope will win them the next general election, Nigel Lawson's. House prices are visibly melting, as apparently are Sky Channel's satellite dishes.
These miracles of modern technology are falling to bits as a result of continued exposure to the sun. Ironic, since it was only continued exposure in the sun which persuaded people to buy them in the first place.
An expert was quoted in another paper as saying that the melting was nothing to do with heat. Instead, it's to do with exposure to daylight over a long period. For a piece of equipment designed to sit outside on a roof 365 days a year, this could be considered a drawback, although an inability to withstand daylight might explain why Norman Tebbit likes working for Sky Channel.
Dish owners are now being advised to put a plastic bag over them, although it's not clear whether this is to do with the heat or the embarrassment of owning one.
But the week's news was dominated by the row over the vicious tit-for-tat expulsion that has rocked the country. Matt and Luke finally expelled Craig from Gross. He was ordered to return to the Soviet Union after being found guilty of activities incompatible with his status, i.e. learning to play the bass.
Matt and Luke, quoted in the Daily Mirror, said, "We've always had showbiz in our blood, but Craig was always going to be a bank clerk or something."
This is a bit of an insult to Craig, and a huge insult to bank clerks. And Mrs Thatcher was again criticising the European community this week, leading many to suspect that she suffers from xenophobia, or fear of Buddhism.
Picture this.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
One story from the week deserves closer examination. As the revolt of the Chinese students looks set to bring down the Peking government, word has reached us that students in this country are even now set to attempt a copycat revolution.
Okay. I call this NUS conference to order. Now, we're going to march on Parliament Square. 10,000 of us thrusting through London, led by Colin here.
Hi. Graham?
Yeah?
Sorry, I should have told you this before, but I've got a bit of an insight crisis on.
Can't you lead it?
Oh, Colin, you know I've just split up with Wendy, and we were going out for 5 months. I mean, I can't handle this just now.
Excuse me. I'm disgusted with all this talk of marching and thrusting. It's so phallocentric. I'm going to lead a women-only march to the statue of Florence Nightingale in Stoke. I'd also like to say openly, I've got my period!
OK, that's fine. That's valid.
I say we've got to get out there and smash and fight and kick over the statues.
Are you from the SWP?
No, the rugby club. I also think we should debag the bursar.
No, look, everyone, we have to take some concerted and unexpected action. So, this is the battle plan. First, we spend all our grant money on curry. Then, as one person, we catch non-specific urethritis. And finally, we all go out and buy the new Morrissey album. So, let's all meet outside the refectory, ready to march at the crack of dawn. Right, see you about 11:30 then.
In China, within 24 hours of Deng Xiaoping's rejection of their charter, 500,000 students were occupying Tiananmen Square. But in Britain, 5 months after conference, NUS issued an unequivocal message stating that they were still trying to get their shit together. Finally, 2 coachloads left Bradford Poly for Westminster.
What do we want?
Democracy.
When do we want it?
Well, not before Thursday, because I'm meant to be rubber-stamping hands at the Bob Against Booper.
Hi, what sort of music do you like?
Oh, the Pixies, House of Love, the Sundays.
Have you got off with anyone yet?
Yeah, Kate 80, that's why her mouth's wonky.
Brian Hanrahan was on the scene.
Here in Parliament Square, I'm looking at what could well turn out to be the start of Waterloo Bridge. Meanwhile, just behind me, a crowd of some 30 angry students are at this moment pushing, shouting and yelling with just one purpose in mind: to get their faces on John Craven's news round.
If you're one of those people, like me, that thought that a poodle was a doll made out of poo, then like me, you're probably a bit of a prat.
Hello, and tonight, to make a change from answering people's problems, I'm actually going to review a magazine, and I'd like to start with a charming monthly issue, even more unpleasant than that charming monthly issue us girls know very well, which goes under the very euphemistic title of Combat and Survival. It's a magazine for people interested in all aspects of the modern military. In other words, a bunch of brain-dead psychopaths. I think one way that you can define a magazine is to actually look first at its letters page, and surprisingly enough, many contributors had managed to string a sentence together. For example, Dear Combat and Survival, please can you include features on unarmed combat and knife fighting? The editor answers that they can't do an article on knife fighting as this could obviously be misused, unlike the whole-page advert for knives or the article on commando daggers, I assume. Another letter says, please could we have more on personal administration in the field? Sounds a bit like executive relief of the penile kind, really, doesn't it? I must say, actually, there wasn't much to interest women in this magazine. No articles on converting your handbag into a submachine gun for those difficult days at the WI jumble sale, or indeed keeping your makeup intact on a 20-mile forced march. But there was a very fascinating article on lightweight stoves, and an equally informative article on the Amelie light machine gun from Spain. And the summing up of the gun's capability says, all things considered, the Amelie is a very capable and soldier-friendly squad auto weapon, well suited to a variety of duties on the modern battlefield. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take issue with 2 phrases there. Soldier-friendly. How can a machine gun be soldier-friendly? I suppose it depends, A, which side you're on. Or perhaps the soldier who wrote it has rather odd friends who keep shooting him all the time. The second phrase I want to take issue with is suited to a variety of duties on the field. Now, let's not beat about the bush. I don't think they mean you can sling it over your shoulder and carry an old lady shopping with it, do they? I think perhaps a variety of duties means you can relieve a variety of people of a variety of their limbs. And for people who can actually read, my favourite bit there was a charming advert for a specialist bookshop which stated, "We can only show you a small selection of our books because the rest are too controversial." Now, some of the titles they did show were The Complete Guide to Lock Picking, The Joy of Cold Revenge, and Principles of the Quick Kill. Well, if these are the ones they can show, what are the ones they can't show? I'd imagine maybe completely mangling people for a laugh. How to break into a pensioner's electricity meter and then machete them. And acid bath body disposal. The 30-second challenge.
Picture this.
And now, the Mary Whitehouse Experience Alternative Careers Guide, an A to Z of jobs to be avoided at all costs. We start with A. A is for advertising.
Never, ever think of going into advertising. For a start, they speak in a foreign language. When they say...
Essentially, what I'm running up the flagpole here is the notion that the toilet cleanser market is a jungle, okay? And what you need to go with is a radical, animated, user-friendly, personified product which engages the consumer on a one-to-one basis.
They actually mean...
We're going to make an advert where a bottle of bog cleaner leaks around the room saying, "Big Bad Dom."
Advertising people also use a lot of drugs. This is why, when asked to provide a suitable slogan to sell a well-established brand of Irish stout, they come up with,
"It's not easy being a dolphin." Advertising is increasingly hamstrung by new regulations which are tending to make slogans less snappy. Adverts for financial institutions now tend to go, "Invest more wisely with the subject to status investments can go down as well as up members of Loutro, Acme Building Society." Soon we will be seeing
8 out of 10 owners who expressed a preference in a random and strictly limited sample of a cross-representative collection of owners of small feline domesticated furry carnivorous quadrupeds prefer to invest more wisely with the Acme Building Society.
Increasingly, agencies are being called on to advertise things for no other reason than that government wants to privatise them. 10 years ago, the thought of TV commercials for water would have been utterly ridiculous. Sure enough, TV commercials for water are utterly ridiculous. Especially when you can't get the bloody stuff after 48 hours of nice weather.
Picture this.
Mr. Robert De Niro.
What's the matter with you? You got no respect. Everything I do, it's not correct. Things are not so bad. It's a nicer place. Shut up your face.
Hello everyone, we've now come in time for the Mark Thomas Experience. This is the bit where I discuss the topic of the week and then come amongst the audience and discuss the topic with you, get your views and opinions, and you sit there with loathing as I thrust the microphone into your face. Why has she caught my attention this week was the FA Cup. There are a couple of things about the FA Cup that was sheer brilliant. And the first one was that they forced the royal family to watch it. As they're sitting in the royal box going, "Is this polo? Where's the horses? How do you do? Where's polo?" But they're not actually sitting there, because all the crowd are going, "Yeah!" And the royal family get carried away and they want to join in. They want to get up there and go, "We are Windsors! We are Windsors! No one likes us! We don't care!" They want to be up there and go, "You're going to get your sardine head chopped off." Actually, the other thing that the royal family did, which is really what I wanted to talk about, was Princess Diana became a patron for the alcohol abuse agency Turning Point. I thought, who says she doesn't care for Princess Margaret? Sweet. So, as I said, my name is Mark Thomas. I'm going to come around and get your views and opinions on alcohol, which is what I wanted to talk about this week. Alcohol is a drug. It actually alters your body and the way you think and the way you feel and the way you perceive things. It kind of, if I'm at a party and I'm drunk, right, I lose my inhibitions, but I also lose my logic. So I'm sitting there, I want to tell this woman I really love her. I care for her. I want a deep, meaningful relationship where we grow to this beautiful thing. We're separate, but we're together. We're independent, and yet we're a unit. I want this beautiful, loving relationship. And I end up flicking peanuts at her cleavage. The amazing thing about alcohol, though, no matter how pissed you get, you'll still be able to remember your cash point card number. Sorry, we blip. But it is a drug. It is a drug. Right, just think of it this way, though. If alcohol is a drug and Allied breweries are the biggest contributor to Tory funds, Margaret Thatcher's being kept in power by pushers. This huge, great big red Cadillac pulls up outside the Tory party headquarters with leopard skin seats. Yo, Margaret. Yo, $2,000. Whoa. And the companies will sell anything. I'm sorry, we've got pethidine, that's off draft. I'm sorry about that. You can't have that. They will sell anything. We can go into a pub and go, I'll have half a lager and a packet of Phineas Fogg magic mushrooms, please. You could do it, they'd sell it. And the weirdest thing is the way they sell it. Like Punt and Dennis were talking about the advertising stuff, right? They are really weird because they tell you that if you drink, you'll be confident, you'll be cool, you'll be calm, you'll be able to play better snooker, you'll be able to play the saxophone, you'll be able to do all these things. They don't tell you that in 5 years' time your liver is going to look like Keith Richards' face. Rots your body, man. And they come up to quite an interesting thing, though. Why do we actually drink? Why do we drink? Because it's like, most people drink, I think, for social reasons, which is a bit silly because, like, alcohol and sociableness do not go together. The nearest I've been to sociable when I've been pissed is trying to get off with my best mate's partner. That's it. They just do not go together. The only people who need to drink for social reasons are Islamic fundamentalists. That is it. Oi, Absalom, come on, have a couple of drinks. Oi, girls, veils off, it's party time. Come on, here we go. 3 hours later, he's on the phone. Salman, I love you. I love you like a brother, Salman. I love you. It's Cat Stevens. I'll kill the bastard. That's the only person who needs to drink for social reasons. So I'm just going to come out and I'm going to grab a few views from the audience here. Oh, you'll do, actually. You'll go. Hang on, let's get a few background notes here. First of all, what do you do?
Well, I'm a programmer.
You're a what?
I'm a computer programmer.
You're a computer programmer. I take it you drink very heavily, then. I'm a computer programmer, no. Just give me another one. Do you drink?
Not that much.
How much?
A couple of pints.
In when? What time scale? A couple of pints? I just drink a couple of pints once every millennium, you know.
When people buy them for me.
When people buy them for you. That's a sus, man. That's a sus, man. Let's have a look. We'll go along here. We'll ask you, because you're quite nattily dressed. What do you do?
Catering, chef.
Catering, chef.
I don't drink out of work, I drink in work.
Now we know why McDonald's are so shit. We actually have some... Actually, tonight we're quite lucky because we have some dignitaries from the BBC controlling board here. Oh, a dollar. Actually, you normally greet the BBC. You don't actually just go hi, you know, to the BBC people. You normally go, when do you want your blowjob, sir? Talking of XX drink, we'd like to now bring you a group well known for that propensity. We're talking about the Pogues.
That's right.
For anybody listening at home who doesn't know who the Pogues are, I'll conjure up a vision. The Pogues are a teensy-weensy bit like Cliff Richards in the Shadows. Except they're always pissed.
You always get on stage wrecked, well and truly cut. Social steaming plastered right out of my nuts. Locked and full and langed in a brewer's droopy way. But if I forget the lyrics, I can always say very well to my kidneys, my heart and my spleen. Put them in a plastic bag, you don't know where they've been. Very well to my brain cells, they're frying down in hell. I've got cirrhosis of the liver in the morning. Yeah. Give me Smittix, Hop and Tennants, a wine both red and white, a rum vodka and Bushmills, but serve them by the pint. There's 3 better drinkers in this world they call the West. That's in St. John and Jimmy Greaves and good old Georgie Best. People ask me, Shane, how much do you need? When you already sing like the Dubliners on speed. Fairly well to stomach lining, my bladder and my eyes, my bowels they have emptied. Much to my surprise, I want another drink, but my ulcer, it says no, I've got cirrhosis of the liver. In the morning, I've got total kidney failure without warning. Got cirrhosis of the liver in the morning.
It is strange that this month sees two 10th anniversaries. May 1979 saw the accession to power of Margaret Thatcher. 2 weeks later saw the birth of alternative comedy.
Alternative comedy was born at the same time as Thatcherism because most of the big comic names of the time voted Conservative. Indeed, many of them performed at the Tory conference, amongst them Jimmy Tarbuck, although he apparently wasn't as funny as Norman Tevitt.
However, it is also exactly 10,000 years since the first joke, although it still crops up in BBC sitcoms.
There is evidence that Stone Age man had a sense of humour. Primitive cave paintings in central France have been found to have captions underneath. Usually something like, if I don't catch this antelope, my missus will kill me. A cartoon recently rejected by The Sun as too sophisticated.
By the time we get to classical antiquity, humour was well established. In Athens, Aristophanes had a big success with The Frogs, which was basically a Greek version of Allo Allo. In Roman times, the highest honour a comic could get was an engagement at Caesar's palace, and at the Colosseum in Rome, improvisation became very popular with the highly successful Whose Lion Is It Anyway? In which Clive Anderson watched a panel of comedians get eaten by wild animals.
Already, even in the 1st century AD, the sick joke was very popular, and jokes followed great disasters just as they do today. Amongst favourites at the time were, what's the fastest animal on earth? A Mesopotamian with a luncheon voucher. Very funny to anyone who lived between the Tigris and the Euphrates in the 3rd century BC. Another favourite was, how many residents of Pompeii can you get in the back of a chariot? Answer, all of them if you've got a shovel.
Comedy then entered the Dark Ages. The Roman Empire declined and fell, and Attila the Hun and hordes of Goths and Visigoths pillaged throughout Europe. These terrifying hordes were noted for their cruel and violent sense of humour.
My dog's got no nose.
I know, I mutilated it. In Britain, too, the Dark Ages produced cruder humour, and it was at this time that we have the earliest records of Bernard Manning, who shot to fame with his famous King Arthur is a puff routine.
By the Middle Ages, things had changed. For one thing, the knights had joined forces with the barons to produce the Baron Knights.
This period also saw the rise of the court jester, who was allowed unprecedented licence to criticise the monarch.
Yes, indeed. What about Henry VIII then, Jolly King? How? What about Henry VIII gets fed up with his wives and chops their heads off? Now, I don't think that's very nice. Personally, that's just an opinion. I don't think it's nice. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. What about Thatch? What about Thatch? What about Thatch? Is it safe stuff to make cottage roofs out of, or is it just a little bit of a fire hazard?
We now come to Shakespeare. Shakespeare's comedy is legendary. The Bard, for example, invented the doctor-doctor joke.
Physician, physician. Physician, physician. I keep thinking I'm a pair of curtains.
Well, fie upon you for a Rhenish knave.
Well, that may not seem funny now, but it wasn't then either. Here's another classic from the Bard.
If faith, sirrahs, I wot you know tittle-tattle, but 'tis a spigot to a woodcock that my master wears the horns tonight. For by the sacred trousers of Jupiter, the man in the moon is a Gloucestershire capon, if 'tis not St. Glenda's feast. And upon my soul, may my nose transmogrify into a bull's pizzle, and let the Earl of Northumberland be thrice arrested as a child molester if my master wears not the horns, nay, and the trombones and string section too. For if faith, it is the horn indeed that besmirches him not, but Welkins, I just besmirch him for a poltroon and a right git at that. And remember, it's not always as you like it if you're waiting for an NHS bed. My name's Feste, and good night.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline for this joke. Why were the Russian diplomats expelled? Now, we've collected the punchlines on bits of paper, which I have here in my hand, and the best ones will win a prize. Why were the Russian diplomats expelled? For secondary perestroiking. Yes, well, there's a cheer over there from the person who wrote that, and no one else was cheering, so that one goes to the bottom of the pile. And someone's just made a mess all over the chair as well. Why were the Russian diplomats expelled? Because in the world today there are two fundamentally contradictory social systems which are mutually antagonistic, one based on the private ownership of the means of production and one on state ownership. Now this carries on for about 5 pages. It's by Ken Bullman. He's got a B+ in politics and an E- in humour. Why were the Russian diplomats expelled? Because they were hoping that Britain would exchange Pamela Borders in a tit-for-tat. Benny Hill's writers are in. Actually, that's from Petra and Sarah. I assume Petra's the dead dog from Blue Peter. Why were the Russian diplomats expelled? And someone's written, what's that? I don't know. It's a potato. It's all covered in mud. Ermintrude. I think we really are going to have to stop giving out ecstasy before the show. That one's just rubbish. I'm not reading it out. This is a good one. Why are the Russian diplomats expelled? Can you give Rob Newman my phone number? Tar. She gets a shag later on. I don't know. It's not the prize, but never mind. Rob Lowe will be in there, no doubt. Why were the Russian diplomats expelled? For writing Morris Minor's Marvellous Motors. Good. Right, well, that's the end. What was the funniest one, everyone? Well, I wrote that one. What? Rob Newman's phone number. Yes, the prize goes to the woman who's going to shag Rob later on.
And now, once again, let's climb into the Volvo and wend our way past the freshly cut front lawns of suburbia down to number 19 Felicity Kendall Avenue for another episode of All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
Darling, could you get that machine out of the bedroom?
Oh, the chap in the shop said you'd love the new vibrator.
I'll get it.
Hello.
Ah. Father, it's the narrator.
Oh, no, don't tell me. It's going to get all post-structuralist and self-reflexive, isn't it?
For God's sake, don't offend him. You know what he can do.
I'm not frightened of him, sister. Now, look here. Just get back behind the revolving globe and remind viewers on BBC Two there's another chance to see the Embassy World Snooker Championships 1983.
Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? Trouble aplenty in the cosy household when mother has a sudden, inexplicable urge to look under her son's mattress.
No, hang on. Mother, where are you going?
I don't know. I just feel that I have to do some spring cleaning, especially in your bedroom. There's a terrible smell in there, sort of a cross between Evo stick, fish paste and yoghurt.
No, wait a minute. I'll go and clear a few things out first.
More cosy calamity when both of son's legs break simultaneously.
Oh, you beastly man. We were going to play running around on our legs this afternoon.
Things hotting up in the house as daughter gets very angry, despite her heart condition.
What heart can...
Look, narrator, just you stop being so bloody childish.
Oh, yes, you're quite right. I'm sorry.
Right, now if you'll excuse me. At last I've got some privacy and peace, even if it is only in the smallest room in the house.
Yes, it's poo-poos aplenty as pop goes plip-plop.
Get out!
Meanwhile, upstairs, mother's just lifting up son's mattress.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. This is disgusting. It's absolutely filthy. Grandmother must have been here for about 3 months.
Imagine Mrs. Cozy's surprise then when grandmother's corpse wakes up and sings a medley of the greatest hits of Barry White.
My kind of wonderful, that's what you are.
Yes, thanks. Well, now, in that clip of classic TV comedy, I felt, and shoot me down, please do, that the play with narrative discourse was really pointing up the artifice of televisual reality. What do you think, Michael Ignatieff?
Yeah, well, as a tall, failed American writer, I think one important thing to observe is my great big Adam's apple going up and down my long neck.
That's a very, very interesting point of view, Michael. Yeah, Clive James, what's really uppermost in your mind?
Chicken, king prawns, truffles, and a huge pile of steaming mashed potato.
But about that programme, Clive?
Well, for me, no TV show has ever matched a galloping gourmet. I used to sit in the front row week after week disguised as a woman in the hope that Graham Kerr would run up and ask me to dine with him.
So, next week's edition of The Late Show is at the earliest...
Hang on, we haven't finished yet.
Oh, yes, you have. I'm bored out of my tree.
And pandemonium breaks loose as Michael Ignatieff becomes convinced of the fact that he is a short man.
I'll just walk under the table and go see Clive. Ah!
And Clive James spontaneously combusts before he reaches the end of a bon mot.
They say that you only go to Paris once, but that you go...
So, join us next week for another edition of All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
You've been listening to the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Excuse me, I'm the narrator.
Trouble aplenty for the cozy narrator when one of his testicles turns into a space hopper. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Mark Thomas, Joe Brand and Skid Video. The sound was by John Whitehall, the production assistant was Barbara Kerr and the producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You bugger.
Say, kids, what time is it?
It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Whoa! Thank you. Right, now it's come to our notice that many people have this programme on just in the background. They don't really pay any attention to it. I mean, they could be doing anything. Having sex, committing adultery. Hello, darling, I'm home. 15,000 people all over the country have just leapt into cupboards. I'm David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis.
With the Euro elections due on June the 15th, the Mary Whitehouse Experience set out to explore this strange institution, which affects all our lives so heavily, yet remains enigmatic, inscrutable, and bloody boring. To explain, here's our foreign correspondent.
And you has been nice being you have a nice being have a nice being a you been has then you Duran.
But he's foreign, so that's not a lot of help. So let's start with Mrs. Thatcher and her dislike of Ted Heath, who represents the EEC, or embarrassing ex-colleague. It was Ted who, along with his brother Hampstead, got Britain into the common market.
Dear, oh dear, never mind. What Mrs. Thatcher fears is a United States of Europe. This is unlikely ever to happen. There are a number of differences between Europe and the United States. In Europe, we don't have a common language, we have no overall presidency, and we don't always have crap-heavy rock ballads at number one. Instead, we have Jason Donovan, who is actually the offspring of Donovan, the 60s singer, and Jason, the dead cat from Blue Peter. It's not known from which one he inherits his singing voice. After 1992, there will be one single market in Europe. It will be in Amsterdam on Wednesday afternoons.
After 1992, national frontiers will effectively cease to exist. It's fortunate this didn't happen 25 years ago, since it would have made Steve McQueen's motorbike bit in The Great Escape look distinctly unimpressive. In 3 years' time, national boundaries will become as rare in Europe as a sign saying, "Italy welcomes careful drivers."
Why is it proving so hard to unify Europe? The answer, of course, is that Europe has never been united, ever since the earliest Indo-European tribes migrated west of the Danube and settled into different groups: Germanic, Hellenic, Slavic, Gallic, Iberian, and one bloke who founded Luxembourg.
Will Europe ever unite? There is no doubt that we are gradually ridding ourselves of the racial stereotypes which have hampered our understanding of each other. For years, the British have thought of the Germans as a humourless, blonde-haired race who wear ridiculous shorts. Slowly, we are coming to realise that this is exactly what the Germans are. Other nations, however, we're coming to know better.
Only last week, the BBC announced that they had sold Allo Allo to French TV, which is a bit like selling Midnight Express to the Turkish Tourist Board.
And the British and Spanish are very close. They send Ballesteros here to play golf. We send thousands of lagerlouts to vomit on their beaches while dancing to the birdie song.
There will also be a change in jokes. After 1992, the European joke will be standardised, and it will run as follows.
An Englishman, an Italian and a Frenchman go into a boulangerie, and a barman says, "Guten Tag, meine Herren, was willen Sie?" Et l'homme dit, "My wife's gone to the West Indies." And the barman says, "Jamaica?" And the man says,
Duran. And now it's time for the character assassination experience. This week, Nigel Lawson.
Nigel Lawson was conceived on 11th of June 1931. The family doctor predicted an easy birth.
Oh my God, can't you open them any wider, Mrs. Lawson?
Sorry, that was a tape of the conception. The family doctor predicted an easy birth.
Great news, Mrs. Lawson, there's 3 of them.
Triplets!
No, chins.
The doctor's incorrect prediction was the first of many associated with Nigel Lawson. At the age of 3, his doting parents talked of the sunny future their son might enjoy.
You know, I think Nigel's going to grow up to be a slim, athletic man without any moles on his face.
Yes, and you know, I think everybody's going to like him.
Immediately following school, Nigel went to stay with his aunt who lived in Newcastle. For the north of England, it was a time of poverty, hardship and mass unemployment, so they were all very pleased when Nigel moved back to Oxford. His tutor recalls those halcyon days.
Well, I think one of the things that shaped Nigel Lawson was the time he spent in the Bodleian Library.
He used to read economics there?
No, he used to lie under the dome until his stomach set.
In the 60s, many famous people came to Nigel for his almost clairvoyant ability. Not many of his predictions from this time are known, although it is widely thought to have been Nigel who, in 1963, advised John F. Kennedy to buy a convertible. In 1976, Lawson wrote a book called The Power Game. This is because he views the economy as a big game, like Monopoly, and in which he makes up the rules as he goes along.
Now I'm going to read my chance card. Yeah. If you earn over 100 grand a year, collect another 40. Banker, can I collect in Monopoly money? It's stronger against the dollar.
As Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lawson has continued his penchant for prediction, leading many to consider him a latter-day Nostradamus, because, like Nostradamus, his predictions are obscure, pretentious and invariably wrong. Although, interestingly, there is one passing reference in the works of Nostradamus which some modern scholars believe may just allude to our present Chancellor.
Book 12, line 998. Watch out for that fat bastard Lawson. He knows not his ass from his elbow.
Finally, we'd like to tell you about Nigel Lawson's worst ever prediction. 3 months ago, he stated categorically that Morris Minor's Marvellous Motors would be funny. Good night.
In football, whenever a team from the south plays a team from the north, the southern fans always shout out, "What's it like to lose your job?" just once, it would be beautiful if all the Northern fans with one voice were to shout back, "It's terrible, your whole expectation from life diminishes and you lose all self-respect."
Picture this.
And now the Skint Video Experience brings you Simple Minds, featuring their lead singer, Jim Really Cares.
My manager said to me, there's money to be made from other people's suffering, and you'll be well paid with incisive lyrics, and they rhyme as well. Oh, it's sad and it's bad and it's terrible. I was at this free lunch to combat poverty. Sitting next to me was a Chilean refugee. I gave him my album, said, "You like the title track?" He said, "I'd rather be tortured than listen to this cack." Oh, I'm dreading the day when Mandela gets free, 'cause the first thing he'll do is come looking for me, along with Tutu and Biko, of course. Nothing sells records like a really good cause. Okay, Jim, take it away. Goodbye, Billy. Good night, Mary. Fly away, Peter. Fly away, Paul. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Grandma. Good night, Granddad. Good night, Jimbo.
Picture this.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Hello, and tonight I'd like to review a triumph of modern literature, which is obviously responsible for the plummeting level of literacy in this country. It goes under the title of Just 17, which I assume is the number of words you need in your vocabulary to be able to understand it. I think that Shakespeare would be revolving in his grave at the speed of light if he caught sight of this, and if there was a Just 17 version of one of his famous speeches, it would go something like this. "Oh, Romeo, don't blank me, 'cause I want to have some kissy-kissy stuff 'cause you're a pervy hunk." Well, I suppose looking at the magazine, really, we should start with the cover, which shows a picture of a blonde 12-year-old wimp with the caption, "Why do 4,381 girls fancy this boy?" Perhaps because he's a pervy hunk, we ask ourselves. No, apparently he was voted Just 17 Male Model of the Year. His prize is 500 squiddly diddlies worth of clothes. Don't ask me what that means. From Top Man, which is apparently a stonking good prize. Well, you give a typewriter to a chimpanzee, and I suppose they're eventually going to come up with a word like stonking, aren't they? And this man gets the prize, as I said, of clothes from Top Man. Yum. The Arthur Mullard of the male fashion world, I think. But we should bear in mind that this is actually quite an appropriate prize, because Jimmy, our winner, has a very romantic job indeed. He's a clerk for a central heating company in Dulwich, and is going out at the moment with Donna, with whom, of course, he is deeply in LUV. When he first met her at the disco, she apparently blanked him. Personally, I don't agree with that sort of behaviour on your first date, but that's kids for you, isn't it? And I think actually the kind of behaviour in Just 17 may well be encouraged by the variety of phone lines that they have, offering advice on such essential topics as how do you score at snogging, and boys' bodies, a few useful hints. I phoned this last number, actually. Unfortunately, it was unobtainable, like most boys' bodies are at my age, I suppose. And then, of course, we came to the quiz. A real creep asks you out for a date. How do you refuse? A, pretend to be violently sick. B, say you're busy for the next 400 years. Or C, pretend you're foreign. Well, actually, I wouldn't refuse. I think a shag's a shag wherever you get it, really.
Now, which of you punks remembers this?
Oh, yes, think you're so clever, sitting there with your ridiculous clothes and your hair a stupid colour. Yes, go on, swear again, shock me.
Oh, bugger off, you stupid git.
Neil Kinnock's outburst has brought about a cultural revolution. Many establishment figures feel that they now have a whole new freedom of expression. Subtly, almost imperceptibly, linguistic constraints have been relaxed across the whole spectrum of public life.
My husband and I would like at this time of year to extend our warmest greetings to all parts of the Commonwealth, except for New Zealand, which is crap. We had a bloody awful time now last year, because after 9 o'clock, it's impossible to get pissed.
But the sudden fashionability of swearing has made the work of political commentators who are still bound by broadcasting standards increasingly difficult.
Tempers were raised today at Prime Minister's question time as the leader of the opposition attacked the Prime Minister over her mismanagement of the economy. Mrs. Thatcher replied with one word, an accusation of maternal incest.
Some politicians, of course, have found it harder than others to adjust to this new style of political speech.
Botheration. Sugar. Lordy, lordy.
Now look, Sir Geoffrey, there's no point in coming to swearing classes if you're not even prepared to say the word damn.
Oh, golly gosh.
Now here's a good technique. Think back to your past. Perhaps there was some boy who always bullied you, someone you really hate but could never say it. Just imagine they're here now and just say whatever you've always wanted to say to them.
You...
Go on, Geoffrey.
You sack of shit.
Great.
Margaret.
As the airwaves have become more earthy, a new honesty has entered the world of the media. The show Wogan is to be retitled simply Wanker. As are Sunday Sunday, the South Bank Show, Top of the Pops, and the whole output of Sky Television. Similarly, advertising has demonstrated a new bluntness. Some recent slogans for products include Listerine combats farty breath, Kleenex mops up your snot and you can use it as toilet paper if you run out, and Preparation H, it goes up your arse. And remarkably, this trend has even entered into the world of religious television. Harry Seacombe has left Highway to be replaced by another fat ex-comedian.
Hello, welcome to Highway. This week I'm in Milford Haven, which I think you'll agree with me, Vicar, is a frigging shithole. Seems to be populated entirely by retards. Do I live here? I don't know. So, we're going to sing one of those maintain the oppression of the working classes with fancies about an afterlife where everybody lives in Hampstead songs, known as hymns. Here we go then. I love Jesus, he's bloody marvellous, God's freaking wonderful too. Oh, now please welcome my comedy grandson, Mark Thomas.
This is a bit of the show where I discuss the topic of the week and I come amongst you and get your views and opinions about the topic, and you sit there going, oh God, oh God, oh God. The topic I wanted to discuss this week is death. Cheerful, kind of light-hearted topic. Mainly because I can't handle the afterlife thoughts. I just can't handle the thought of eternal life is just so boring. Whether on heaven or in hell. If you go up to heaven, for eternal life, and there's St. Peter at the gates going, I'm 1,989 years old and I've never had a penny off the state. You could get good. We didn't have those things in my day. We didn't have videos. We made our own entertainment in my day. We had fishes and loaves. That's all we had to play with in my day. And there's God going, no, in my day, all we had in the beginning was the word. That's all we had in my day, mate. The other thing I don't like about the afterlife is the thought that if you're good, you go to heaven, and if you're bad, you go to hell. What happens if you're boring? Because you come back and haunt us. See this ghostly figure going, I've missed the 8.25 to Croydon. Have you seen the price of frozen peas? And if we go to the east wing, we can still see the shimmering, glowing Kaggle of the headless train spotter. Oh, I can't handle that stuff. The weirdest thing about death, though, is the way that we treat it, the way that we bury people or cremate people. I think modern technology will eventually take over. And you'll have adverts going, why bury or cremate your parents when you can freeze-dry them? Yes, sirree. Turn them into an Art Deco objet. Yes. Is it a coffee table? No, it's Dad. Brilliant. Because funerals are just such a drag. I really get annoyed by funerals. I get very emotive about them. 50 minutes without a cigarette. It really just drives me mad. And I think we ought to treat funerals differently. I think we ought to treat them with more fun. Get people drinking, taking photographs, video cameras, all that kind of stuff. Treat it a bit like a wedding, you know, sort of, have the undertakers in the pub beforehand with their arms around the coffin. You know, just on the back of the hearse, just dead in red lipstick. You know? That'd be brilliant. That'd be great. Get the vicar completely stoned out of his head on some good dope. And he's up there in the pulpit going, what are you looking at? What are you looking at, eh? Be great stuff, man. You know, the pallbearers all dressed up in the Blues Brothers outfits, trying to get off with the choir. That'd be amazing. You wouldn't send flowers, send stripograms or something. That would be lovely. I know one thing, though, about funerals, and that is, when I die, if my mum's still alive, she'll put my death certificate on the mantelpiece next to the 100 yards breaststroke. If you die, it's not the fact that you die, it's how you die that counts. I want a death, my death, to really inconvenience people. That's what I want. I want to have a heart attack just as I'm being cashed up at the 8 items or less queue. Tracy, customer fatality, check out 5. So anyway, we're going to go around and get some of your thoughts and ideas about death and the afterlife and spiritual, deep, moving things. Let's ask, first of all, have you got any idea of how you would like to die?
No.
No, I want to be surprised. Okay, have you got any? We'll ask you, have you got any ideas?
Suicide.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, I hate it when Joy Division fans sneak in. Let's have a look. Have you got any ideas of how you'd like to die?
I think quietly, nicely, and dead.
Quietly, nicely, and dead? Okay, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Quietly and nicely. The thing about dying quietly and nicely is relatives will come round. And they'll all be walking around. You'll be dying quietly, and you want your famous last words. You want to say, I love you all. And they'll be walking around going, oh, he said I could have that. Oh, he would have wanted me to have that. They've arrived with a great big Pickford's van outside. Oh, no. So, has anyone got any thoughts on the afterlife? We'll ask you, have you got any thoughts on the afterlife?
Not a lot, no.
God, you've given spiritual concern a lot of consideration, haven't you? All right, let's have a. I want to ask you a few more questions. First of all, has anyone got any idea of how they'd like heaven to be? What they'd like heaven to be? What, have you got any ideas what you'd like heaven to be like?
I haven't really thought about it much.
You thick bastards, isn't it?
The Mary Whitehouse Experience.
This week in Geneva, the arms negotiations proved once again the vital role of interpreters in international diplomacy. There was one to translate Mr. Gorbachev into English, and one to translate Mr. Bush into English.
President Bush is fast emerging as a man who is about as good at finishing sentences as Ronnie Biggs. Asked what a partial arms reduction meant, the leader of the Western world replied,
Partial is partial, and any other definition misses the boat.
Bush is hoping to eliminate all English grammar within a 3-year timetable. Meanwhile, however, NATO appear to have made great progress. At first sight, the conference conclusions seem like good news. However, I have with me Professor Ernest Pershing, who has helped compile the latest edition of Jane's Fighting Ships, Jane's Military Aircraft, Jane's Semi-Automatic Belt-Fed Ballistic Projectile Launchers, and Jane's Big Bastard Eat Lead and Death Commie Scum Nuclear Bombs. All books read avidly by Margaret Thatcher. Professor, I gather you suspect this arms deal is not worth as much as it first appears.
Well, no. Frankly, I feel the public are being misled.
Really? In what way?
Well, firstly, let's take the reduction in short-range weapons.
Well, surely that's a good thing.
Well, it all depends on how you define short range. If you read the agreement carefully, you'll find it's defined as a weapon with a range of less than 10 feet.
10 feet, so it doesn't actually cover missiles.
Well, yes, it does, because a number of our missiles do have a range of less than 10 feet.
Which ones?
The ones that don't work properly.
So what about the large reductions in conventional weapons?
Well, it is true that there will be a sizable reduction there, but what we are not told is this is only because of a major increase in unconventional weapons.
Unconventional weapons?
Yes, for example, green socks stuffed with ball bearings, plastic explosive condoms, and chalk ices filled with raw uranium.
Yes, and the Soviets have these, do
they? Yes, and they've also been busy infiltrating Britain with a sinister new form of limpet mine.
What, the ones that stick to the hulls of ships?
Yes, indeed, but the cunning part is these Russian limpet mines are disguised as Garfields. Yes. We believe that thousands of these are already in position.
So, if they all went off...
Exactly. Every old Ford Escort in the country would have its windows blown out.
Well, thank you, Professor Ernest Pershing, who currently holds the chair of barking mad paranoia at the University of Nottingham, and is a senior defence advisor to the Conservative Party.
Right, now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What did the cricket umpire say when he saw the streaker, Sheila Nichols? So we're going to have the Sun sub-editors in today, I should think. Now, once I've sorted this out, we've collected the punchlines on bits of paper, which I have in my hand. The best one will win a prize, a video collection of the entire series of Going for Gold. Here we go. What did the cricket umpire say when he saw the streaker? I'm sure there were 3 stumps before you came on. That's disgusting, I think. I'm not sure, but I think that's disgusting. It's by a bloke called Jay Tinkle, so it probably is. What did the cricket umpire say when he saw the streaker? Who let Princess Margaret into the bar anyway? That's good, that. It's by Steve Punt, however, who's already won about 5 competitions, so that doesn't count. What did the cricket umpire say when he saw the streaker? This way to Brighton, madam. That's by Andrew Lewis, and I think it's some sort of 30s comedian's catchphrase, as far as I can make out. This way to Brighton, madam. But, not funny, like most 30s comedians' catchphrases. Batsman, make sure your helmet does not blow off. Or no ball. Yeah, no ball, yeah. Darling, how many times have I told you not to bother me when I'm working? Oh dear, that's from Clive Bryant. You're not allowed on here without an MCC tie. That's all right. There's the Bywater. Yeah, this is a good one. What did the cricket umpire say when he saw the streaker? Christ, what a lovely pair of knockers. Well... Then the other things is written, well, that's what I'd say. Granty boy. Granty boy, what a lad, eh? What did the cricket umpire say when he saw the streaker? Nothing, he just got a huge stiffy. Fantastic. The only radio show to use the word stiffy, I can tell you that. Right, I think that's it, and I think that one's won. So Lindsay wins the entire video collection of Going for Gold. Big round for Lindsay, please.
And now it's time for another edition of our weekly situation comedy, all cosy at home in the family house, where we find Mr. Cozy in the office at the end of a long afternoon.
Ah, Bill Cozy.
Hello, Joe Jenkins from accounts.
Tough day?
Terrible. I've had to sit here all day opening and shutting my attaché case, rearranging blank bits of paper on my desk, putting some invoices onto the metal spike, answering the phone and going, yes, 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 but we really must have them by Thursday, raising my eyes to heaven as the bald Welsh bloke from the Fen Street gang attempts to chat up the tea lady, and now, to cap it all, I've just come in my pants.
Dear BBC, why, oh why, is the structure of my chromosomes? Yours sincerely, William Woolard.
Oh dear.
Listen, Joe, Do you know I've worked here for 35 years, and in all that time I've never had any idea what it is that I do.
Why don't you have a word with the boss?
Don't you know, Joe? I think I will.
Ah, Cosy. Did you want to see me?
Yes, boss. Well, the thing is, I've worked here for 35 years, and in all that time I've never received a single wage packet.
Don't think that hasn't gone unnoticed, Bill.
In fact, I've often paid to come into work. And you may remember that in June 1972, rather than take a day off work, I had a tracheotomy performed at my desk.
That's right.
Also, during the strike of 1981, I was the only person who still came into work, and as a result I've been called a scab ever since, not only by the rest of the workforce, but also by you.
Too right, Bill.
And on a number of occasions I worked overtime procuring you various hard drugs and animal pornography. Despite the fact that you've never expressed any interest in either.
It's the thought that counts, Bill.
Well, sir, I just thought that perhaps...
Say no more, Bill. It just so happens that I've been looking at your record, and I'm pleased to say that I'm now in a position to do something I should have done a very long time ago.
Ah, thank you, sir.
I'm going to shoot you. We don't want loonies working here.
Hello, darling. Are you home?
No, I'm in bloody Timbuktu.
Oh, dear. Sounds like you had a bad day at the office.
No, I am in bloody Timbuktu. I got on the wrong bloody train. Luckily, Chief Limpopo has managed to rig up a video satellite.
Holla flipped him on chibblidib.
He says he's just been watching Morris Minor's Marvellous Motors.
Hobla hobba, shimit fwang.
And he's decided to kill himself.
Well, as Mr. Cozy does the honours and sets fire to Chief Limpopo on the back of a rhinoceros, we bid goodbye to all Cozy at home in the family house.
You've been listening to the Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Mark Thomas, Joe Brand and Skint Video. The production assistant was Barbara Keir, the sound was by Martha Knight and the producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You bugger.
Say, kids, what time is it?
It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Whoa! Thank you. Thank you. I'm David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis.
This is European Environment Week, and to mark the occasion, the Mary Whitehouse Experience will, in addition to discharging 30 minutes of untreated humorous material into the atmosphere, be asking the questions. What are we doing to our environment? Do we care sufficiently for our environment? And what on earth is Nicholas Ridley doing in charge of our environment?
Fact. Every year we destroy an area of rainforest the size of Belgium. Why not just destroy Belgium? It would make far more environmental sense.
There is still appalling official ignorance about the green issue. Many ministers think fossil fuels means burning old brontosaurus skeletons, and that acid rain is what drips through the roof of an acid house. It is apparent that the House of Commons has already fallen victim to the greenhouse effect. It's mostly made up of panes that you can see straight through.
A lot of people are worried about global warming. This is a bit like house warming, but it involves more people. The ice gets broken early and then melts completely, then the food runs out really fast and 4.5 billion people end up sharing one bowl of cheesy nibbles.
If the polar ice caps melt, the sea level will rise faster than it does during one of Bob Hawke's TV broadcasts. Vast chunks of ice will drift southwards, polar bears will reach Britain and start demanding copyright royalties for the Vox's Glacier mint adverts.
Overall, it looks as if we could be heading for the biggest global disaster since David Bowie's last world tour. What with rising temperatures, a rising sea level, the ozone hole and acid rain, we must start to train our children to be more environmentally aware, starting right from the nursery.
Dr. Foster went to Gloucester in a shower of rain. He stepped in a puddle right up to his middle and said, "Why's this rain burnt all the flesh off my legs?"
Red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Sheep drowned in the morning, global warming.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? It doesn't.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
This week saw the demise of one of the world's most hated men. Hated yet fanatically worshipped by millions. To these followers, he was a messiah. But to an outside observer, he was simply a reactionary and a misogynist who attempted to put the clock back to the Middle Ages. Indeed, some would say a complete maniac.
We're talking, of course, about Benny Hill, the Ayatollah comedy who retired this week.
Of course, this week has also seen the death of the Ayatollah Khomeini, and this has led many to consider that the two events may in some way be related. Tonight, on The Obviously Not True Experience, we look at the growing body of expert opinion which suggests that the Ayatollah Khomeini and Benny Hill were one and the same person. Professor Erwin Fitzgibbon of the Department of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Kent.
Well, the first thing that led me towards this conclusion was noticing that the word Khomeini is actually Iranian for hill. And Ayatollah, strangely enough, means Benny. So, if you put them together, what you get is Benny Hill. Good Lord, yes. I'd never thought of that.
Other experts have dismissed Professor Fitzgibbon's evidence on the grounds that he spends Saturday afternoons naked in a supermarket trolley shouting, "I am the rightful owner of the Tesco's empire." But nonetheless, if one listens very carefully to some of the early speeches of the Ayatollah, one could just pick up the merest hint of a familiar tone.
Ahmed Aklo Frashwane, Alavushti Shadarm. There was a young girl called Miss Walkers, who was much loved by all of the dockers. With sailors from afar, she'd open her bra and jiggle about with her Ahmed Vashuntu Mohammed.
There is other evidence as well. You may have spotted the bizarre coincidence that the Ayatollah Khomeini and Benny Hill have never been photographed together. Similarly, 2 weeks after the Ayatollah came to power, the Muezzins' traditional call to prayer from the minarets of Tehran had undergone a subtle transformation. Allah, as this was heard, all fundamentalists would flock to the mosque at triple speed in a single file via a zigzag route through the park, with one of them holding a hose behind a tree so it looks like he's urinating.
A certain hillishness can again be detected in a transcript leaked to us of a strange ritual always performed at mealtimes in the Revolutionary Palace, in which all servants would have to refer to Khomeini as pudding. The ritual proceeds thus.
Servant, there is no dessert. What have you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry, Ayatollah pudding.
Khomeini would often surprise and amuse his dinner guests by a seemingly endless list of variations on the same joke, including Ayatollah Camembert, Ayatollah Maltesers, and his own personal favourite, which resulted in the deaths of some 17 head chefs, Ayatollah food you were saving up for after Ramadan.
Similarly, the career of the man whom we know as Benny Hill has often shown more than just a touch of Iranian. His first ruling on being given his own show was to outlaw all Western clothes for women, in fact, all clothes. But most importantly, his crazy antics often hide a streak of fanatical cruelty. We spoke to an elderly man who wished only to be known as the short slaphead.
Well, he was always slapping me on the head. Slap, slap, slap. Eventually, I had a cerebral hemorrhage.
Chillingly reminiscent of the recently seen head-slapping actions of Iranians in mourning. As if a whole nation was saying with one voice, "Who will slap me on the head now that Benny Hill is gone?"
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, since that sketch, the writers have had to go into hiding. They are presently on the run from a horde of enraged Benny Hill fans.
And now it's the Skin Video Experience. After recent disclosures over the hazards of nuclear power, we bring you the first post-nuclear love song, performed not by Bruce Springsteen, but Bruce Windscale.
Just lately, baby, you've been changing and I don't know why. My friends don't say nothing to me about you, 'cause most of them are just died. We can't go out to the pictures because you glow in the dark. That high-pitched humming sound coming from you scares all the dogs in the local park. Oh, you're driving me crazy. Radiation, baby, you're making me weak at the knees. Oh, my vision goes hazy. Radiation, baby, every time you give me a squeeze. How come, pretty little baby, when you run your pretty little fingers through my pretty little hair? The next morning when I wake up and I comb it, some of them are still there. You make the wireless go haywire. You make all the Geiger counters go click, clickety, click. Your eyes are running down your neck. Oh, baby, you must be lovesick. Oh, you've gone all scaly. Radiation, baby, and your bones are turned all soft. But my heart won't fail me. Radiation, baby, the stench won't put me off. Now they say the breaking up is hard to do, but you're falling apart, so baby, what can I do? They say the night has 1,000 eyes, but baby, so have you. As I look down, pretty little baby, at the ashes of a love so cool. You didn't so much just fade away, a sort of decompose. We only had half a life, and what a lot of waste that turned out to be. If we hadn't split, whoa, baby, we could have started the world's first nuclear family. Oh, I'm feeling shady. Radiation, baby, people are starting to avoid me because I'm going to pieces over you, and most of it's just gone all over me, 'cause I miss you, radiation, baby. Oh, baby, just where can you be?
Hello, and welcome to the press review experience. This week I will be reviewing a homage to vomiting known as Metal Hammer. I've always actually found it rather strange that followers of heavy metal, which is portrayed as pretty macho, really, isn't it, are so incredibly weedy. Most heavy metal fans couldn't actually tear up a paper tissue to dab at their acne with. And I think this is probably why they have cardboard guitars, because they can't actually lift up a real one. I have to say, though, that heavy metal makes Paul Daniels seem not in the least bit irritating. Makes Myra Hindley seem very caring. And makes me seem extremely sexually attractive. Thank you. A blind man in the audience. Now, the one thing I like about heavy metal bands is the charming names they have, really. Junior Mansion Slags, Anthrax, and Lumpy Green Phlegm. It's not actually the name of a band, that's just something I cough up rather a lot in the morning, but thank you. It was actually quite a surprise to see that the editorial was written by Lemmy of Motorhead and was a plea for less violence at heavy metal gigs. Recently, apparently, poor old Lemmy was hit with a sharp object. Not a dictionary, unfortunately. The letters page actually starts with a plea from the editor to contributors to give their name and address in clear, legible handwriting. Need I say more, really? We actually had an article on Led Zeppelin, not about their recent acquisition of bus passes or how they're getting on with their new Zimmer frames, but actually a history of their achievements over the past years in show business. Bringing the potato to England, I think, was one of them. Inventing the wheel and standing up for an hour in 1981. And finally, I'd like actually to warn women with large chests not to patronise this magazine unless you like hearing yourself described as looking like you've been shot through with twin ICBM missiles. I fired mine at the editor, actually. Direct hit. Thank you. Good night.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Yes, indeed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just recently I've been having an awful lot of difficulty keeping up my left-wing political beliefs, because what with all the effort of keeping up this absurd, fake working-class accent, why does he do it? We don't know why. I find myself inexorably turning into Alf Garnett. No, keep sexism out of comedy. You silly moo.
This week has seen the arrival in Britain of the evangelist Billy Graham. So, to put his visit in context, we'd like to present a short history of evangelism. The first evangelist was a man called Ichabod Winklepants, who left England in the early 19th century after 40 years of discovering that no one would employ a man called Ichabod Winklepants. He set out for the New World in 1823, spurred on by the correct belief that in America, silly names were the norm for every Tom, Dick and Ichabod.
He first realised his evangelical calling when, one day, on his way to church, he was propositioned by a prostitute.
Hey, Inge, you don't want to go up there. How's about you slip me a quick one?
Oh, all right then. This encounter laid the basis for Ichabod's career as an evangelist. Soon, he was out amongst the masses, spreading the word.
I say to you all, you must go down to the city of sin, and then you must seek out a woman of depravity. And you must go up to one of these women and say to her, how much? And she shall say, $200. And you will say to her, how about $150? And yea, Satan shall speak through her, and she shall say, for that I can only offer you a hand job. And you shall say, with or without baby oil.
It was at this point that Winklepants discovered one of the fundamental techniques of evangelical speechifying, the call and response mechanism. Not so much because it induced religious fervour, as because he liked to hear dirty words.
Let me hear you say, baby oil. Baby oil. Oh, yay. Let me hear you say, buttock cleft. Let me hear you say, barnyard fowl. Barnyard fowl.
Barnyard fowl? Unfortunately, this was to be Ichabod's last public appearance before his confinement in the Gettysburg Mental Hospital, whom he later married. Recently, we spoke to one of the top modern evangelists, Johnny Braggart, and asked him what an evangelist actually does.
Well, I spend a lot of time in hospitals, mainly with gonorrhea, syphilis, and sometimes NSU if I'm lucky.
And what problems do you most often encounter with your flock?
Well, sometimes I have to wedge their trotters in my Wellington boots.
Let's leave the last word to Billy Graham himself.
Yeah, well, I'm here because I feel that the British people may not yet have seen the light. You know, last time I appeared at your Wembley Stadium, I came on and I said in a clear, strong voice, do you love Jesus? Do you love Jesus? And the crowd shouted back, you're going home in a London ambulance.
Hello, everyone. My name's Mark, and what I do is I come amongst the audience and solicit views from you about a certain topic which I'll pick out each week. I don't want to talk about anything really, really nasty. I want to talk about nice things. I want to talk about nice things. And one of the things that I've sussed out recently, because I was in love, and it's quite sweet when you're in love, is that Simon Bates is quite nice, isn't he? And I sussed out where men go wrong with sex, and what it is very rarely do men, when they make love, actually have a sense of timelessness, actually have a sense of taking each moment for the moment. They're always rushing towards the orgasm or backpedaling furiously, trying not to let the thing happen. And this bad habit starts when we learn to masturbate. Well, I was self-taught, but that's actually when it starts. What is really weird, though, is that we are the only creatures who actually use imagination in sex. Oh, you have to. The weirdest thing, though, is that we actually give normal things a notion of sexuality, like we have underwear is sometimes sexy. Sexy underwear. The two things don't go together. Underwear is there to stop you skidding your clothes. What's sexy about that? It's also the notion of the breast. We're falling in love with the notion, or men are falling in love with the notion, that the breast is erotic. But it's the notion of it that's erotic, not the breast. The breast just produces milk. If it was just milk-producing things that were erotic, builders would be leaning over scaffolding every time Unigate went past. Oh, look at the cream on that! Hey! You'd be rushing into a shop, waiting until everyone goes out, get the pasteurised from the top shelf, creep up to the counter, can I have it in a brown paper bag, please? Weird stuff. But it's very, very important to realise that although some people have very, very bizarre, sometimes very dangerous sex lives, they're not perverts at all. They're not perverts. They're Freemasons. And that's important to remember. I think the good thing about sexual fantasies, though, that you can achieve things that you sometimes don't achieve. Your sexual fantasies actually manage to project something you can't attain to. Like some people, some men, in their sexual fantasies, women actually have orgasms. Which is quite nice. You've got to remember that synchronised orgasms, although a lot more interesting than synchronised swimming, are a lot rarer. They're a lot rarer. So I'm going to come round and talk to some of you now. What I want to do is, all these people going, no, I like this chap. I've met him before in the pub, so I'm just going to ask him a few questions here. First of all, do you have any sexual fantasies? Yeah. Could you just share with the group here what they are? It's a bit of a big group, isn't it? It's all right. Just pretend there's no one there.
It involves elastoplast.
And what else?
I'm not telling you. You haven't got any. I mean, that's what you just...
So you just cover your body with elastoplast, and then just rip it all off. Rip it off quite calmly. And that's your fantasy?
No, that's my hobby.
That's my brother. Let's have a look around here. Can I ask you, have you got any sexual fantasies at all?
No, except for Luther Vandross.
Except for Luther Vandross. I've got a sexual fantasy about him. It involves a large magnum. Do you actually fantasise about him, though? It's all right. The group understand we're supportive. It's okay. No, don't ridicule. Let's get the feelings out. You look a nice chap. Have you got any sexual fantasies at all?
Yeah, the Financial Times. I just go through all the news and the items, and it really turns me on.
You boring bastard. Oh, yes. Every time the money programme comes on and the FT index is up, so am I. Have you got anyone over here? We'll get a few opinions. Yes. Can we ask you?
I haven't had any recently.
I haven't had any recently. I've been to the clinic and I'm much better now.
Picture this.
It now seems certain that by the autumn, television cameras will be allowed into Parliament, and members are already frightened of the impact that the cameras might have.
Blah, blah, inflation, blah, steady, blah.
Open up, Mr. Lawson.
Blah, inflation.
Open up. This is Roger Cook. I've got some questions I'd like to ask you about interest rates, Mr. Lawson.
Projections for the autumn, waffle.
Come on, Mr. Lawson. You can't hide behind that dispatch box forever, Mr. Lawson. Last year you said inflation will be 4%. Don't hit me with that briefcase, Mr. Lawson. We'd like to talk about your insistence on linking sterling to the Deutschmark. Keep that mace away from me, Mr. Lawson. And Mrs. Wisbury and Tewkesbury is still waiting for a refund on her double glazing. We're from Central Television, Mr. Lawson. Don't let that Rottweiler off its lead, Mr. Lawson.
TV seems certain to bring advertising into the House, with key members being sponsored. The NatWest Chancellor, the Hitachi Leader of the House, the Barrett's Home Secretary, and the Wharfdale Speaker. Some MPs are worried that TV will turn them into personalities, all except John Selwyn Gummer, for whom this is obviously completely impossible. Other MPs feel that TV is bound to intrude on some of the most solemn parliamentary occasions.
My husband and I are pleased once again to be here, and I am pleased to perform my sacred duty to open this session of Parliament. But first, the new video from Bananarama.
Most MPs, however, are simply worried that TV will show up what a bunch of childish knobheads most of them are. Or to put it in more political terms...
Undoubtedly, members are worried that the public perception of their task will be adversely affected by the intrusion of televisual coverage, showing what a bunch of childish knobheads most of them are.
Others, however, look at the careers of former MPs like Brian Walden and Robert Kilroy-Silk, who worked for TV companies, and Norman Tebbit, who works for Sky Channel, and wonder whether the opportunity is there for a whole new station, MPTV, with its minority channel, SDPTV. One obstacle remains to MPTV, the fact that the work of Parliament is as unremittingly boring as an omnibus edition of Home and Away. However, producers are already planning ways round this, using established TV techniques for making incredibly dull events seem interesting.
Welcome to Lords. And I'm not sure what we're doing here, since we should be in the Commons. Welcome to this Cabinet Reshuffle special, a highlight of any British summer.
That's right, and of course an important test for any minister.
Skipper Thatcher has been quite ruthless in the past about changing a team. Let's have a look at the sacking order. St John Stevens out very early on. John not out. Lee and Britton caught out by Westland. Heseltine ran out. Parkinson went leg over before wicket. But subsequently recalled to the side. Tebbit retired, and of course Francis Pym, no balls.
What of the current side? Well, Ridley looks secure at the crease, besides which he's given planning permission for an office block between him and the bowler, so he looks fairly safe. Lawson might be in trouble, but he's got a lot of padding.
Then, of course, there's Howe. Terribly slow delivery. Moynihan is quite safe. He's being used as one of the stumps. Moved from short leg, of course. And then there's Kenneth Baker. What a fool tosser he is. Goodbye.
Now it's time for the punchline experience. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What did Mandy Smith say to Bill Wyman as he carried her across the threshold? I've collected up all the answers on bits of paper, which I've got in my hand, and the best ones will win a prize. 100 million unsold copies of Je suis un rock star. So, here we go. What did Mandy Smith say to Bill Wyman as he carried her across the threshold? You stupid old git, this is the infant school entrance. I'm in the junior school now. And then it says, name withheld because I don't want my name associated with this crap punchline and crap show. Love and kisses. Well, you're not going to win the prize, are you? Although you have written Dave, you're great in the sack underneath. No. It's obviously wrong, so you're not going to win. What did Mandy Smith say to Bill Wyman as he carried her across the threshold? And if you think you're going to put that... I think I read that correctly. You know, if you're a professor in phonetics, you can argue about it later. It's by Arthur Gallagher, so that's the best one so far. What's a threshold, Bill? That's by Christopher McCrae, of the Cray twins. What did Mandy Smith say to Bill Wyman as he carried across the threshold? If I marry you, will people forget all my past achievements? No, that's all right. But the name's withheld. Now, this one's written by someone who's just completely off their heads. Kitchen, bathrooms, bedrooms, talk seriously about furniture and household items. And that's by Gleedmore Sackheaver, okay? Who really ought to kill himself. Really. And last one. Goo Goo Gaga, make sure there's no glass in my baby food. That's from Paul Longden. I think Arthur Gallagher won. Where are you, Arthur? Arthur. All right, well done. You win. Je suis un rockstar. Big hand for Arthur.
And now, once again, it's sitcom time with all the gang at the Semi-Detached. Yes, let's stroll in through the louver doors at 37 Richard Briers Avenue for another episode of All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
Dum-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Father will be home soon.
Hello, darling. What the bloody hell was that?
Oh, darling, I forgot to tell you, we've got an American audience in tonight. I think they're from the show Cheers, so named because that's all that happens for 30 minutes.
Hello, Father. Hello, Mother.
It's just the American audience. They do that every time someone comes in.
Hello, Father. Hello, I'm Dennis Nielsen.
Hello, it's Gary Davies here.
Yes, well, we'll just have to adjust the show to suit the audience. Firstly, everyone's got to hug each other. Yes, all right, that'll do. Now, all we need now are some black people.
Sorry, Father. What are they?
Well, my dear, before you were born, there was a programme called Love Thy Neighbour. Here's a clip from it. And that's the last we ever saw of them. To my knowledge, they're all now in The Cosby Show, a programme specifically designed to provide white America with a sanitised and unthreatening vision of black culture.
But what about the sentimental bit where everyone goes quiet as if to say, we've had some laughs, but hey, we can cry too?
OK, I'll do it. Now listen, son, just because you didn't make the football team doesn't mean you're a bad person. I remember when I was in 5th grade, I didn't make the baseball team. Gee, was I sick about it. But you know what happened? The very next day, on their way to their first match, the whole team was killed in a coach crash.
Well, that's the emotional end of the show, but hey, because we want everyone to feel light and relaxed for the commercials, what do you say? Let's have a short comic coda.
Gee, I'm really glad Son got over that depression.
Oh, yeah, you should have seen his face when I gave him that box of candy.
Oh, my God! I can't take it anymore.
Oh, no, what is it now?
I ate the whole darn tub.
You stupid tosser. You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skint Video. The producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. Recording studio somewhere far, far away.
Say, kids, what time is it? It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Good evening. Welcome to the most incisive, intelligent, satirical show on the radio. And to begin with, an incisive, intelligent, satirical joke. Who's the most unpopular man on the terraces at a Borussia Mönchengladbach match? The one who shouts, "Give us a B." I'm David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis.
Picture this.
We'd like to start this week with an exclusive review of the new James Bond film, licensed to be exactly the same as all the others. This is the 410th Bond film. The first one was written by Shakespeare in 1599. All's well that ends with lots of big explosions. But what of this latest effort? Well, licensed to be exactly the same as all the others, is an all-new, updated Bond for the 80s. Bond is a new 80s man and the setting is contemporary. James Bond, played by Philip Schofield, is thrown out of the British Secret Service when it's discovered that he didn't go to Cambridge, but not before Q, a sensitive performance from Gordon the Gopher, has provided him with a lead-free Aston Martin, which in the event of being pursued by an enemy helicopter tries to negotiate a peaceful solution, and a portable electric yoghurt maker, which in the event of capture and interrogation adds hazelnuts.
The special effects by Nigel Lawson are wonderful and include the biggest interest rate set in Britain, an inflation rate higher than the England test score, and an exciting scene where Blofeld feeds some low-income families to the loan sharks. In the final scene, Mr. Gorbachev goes to Bonn, Simon Le Bon goes to Gorbachev, and the SDP go to pieces. Mrs. Thatcher is bitten by the European monetary snake, and a group of highly trained Rottweilers descend on ropes into the volcano, where Rupert Murdoch is preparing to fire 100,000 free satellite dishes into Britain in a desperate attempt to save Tony Blackburn's career.
Bond stumbles on a plot to use the European elections to bore the population to sleep, enabling the villain to raid Fort Knox and steal the world's gold blend reserves, thus making sure they can't make any more of those bloody adverts. All in all, a family roller coaster of fun and thrills to keep the kids entertained and maybe even turn them into psychopaths. Featuring Tanya Banana as the bit of skirt with a few token feminist touches, Denham Elliott, because he has to be in every film, and Ronald Reagan as a popular ex-president who conveniently comes and gets photographed with Mrs. Thatcher the day before an important election. Don't miss it!
Picture this.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Here's Jacko, goddamn telling you not to worry about offending anybody. Got something on your mind, old Jacko, just says it right out. Don't care a thing about the consequences, no, me. Excuse me, President Bush, sir, but you appear to have married your own goddamn mother, George,
As the Green Party gets its first chance to air its views on British TV this week, we'd like to take a look at the history of that much revered form, the party political broadcast. The first ever party political broadcast was by God.
Now, a lot of you may be confused about what's been happening over the last 7 days. I know I am. But what will life under a God administration be like? Well, I intend to introduce death, famine, war, destruction, oppression, cancer, and sometime in the late 20th century, Mike Smith.
The next broadcast we are aware of was conducted by Moses in the 5th century BC on behalf of the Israelite party.
Now, ask yourself, what has life under the Egyptians been like? Well, the last 10 months has seen the highest rate of locusts since the Persians. The percentage of frogs per capita is more than twice that of any previous government, and even taking account of inflation, boils have soared. Let's look at what the last term of the Pharaoh government has been like for the ordinary citizen. We spoke to a man called Job, who unsurprisingly these days has no Job. He's one of the ever-growing thousands of Jobless, seen every day queuing at the Job Centre.
In Britain, the first ever party political broadcast was attempted in the year 839.
And now a party political broadcast on behalf of Ethelred the Unready.
Hang on a second. I'll be there in 5 minutes, yes?
Richard III's first party political broadcast, however, was criticised for containing too many political clichés.
Now is the winter of our discontent.
In America, the genre got off to a bad start due to George Washington's basic incomprehension of one of the fundamental principles of party political broadcasting.
I cannot tell a lie.
Over the years, the broadcasts of opposition parties have tended to divert attention away from dubious policies by shifting their emphasis onto creating a cult of personality around a young, man-of-the-people style leader.
Adolf is a family man. He likes nothing better than to wander around with his wife on the cliffs of England. He just worries about what you and I worry about. The price of beer, the future of his children, and the ultimate supremacy of the Aryan race.
And what of the future? In the year 2030, when no doubt we'll all be watching television in our rocket ships, who knows what party political broadcasts may be like?
And now, a party political broadcast on behalf of the government.
We believe we have a right and a duty to defend our own people whenever and wherever their liberty is challenged.
Except in Hong Kong.
Now it's time for the Skint Video Karaoke Experience. Now, karaoke is a national pastime in Japan, nearly as popular as slaughtering whales and sheltering war criminals. It consists of celebrities singing their versions of well-known tunes. On last week's show, we had Rob Lowe crooning Thank Heavens for Little Girls, and Ken Dodd, of course, with This Old Heart of Mine. We'd like to kick off this week with English football's top scorer, Bobby Robson.
Oh, who's got great ball control? Bobby Robson. Who dribbles for he shoots a goal? Bob and Jock Robson. Oh, end-to-end action with Spot the Ball Robson. He swapped his name with Mr. Styles, now he's called Nobby.
A bit of World Cup Willie there for you. Here's a dog owner from the Midlands.
Daddy wouldn't buy me a Bow Wow, so I got a Rottweiler instead. Now all of my friends won't talk to me, 'cause they ain't got no heads.
On next week's karaoke, we feature Michael Jackson singing frankly for the first time about his hitherto secret love life with his version of I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. Cheap or what? We leave you with Geoffrey Howe's response, though, to the people of Hong Kong.
Well, I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. You want to get away from Deng Xiaoping. If you haven't got a trace of British blood, you better change your name to Zola Bud.
Hello, and this week on the press review experience, I'm going to review New Scientist, which is a bit difficult for me, of course, because I'm a mere girly. And we weren't actually encouraged to do science at school. We were encouraged to do cookery and dressmaking. Unfortunately, I never learnt how to make explosives, which is a bit of a shame because I can't stand my next-door neighbour. Not much point storming her front door with a plate of fairy cakes or a decorative coat hanger, really, is there? And actually, I thought my grasp of a scientific magazine might be somewhat tenuous, but no, it was a piece of cake. So I ate it. But before I ate it, I looked at it, and the first article I saw in the index was called Hopping Mice Do It Differently. And described as mice with minute testes, misshapen sperm and thin spiny penises may shed light on what makes males the way they are. Well, I couldn't have put it better myself, really. Thank you, girls. And from what I could actually make of this article, the female of the species was very aggressive and had multiple partners. I'm not really surprised if that's all they've got to look forward to. The next article I looked at concerned the Eastern Bloc getting together to clean up one of the filthiest areas in Europe. I was surprised to discover that this was not, in fact, my bedroom. And another article described some research carried out on doctors, which showed that when asked a simple question on any drug dosage, 2/3 got it wrong. Most people seem to believe that doctors are infallible. I normally try and get a second opinion from a cab driver. Pretty useless, but it stops them talking about politics, doesn't it? There was actually, though, an interesting article about why central nervous system brain cells do not regenerate after they've been damaged. But apparently research is going ahead, and perhaps in the future, people who've got brain damage will be able to be treated successfully. Apart from skinheads, whose brain cells, according to my research, can't actually be spotted even under an electron microscope. And finally, the job adverts. Well, what a deliciously interesting selection. I've decided to go for being a groundwater protection officer, which apparently involves pollution protection, redevelopment of contaminated land, and dealing with septic tank discharge. Which brings me nicely back to my bedroom. Thank you. Good night.
Tonight, with the European elections leading us into a new era of transnational politics, a potential economic crisis developing, and world pollution promising environmental disaster on an unprecedented global scale, we ask the question...
What will you be wearing for ascot this year?
Yes, tonight on the Social Climbing Experience, we look at the real concerns of the British in summertime. The summer season has begun, and every year the British congregate at their traditional summer gathering places. Ascot, Wimbledon, the departure lounge at Gatwick Airport.
This is a relative newcomer to the social calendar, and soon the milling crowds may even merit the same degree of attention and prestige as Ascot.
Yes, indeed. And what a glorious afternoon it is here at Gatwick North Terminal. And just look at those hats.
Yes, indeed. Some wonderful hats this year.
Oh, yes.
Over there we can see Lady Chumley sporting a white hat, and on the side you can see the design, I Heart Benidorm.
Oh, yes, isn't that super? Oh, and here come the royal party. Her Majesty looking radiant in a Bruce Oldfield Snoopy t-shirt and Reeboks. And we're all waiting for Princess Diana. What will she be wearing this year? Whatever she wears is invariably wonderful.
Indeed, John, indeed. She could wear a large dog turd on her head, and it would look wonderful.
Oh, and there is Princess Diana, wearing a large dog turd on her. She looks wonderful. And now we're all set for the first event, the 3/4 of a mile beginners laughing at each other's passport photos handicap chase.
One of the prime events of the British summer is Wimbledon. It's extremely difficult to get into Wimbledon, and almost impossible to get into a final. And that's just the British players, let alone the spectators. The main criteria for getting into Wimbledon are A, to be very rich, and B, to have absolutely no interest in tennis.
Now this is mainly because tennis authorities fear that tennis crowds might go the way of football crowds, and that centre court will resound with the songs.
Sing when you're serving, you only sing when you're serving. Sing when you're serving. 50 love, 50 love, 30 love.
These songs would obviously have to take into account the lifestyles of top tennis professionals.
You're going home in a chauffeur-driven Daimler with tinted windows.
The best way to put a stop to this sort of behaviour would be to send these spectators to a doubles match featuring a pair of players from Czechoslovakia.
Come on, you slob Dennis
Slagovic. And what's that? Insko, yeah. Police have expressed concern about violence at Wimbledon, but this problem should now be solved now that Vinnie Jones has gone to Leeds.
For most people, summer means holidays. And once Parliament is in recess, where will our leaders be going? Paul Channon will go on a walking tour of his own back garden. Mrs Thatcher will go on talking war in Geneva. David Owen is going nowhere. And Nigel Lawson has booked an adventure holiday. He's going up Shit Creek without a paddle.
Hello, everyone. My name's Mark, and what we do here is I go around the audience and discuss a topic of the week, and I'll be rushing around getting your views and opinions. The best bit of the news recently has got to have been the Ayatollah's funeral. What a laugh, man. That was brilliant. You saw these aerial shots of all these crowds, this great big stages in a glass box, everyone's pushing to get forward. I thought, they've started Glastonbury early in Iran. That was just brilliant. I was really excited by that bit. But the thing that has really sort of come to my attention recently is a personal thing. And that is, I just seem to be meeting more and more pillocks. I don't know why, you're just sort of getting larger and, walking down the street with a mate and they stop to look in the estate agent window just to see how much our one is worth. And there's a pillock. But the real hardcore pillocks, the real definite pillocks, are people who know the second verse to the national anthem. They're the real pillocks. And that's what I wanted to talk about this week. I wanted to talk about patriotism. I think we should change national. We should have the sort of whatever's in the charts as the national anthem. That'd be brilliant. At one stage in the Queen's career, she would have come out and there would have just been this big band going... That is great! Or sort of when George Bush comes out, you go... Hello... Because all the national symbols, I get really pissed off with them. Like St George and the Dragon. St George is the patron saint of England. We're a nation of animal lovers, and we're adopting as our patron saint someone who's killing endangered species. But I mean, the real hardcore fact of it is the fact that this is a myth. It's not true. Because dragons weren't about when humans were. St George and the Dragon is an early Sunday sports story. The original was actually George battles 16-ton killer trout to marry Virgin Olive. Oh man, I can't stand all that stuff. It really is. You know, we don't bother learning anyone else's sort of languages. Not only that, when we go over to their countries, the people who live there, we call them foreigners. There's a logic in that. It's like if the first people on Mars were British. You get this mission control going, mission control, what can you see out the window? Well, I told you're better off with Clacton, really, didn't I? It's all a load of rocks. Oh, here comes the Martian. Hello, where is the pub? Where? Oh, bollocks to it. Now, if they put buildings on Mars and had people living there, you can guarantee the first British building will be Alfie's English Bar. The last point for 2,000 light years. Oh, man, I can't stand all that. And the bits I can't stand even more are the little racists, the ones who get hold of the nationalistic bandwagon. And you get them coming out with stuff like the Welsh, right? I come over here and I steal their women and I steal their jobs. I'm thinking... What's this? What's going on? I must be walking around London completely blind. And there's all this stealing our women going on. I must be walking around and all round me is going, diddly-link, diddly-link. Help, it's the blackie, he's got me. Diddly-link, dun-dun-dun-dun. Come back to my evil jungle now. No, not so fast, it's super whitey. In the telephone box, on with the Doc Martens, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And all these people are going on about black people stealing their jobs. Couldn't even pass a multiple-choice CSE woodwork exam. You leave them in charge of a Cabbage Patch doll, you come back, you've got a cot death on your hands. Oh, I feel much better now. So we're going to get a few of your opinions round here. First of all, have we got any patriots in? Does anyone feel patriotic at all? Okay, right, it's just random picking on people. Okay, we can start with this guy, because he looks quite smart here. Are you patriotic in any way?
A little bit, yes.
What ways?
When I'm driving to Yorkshire.
When I'm driving to Yorkshire? Let's ask... Oh, sorry, there's a bloke helping me with the lead here. That's very nice, thank you. Are you patriotic in any way?
No.
No, I sounded, but I'm not. Someone said bollocks. Who was that? You said bollocks. Okay, would you be prepared to fight for your country? You'll have to shout, because you would be prepared to fight for your country. Or in what circumstance and why?
Against Tyson.
Hey, we'd like now to give you the Ben Johnson experience.
Well, this taste of victory will keep you calm, and the only shots you put are into your arms. Though you may wanna kick the habit when the scoreboard changes into a giant rabbit, when the drugs test is the real Olympic trial. Take the Coke challenge for the 4-minute smile. Oh, our women all wear jockstraps, they bring their own support. Your nose will run and run in this world of snort. Well, they started asking questions in Seoul when I won the pole vault without any pole. My good name they are trying to smear, 'cause I'm 20 foot taller than last year. These steroids had a strange effect on me, from a hairy chest to a 38D. a personal best to a personal breast. I see something new every time I undress. Got a shock when my extra genitals grew. When people say go screw yourself, that's just what I do. Pass the joint, pass the baton, you won't stand up in court. I'm top of the poppers in this this world of snot.
Again. Now, on the Mary Whitehouse Experience, we don't believe in kicking a man when he's down, and so it gives us great pleasure to devote this week's character assassination experience to Bobby Robson.
Bobby Robson was born on the 17th of June 1931. He emerged from his mother's womb wearing a blazer. It was the only tunnel he ever emerged from without being spat at. His first words were,
I'm going to pick Gary Stevens.
Even when simply picking teams in the playground, Bobby's eye for footballing talent was the talk of the school.
1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. Right, Bobby, you have first pick.
I'll have the potatoes. One of them looks a bit like Gary Stevens.
Bobby, of course, made his mark with a team whose name has gone down in the annals of footballing legend, along with Real Madrid, Manchester United, Juventus, Dynamo Kiev and Benfica. Ipswich. A town like Bobby Robson in so many ways, characterless, uninspiring, and with a large Marks and Spencer's right in the middle of it.
His first decision at Ipswich was the controversial appointment of a new coach, a National Express Rapide. After a string of achievements at Ipswich, the whole nation began crying out for one man to take on the mantle of England manager, Brian Clough. Robson, meanwhile, was being approached from all quarters, the Italian FA, the French FA, the German FA, all desperately trying to persuade him to become England's manager.
And so, in 1983, Bobby finally became England manager. Since then, he has aroused feelings which the British people normally reserve only for great war leaders, such as Adolf Hitler and Napoleon. Indeed, the sheer level of hate aroused by Bobby Robson is thought to be responsible in part for the destruction of the ozone layer.
The attitude of the press has been ambivalent. One can just pick up the merest hint of a less than supportive tone.
Go! Go, go, go! Here's the money, get in the taxi, just go! Just do anything, just get out of here. Do we have to spell it out to you? We hate you! Go!
Martin Aitken there, sports writer for Which Hi-Fi.
Doubts began to be expressed in even the highest rungs of the establishment.
My husband and I would like at this time of year to extend our warmest greetings to all members of the Commonwealth, except Bobby Robson. He really is crap. I can't believe he keeps on picking Gary Stevens. Every match, he does nothing. One wonders, why doesn't he pick Hoddle? What I say is, one Brian Cloughy. There's only one Brian Cloughy. One Brian.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Now it's time for the punchline competition. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to come up with a punchline to the following joke. What will Thatcher say to Lawson next time they meet in private? Now, I've collected up all the answers on pieces of paper which I have in my hand, and the best one will win a prize, the job of England manager. So, here we go. What will Thatcher say to Lawson next time they meet in private? Nothing. Lawson isn't allowed into the House of Commons men's toilet. That's from Jonathan. Well done, Jonathan. That's all right. What will Thatcher say to Lawson next time they meet in private? Nigel, about my mortgage. Dave Reynolds, only a little chuckle, not really very funny. My word, you're a fat bastard, Nigel. The first of many, I'm sure, from Mrs. Lawson. Here, Nigel, me old mate, have a hazelnut yoghurt on me. Excellent stuff. There's no name. I presume it's from someone in the dairy industry. Sexy one here. Nigel, is that inflationary pressure, or are you just pleased to see me? That's from Graham Wilson, brackets, age 6, he's put. This one is very good. Listen to this. It's all very well, Nigel, as long as you keep within the law, son. Brilliant. Alan Parkinson, mate. You ought to kill yourself. Put yourself out of your misery. Well, I think that's it. I personally thought that... What was the joke again? Yoghurt. Have a hazelnut yoghurt. All right, you can have a hazelnut yoghurt and you can have the job of England manager. Big round for Sophie.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
And now, time for mirthful merriment and amusing mayhem as we take a trip down Penelope Keith Avenue for our comedy series, All Cosy at Home in the Family House.
Darling, something smells a bit fishy around here.
Yes, darling. I think it must be Grandad. When did he last have a bath?
I don't think he's made a single attempt to wash himself since he died.
Look, we'll have to do something about him.
I know, Father. Let's put him in the flat above the garage so that he can keep popping over at embarrassing moments to great comic effect.
But he's dead.
Oh, yes.
I'll just have to think of something else.
Now, as your local vicar, it gives me great pleasure to announce the winner of the Little Mere Prize Marrow competition. And the winner is... Mr. Cozy. For an absolutely outstanding entry. 6 foot long and as green as a 6-month-old corpse. In fact, it looks so much like a 6-month-old corpse, I'm going to send it off to the That's Life Funny Looking Vegetables competition.
Got any more bright ideas, Father?
Well, how was I to know that Esther Ransom would ask him to be a presenter? And then give him the sack because he was too interesting.
But what on earth are we going to do with Grandad?
Hold on, I've got it. Hello, is that the Iranian embassy? I think we found that corpse you lost at the funeral.
I wonder who that could be. I can't possibly make tea for 150,000 Iranians.
I know what we can do. Get the Frobishers from next door on the phone. Barbecue's ready, everyone.
Ah, Cosy, pile it on.
Well, do have some more, Mr. Frobisher, and here are some giblets. Well, my little wee certainly paid off.
Yes, I've never seen Mrs. Frobisher put so much in her mouth.
Oh, I have. But anyway.
Father.
What is it, daughter?
There's an old man sitting in the living room who smells like an enormous halibut.
Oh, no! It can't be. Well, then, who?
And I can't find Brother anywhere.
Oh, no!
Oh dear, how is Mr. Cozy going to get out of this one? How is his son going to get out of Mr. Frobisher's stomach? Most probably through his anus.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skins Video. The producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You bugger.
Say, kids, what time is it?
It's time for
The Mary Whitehouse Experience. Whoa! Thank you. Thank you. I'm David Baddiel, and this is Punt and Dennis.
A piece of happiness ran down the street which she had once run down so often, when she had dreamed of saying all the things which now her mind told her she was unable to be prepared to have once having been said. Next, we move on to biology. Here you'll find that a large section of the paper is multiple choice.
Multiple choice papers have one distinct advantage, this being the fact that out of the 4 possible answers, one is always very obviously wrong.
Question 3. What is the name of the fluid that lubricates the joint at the elbow? Is it A, synoptical fluid, B, synovial fluid, C, hemiopteric fluid, D, Jeff Hurst in the 1966 World Cup final?
There is always one answer like that, hemiopteric fluid, which only a cretin would choose. Next we come to maths.
Now, the important thing to remember with maths is that there will always be a question about plan and elevation. This is known in the examining world as the piss-easy question, and is put in specifically for everyone who can't remember how to calculate the area of a rhombus, which is most people.
Now an important subject, essay technique. This is vital for English and history, and once you've mastered a few basic essay techniques, exams will never be a problem again. Essay technique is all derived from the one fundamental precept of exams.
What you have revised will never come up.
This is known as Baker's Law, and can be stated as a formula. The formula being x over y minus the square of the amount of time you spent watching Top of the Pops when you should have been reading Macbeth equals the area of a rhombus.
Now, bearing in mind that what you have revised will never come up, the first fundamental exam essay technique is known as twisting the question. This involves turning a question on something you haven't revised into something you have revised. The question:
write a character study of Hamlet which explores his indecision.
Your answer:
in order to fully explore the character and indecision of Hamlet, it is first necessary to consider that had Hamlet been Scottish, his situation would have been very similar to that of Macbeth. If indeed Macbeth had been Danish.
Cue 8 sides on Macbeth. Result, a high mark for sheer nerve. The next important feature of essay technique involves how to spread an essay over 4 sides when you only know 2 facts. Let's take an example, an essay on Henry VII. Examiners are well used to reading things like this.
England, towards the end of the 15th century, was a land. A land full of English people, who produced various goods which they exported, primarily overseas. Henry VII came to the throne in time to rule over the English people, who had not had a king since Henry's predecessor, who was Richard the King. It was with great rejoicing amongst nobility and peasantry alike that Henry, a few years after he became king in succession to his predecessor, passed the Treaty of Étape, whose importance need not be stated.
Sheer genius. The candidate knows one fact, that Henry VII passed the Treaty of Étape. He doesn't know when, or where, or why, and its importance cannot be stated because he doesn't have the faintest idea what its importance was. Still, a safe pass, and if it's a public school candidate, a place at Oxford.
Finally, don't forget that history, like most subjects, also has get-out questions for people who can't find a single question they can answer. History papers usually end up with a question like this.
Write an essay on at least one of the following. A, the Peterloo Massacre. B, the repeal of the Corn Laws. C, the rise of Napoleon. D, what happened in Neighbours yesterday. E, the First World War. F, the Second World War. G, any other war. H, anything you know about.
And if you can't even answer that, you could end up in the Ministry of Education.
Good night.
Good night.
Hello, and here's a bit of advice for the girls. If you're planning to get married, don't for God's sake marry a Cosmo man. He's a man of the 80s. He's intelligent, sensitive, caring. What a boring old bastard he must be, eh? But of course I shouldn't be rude about him, because remember, he is incredibly right on. His car isn't penis-shaped. Unfortunately, neither is his penis.
Now, we on the Mary Whitehouse Experience thoroughly support the Green Party, not only because of their policies, but also because, unless we're very much mistaken, one of their main candidates and spokesmen seems to be David Icke. sometime presenter of Sports Night, the snooker, and if nobody else can cover, World Championship Speedway.
David Icke is also notable because his name is actually spelled Icky.
What we can't believe, however, is that after David Icke had done his interview on the 6 o'clock news, Nicholas Witchell didn't say...
And now today's other news. In Tehran, the new Hang on a minute. Wasn't that the bloke who presents the snooker? Oh, no, I must have been drinking again. Anyway, in Tehran, I think his name's David Icke. Oh, well, I've got something coming through now. Yes, I've been fired.
Subsequent investigations of the Euro elections have proved that David Icke was not the only sports presenter representing a political party. Another was Trevor Brooking.
Really, it's very difficult for me to say...
Who we can hear there laying down the key European policies of the SLD. David Coleman, meanwhile, stood on behalf of the Revolutionary Communist Party.
And so a question for Emlyn's team. What I want to know, Emlyn, is why is military conflict an inevitable byproduct of the capitalist system?
Bayern Munich. And I believe I played in that match myself.
Meanwhile, the German Republican Party itself, canvassing for support in this country, looks for a sympathetic presenter who perhaps had broken the boycott on South African sport.
Well, really, Desmond, the supremacy of the Aryan race is something which is all too easily scoffed at these days, especially when it has produced such genetic mutations as my chin and indeed my sick and diseased mind.
But of course, none of these presenters ever let their politics interfere with their work.
Well, really, Desmond, I'm prepared to admit that John Barnes has had a very good game so far, but I'm not so sure I'm prepared to admit the rest of his family into this country.
Excuse me, Jimmy.
Yes, Desmond, what is it?
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Hello, and tonight on the press review experience, I would like to review what is commonly known by the boys as a knob mag. God knows why, because I couldn't find a knob in it anywhere. But this particular magazine is called Parade. Yes, you all know it, boys, don't you? And I should say this is not a magazine you should buy to broaden your knowledge of quantum mechanics theory or the wines of Provençal, but it seems to be a selection of women with pained expressions who appear to have recently had their ovaries hoovered out. Now, because I'm having a bit of a go at this magazine, I think many people will probably think that I'm just jealous and I have a secret longing myself to look good enough so I can appear in Parade. Well, what I should say, actually, is that I deliberately keep my weight up so that I don't appeal to the bunch of self-abusers who read magazines like this. Now, what I actually like to do is walk past my local building site several times a day just to reassure myself that the bunch of Neanderthals hanging off the scaffolding definitely aren't going to ask me out for a date. Now, the main feature of Parade magazine this month introduces us to the hitherto unseen bits of Donna Methven. I don't know if you'll remember her. She hit the headlines as Tony Jacqueline's schoolgirl lover. And these are certainly not her holiday snaps. That's unless she went on an 18 to 30 holiday, of course. In which case they're a bit tame. So what else did the magazine have to offer? Well, the business section was most enlightening. Because there wasn't one. But I did feel there might be some light relief when I came across the jokes page. Sadly not, though. Such charmers as, what's the difference between a vitamin and a hormone? You can't hear a vitamin. Yes, every man that laughs at that is going to be executed on the way out, all right? This joke, of course, is horribly sexist and factually incorrect. A vitamin is an organic substance essential for the health of an animal organism, and a hormone is an internal secretion which exercises a specific physiological action. That's factually correct and funnier as well, isn't it? Bye. Finally, the magazine was peppered with adverts for salacious books, videos and phone lines. Such lovely video titles as "The Milkman Always Rings Twice and Leaves Extra Cream." Mine doesn't, he just comes all over my leg. I thought also I wouldn't bother to buy How to Drive Your Man Wild in Bed. I find a handful of cockroaches perfectly adequate. But from reading the magazine, I've managed to build up a picture of the average reader. He's probably called Shane, probably goes on holiday to Benidorm, and he functions at the evolutionary level of an Abyssinian guinea pig. People like Shane, I would imagine, don't think they've had a decent holiday unless they've been charged with manslaughter. But one good thing about Shane is you can always tell when he's around because he's normally wearing his favourite aftershave, Incontinent Docker, I think it's called. So anyone that smells him, just kick him in the bollocks, all right?
Hello, I'm Rob Newman, and I'd like to do a reading from my forthcoming novel, Too Hard for the SAS, and we pick it up in chapter 5. Just then, Robert's girlfriend, Princess Caroline, stormed up to him and said, "It's over." Robert begged her to explain, so she said, "You're completely immature, period." And he said, "Period." Please welcome Skin Video.
And now it's time for the Skin Video Wiltshire Police plainclothes experience. Now, we just come back from Glastonbury, haven't we, Sarge?
Yeah, man.
It was right, man. And we made only one arrest.
Yeah, I busted this geezer for impersonating a large pink antelope with fuzzy felt eyes.
And here's a little song what we should sing around the campfire.
We come down to Glastonbury, me and the CID, in our baggy rooms, smoking mushrooms, smoking all night. Look at those funny lights. I feel so laid back, I don't want to go home. So skin up another Sarge, stick on the old cassette. I'm so high, I'm in the flying squad. I'm talking to God. Oh no, hang on. That's not Jesus, it's James Anderton.
Okay.
It must have escaped nobody's notice that we're experiencing a very hot summer. It's also become increasingly clear that this is not a freak event, but rather an expression of profound changes in the ecological makeup of the planet.
A particularly disturbing problem as things get hotter will be the smell. Even people normally thought of as icons of cleanliness might be affected.
And here comes the royal party. And as the Queen, radiant as ever, approaches the commentary box, she raises her arm for a royal wave. Oh, my God. I think I'm going to be sick.
And as the Queen Mother approaches the crowd, I can hear them shouting, "Mum, Mum!" And some of them are actually lobbing bottles of Mum at her.
The Queen herself, stepping down from the carriage for her walkabout. The crowd, many of whom have waited here all day, are rushing away from her.
Wait! Come back, you bastards!
Of course, as the temperature goes up, there will be a new sign at swimming pools to go with no ducking, no bombing, no petting and no pushing. No water. Nevertheless, people will still pay £1.50 to get verrucas and roll around in a 9-year-old turd.
Occupations may be affected. In the future, a BBC weather forecaster may sound like this.
Oh, wife and 2 kids to support. 10p, sir, that's all I ask.
Lastly, we have to think about how ordinary people will be affected. Train spotters unable to remove their duffel coats will perish in their thousands. Skinheads will fracture their toes trying to kick people in with their sandals. And lastly, with summer lasting practically all the year round, the Tory party will have to find some other way of getting rid of pensioners. Specifically at the moment, Margaret Thatcher.
Hello everyone, my name's Mark Thomas. What I do in this bit of the show is I choose a topic which I'm going to discuss with you. I do a bit of material and then I come around you and get your views and opinions. I've actually been doing masses of green benefits, masses sort of green wedge and all that kind of stuff. I love doing those benefits, but I just think the Greenpeace thing is just a little bit middle class. I think some of the green politics is a nice way for the middle class to be a little bit rebellious without affecting the mortgage rates. But I'm into it because so much stuff has been going on that doesn't get answered for. So many disasters, or they're called disasters. Like, the guy who was sort of working with King's Cross, he was sort of responsible for King's Cross, or responsible for the underground network. When the disaster happened, he didn't resign. Well, he actually did resign, but that was to go and work for the Channel Tunnel. The guy's working for the Channel Tunnel. What happens? He mucks up there, he goes over to NASA and helps them out with a shuttle. I can't believe it. He was in charge when the thing burnt down. What did they ask him in the interview? What did they say to him? Was it, well, there's a lot of competition for this job. We've got the guys from Chernobyl outside. They're after it as well. For God's sake. I can't handle this because, like, the British people are just stupid when it comes to accidents or incidents of this nature. Like the hazelnut yoghurt thing. They're just going, oh, no, that's terrible, isn't it? Oh, that's really awful. Hazelnut yoghurt. Oh, that was so near. Good job it wasn't the peach Melba, wasn't it? Yes. Otherwise, Brian would have caught it, you see. Yes. Oh, no, I can't handle it. And the worst thing about all these incidents that happen, all the accidents, they call them disasters. As if they're acts of God. God's sitting up there going, oh, what shall I do today? Oh, there's a ship. You know, it's kind of crazy because they're preventable accidents. Like, now, this is brilliant. Now, London Regional Transport, in charge of the undergrounds, they don't have fires anymore. They're smoulderings. You report a smouldering. It sounds rather nice, doesn't it? Oh, there's a smouldering going on down at Moorgate. We'll go down there, shan't we? Oh, a smouldering. Get the jacket potatoes out. Does anyone know Kookaburra lives in the old gum trees? Can't handle that. What is amazing, though, is they don't actually train staff. I blame the management. I do, because it's their job to train them. They don't train staff. There's people running up the escalators, running up to the guards and going, look, there's a fire on the escalator. Well, as long as it's got a valid ticket, that's all right. God, it really... Oh, like, what they expect is we'll be lying underneath all this rubble, and there'll be flames licking all around us. The whole place will be on fire. And somehow we'd crawl out and reach a CB radio set and go, International Rescue. Calling International Rescue. As if, actually, it'd be brilliant if International Rescue did what the government did, you know. Emergency, emergency, we have an emergency. Brains, what do you think we should do? Well, I would visit the victims in hospital. Virgil, get to work on the Disaster Appeal Fund. Bury me across the... Oh, no. So, I'm going to come amongst you now and get some of your views. Are you ready for this, studio audience? Oh, no. Okay, we'll have a quick shouting vote to get you in the mood for shouting. How many people here would use the tunnel? Yes, you would use it. Those who wouldn't? Okay, we had a yes with the nose there. Slightly confused. Okay, can I just ask you, you said that you would use it. Would you feel very safe down there?
I think I would be going on a train. It would be going straight from A to B. I think that would be fairly safe.
Congratulations on your release. Who wouldn't use it? Who said they wouldn't? Why wouldn't you use the channel?
Well, I mean, British Rail's is bad enough as it is at the moment. You go on holiday, you come back the same day.
I mean, you wouldn't get there in the first place, would you, probably?
Okay, that's fine. I think quite a few people will be travelling by the Twilight Zone from the studio. Anyway, we're going to have to finish there. You reminded me of this the other night. They were having a debate about disasters and on emergencies and how to cope with them. And they said, what you mustn't do is give out the phone number of the emergency services so the relatives can phone up and find out if their relatives are alive. You mustn't do that because it'll block up the phone lines and banking cannot continue. Sounds a good idea to me, doesn't it? Thanks very much. See you later.
I was in the library the other day.
Oh, yeah?
And I was reading Don Quixote.
Bless you.
Thank you. And, you know how he makes me want to go, Cervantes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, normally in the library, I can never find the lab. Oh. Never. But this time I worked it out. You see, what you got in your library these days is not your Armitage Shanks, Blue Water sort of job. It's your high-tech, space-age, tomorrow's world sort of bog.
William Woolard?
Exactly. You see, you can find it right, because it's not in a little room or anything anymore. It's up on a desk.
On a desk?
Yeah. So I get up there and I lift up the lid.
As you do.
Yeah. And there's no bowl. There's no water. There's just a glass screen.
Ah.
So I do me dump, and there's no paper on the roll. Nothing, no. There's these wacky great big sheets of paper all over the place.
Big sheets?
Yeah. So I wipe myself down, like you do. And there's no chain, no cistern or nothing. I reach down, right, press this little Ujima button thing, and this light goes...
Blimey.
Scared the shit out of me. Yeah. But what I thought was a lovely little touch was that after that, out the side here, came a lovely little picture of me turd. Which, you know, it's a nice thing to have, you know, really. Conversation piece, you know. Lovely little thing, yeah, it was.
No, what you've done is you've shat on a photocopier.
Oh. Well, obviously, after that, I had to go on trial, and I was just waiting outside, and I suddenly heard the judge say...
Hey, you, don't try him. Jail the victim. It's the gums of Chancery Lane.
My name is Judge Decrepit, I'm a youthful 85. I don't like having rent boys, I prefer to buy.
I was called to the bar, 'cause I love to get pissed.
As a fellow comic, I admire your avarice.
Hattie boy! Oh, you like Femididimento, do you?
Oh, yes, you can stick your tickling stick up me naughty ash any day.
Lovely.
I adjudicate a rape case with solemnity and frown. I only bang my gavel just to keep my heart on down.
Here comes the judge.
Here comes the judge.
Here comes the judge. You get time off your sentence, but time between his thighs. Here comes the judge.
Here comes the judge.
Don't mind the stench. Gulliver's been dead 5 years, he's still sitting on the bench.
And if you think that he's too old and his attitude's a set, chop off his head and count the rings upon his sodding neck.
2, 3, 4. Don't call me Scarman. An appeal at 8 is the doctor's okay.
I believe very firmly in the people's right to strike.
Especially the coppers who strike at the picket lines.
I'm arsehole of the Bailey. Here comes Judge Pickles.
I say a man has a right to some slap and tickle. At least you did it in the house and not against the wall. She was asking for it by being born at all.
Here come the judge.
Here come the judge.
Or genuflect. When justice fights the law, what else do you expect? Here come the judge.
Here come the judge.
Or go for. Go drink yourself to death up in the bloody north.
Case dismissed.
Picture this.
So now, time to wander down to number 19 June Whitfield Drive for another edition of the most comforting comedy on the air. Yes, once again, we're all cozy at home in the family house.
And now, as the royal cavalcade turns off the mall and heads away from the palace.
Oh, what a wonderful woman. She's so fantastic. I feel so proud and clean watching her.
I knew it was a good idea to introduce Mrs. Frobisher into our sex life.
No, darling, I mean the Queen. She travels the world. She has millions worshipping her. She gets to meet Charles and Di. Mind you, I wouldn't want her job.
Yeah, well, as the young punky rebel in the family who sometimes doesn't even brush his hair, I agree with the band The Sex Pistols and their song God Save the Queen. You know what I mean? God save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen, God save the Queen.
That's quite enough of that, and I don't like that T-shirt you wear of that fellow with the spiky hair, the bad teeth and the criminal expression.
Huh. That's typical that someone as materialist as you can't appreciate a man like Ken Dodd.
Oh, I thought it was John Lydon.
And now a wonderful sight as the royal party turns left up June Whitfield Drive.
Eh?
What?
That's right, June Whitfield Drive. The ornate carriage has now stopped outside number 19, and the Queen is stepping royally out, pausing only for a second to admire the stone cladding before going up to ring the doorbell.
Oh, flipping Ada.
Oh, golly heck.
Shit. I can't believe it. To think that hand is going to shake my hand. A hand that is so often partaken in acts of gross self-depravity in the upstairs toilet.
Yes. And what about your hand? But everyone, quick, tidy up. Firstly, get rid of all these magazines. Oh, God, what's this doing here?
It's all right. It's only my copy of Wide Open Gyno Shots. This week, women who've just had babies.
No, that's all right. I mean this copy of Anti-Royalist Monthly.
Oh, it's mine. I'd forgotten I'd taken out a lifetime subscription to it.
And what's this on the settee? The Cromwellian.
Oh, no, that's mine. I buy it for the knitting patterns.
And, Father, talking about patterns, what about the pattern on the new wallpaper?
What? Oh, yes, I never noticed before. It forms a sort of huge sentence. Smash the monarchist scum. Oh, no, quick, set fire to the house. Too late.
Hello. Would you like to buy a copy of the Watchtower?
Oh, bloody hell, not today, thanks. We're expecting someone very important. And, bloody go and have a bath, for God's sake.
Who was that, darling?
Oh, some bloody Jehovah's Witness. Looked a bit like Jeanette Charles.
Who's that?
Oh, you know, that woman who looks like the Queen. Wait a minute. Oh, no! I think it actually was Jeanette Charles.
Uh-oh, how is Mr. Cozy going to get out of this one? How is the Queen going to explain her absence to President Kaunda of Zambia? Tune in next week when, lo and behold, the Queen tries to get off with Mr. Cozy.
What?
Come on, Mr. Cozy, you little tot. You know you want it.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skins Video. The producer was Bill Dare.
Picture this. A recording studio somewhere far, far away.
You bugger.
Say, kids, what time is it? It's time.
The Mary Whitehouse Experience!
Tonight, on the Big Deal Over-the-Top Investigative Reporter Voice Experience, we look at Britain's transport systems in crisis. Also, we look at why Big Deal Over-the-Top Investigative Reporters always pause just before the end of the sentence.
The unmistakable noise so familiar to residents of towns and cities across Britain. The noise of the BBC sound effects record they always use for features on traffic congestion.
But it's not just the roads. Britain's railways are grossly overcrowded, with many intercity services offering worse than cattle truck conditions. The cattle don't have to put up with Max Pack's tea or sit next to a smelly heifer wearing a Walkman. Environmentalists claim that officialdom is very ignorant when it comes to transport. There are ministers who think that a contraflow system was something Oliver North set up for arms sales. Nowadays, there is even congestion in the air. This is a phenomenon of the 20th century. The first ever flight was made by the Wright brothers in 1903. Their plane only flew 100 yards before it had to land. Nowadays, these are known as Boeings.
But will things improve in the future? With the rapid leaps in technology, all indications are that soon we will be able to travel in time as well as distance. But will the service be any better?
We announce the departure from platform 4 of the 1750 to 1570. This service will call at Second World War, First World War, Crimean War, and Waterloo. Change at Waterloo for French Revolution and all stations to the late 15th century. Please note that sandwiches will not be invented before 1820. We apologise for the delay to this service in the era of the mid-13th century. This was due to Black Death and signal failure. The Neolithic Night Rider is now arriving at platform 13, calling at Primeval Swamp, Dinosaur, Mammal, Bronze Age, Ancient Greece, Rome, Hastings, Agincourt and Reading. The train will then proceed to Galileo, where it will be divided. The front portion will accept the concept of a heliocentric universe, while the rear portion will cling to a belief in Ptolemaic epicycles and a flat Earth. Passengers travelling in the front portion of the train without tickets are liable to be tortured by the Inquisition. Thank you.
Picture this.
It's the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
And now it's time for the Skin Video Karaoke Experience. The first number this week comes to you from the Waterboys.
By the rivers of Great Britain, we drank it down. Yeah, we spewed when we tasted aluminium. Of liquidly flogging off our waterways. Will you do one thing for me? If water is sold like petrol, can I have mine lead-free?
As people gathered in Wiltshire to catch a distant glimpse of the oldest stones in the world, apart from Ronnie Wood and Bill Wyman, an ancient druidic melody drifted across the barbed wire.
Are you going to Salisbury Plain? Helped along by 10,000 police. They love the pagan mystical rites. It reminds them of their Masonic ceremonies.
More rock now. Susan Vega was the victim of numerous death threats at the Glastonbury Festival. Here's a clue as to why.
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. I sound like Joni Mitchell. You've heard this thing before.
And now the imposter himself, Elvis Costello, with a song for the Duchess of York.
Ferguson, you hate your baby, so do we. Ferguson, why don't you go for a ski? Hazelnut yogurt preferably.
This.
Since we've been doing this show, there is one breed of people who up till now we've scrupulously avoided attacking. Disc jockeys. This is because we work for Radio 1. However, as this is the last show for a while, here we go. The thing about DJs is that they are wacky and zany. The two worst things you can possibly be, apart from little and large.
Or at least they're always telling us how wacky and zany they are.
Hey, I just don't know what's going on here. It's just chaos, it really is. They're nutters here, mad the whole lot of them. And I'm the nuttiest of them all. I can't believe they just let me loose here in the studio with my grey hair and my Lancia and my farmhouse in Sussex.
The ethos of DJism is insistent fun. In the world of the DJ, everyone is always having fun, wherever they may be.
Hi, and it's great to be here for the Radio 1 Roadshow. Hello, Beirut. I can't hear you. Okay, now it's time for a funny noise. And now here's Smiley Molly with Bits and Pieces.
DJs also represent a collection of the ugliest men seen outside the flying pickets. One only has to think of Andy Peebles, Pete Murray and Gloria Honeyford.
Now, seriously though, apparently the future of Simon Bates' Our Tune is presently in the balance. It all depends on listeners writing in to say whether they like it or not. And I'd like to take this opportunity to implore everyone listening now to write in and say that they do like it. Because it does cheer me up every day to hear a laughable catalogue of personal disaster. I particularly like the ones about a woman, let's just call her Linda. And Linda has a baby, and, you know, the baby was mentally handicapped, and the doctors did all they could, but then it died, and then on the way to the funeral, the hearse crashed, and all the guests died, and then, you know, she thought nothing else could go wrong, but then her boyfriend got cervical cancer, and, you know, then there was a minor nuclear accident underneath her settee, but one thing has kept her going throughout all this, and that's Shut Up Your Face by Joe Dolce.
We have to credit some DJs, however, with creating characters that have filtered into the national consciousness. One thinks of Arnold the Wonder Dog, Gervais, and of course, Mr. Mad.
Now then. So happens, dignified, that I am completely senile, as it happens. now, for 2,000 points, can anyone tell me where I can buy some incontinence pants?
But what's the real reason for all of this resentment? Well, it's quite simple. We are the only people on Radio 1 never to have presented Top of the Pops. And they're even getting radio newsreaders and continuity announcers and kids' TV presenters on it now. I mean, what next?
And now it's time for Top of the Pops, with Alistair Burnett and Johnny Morris.
Well, hello and welcome to Top of the Pops. You know, I was speaking to Phil Collins the other day and I said, hello, Phil, and he said, hello, Johnny. I said, have you recorded a new album, have you? Oh, it's a new album. Oh, that's good. Now, what do you think, Alistair?
Earlier today, Bananarama confirmed reports that they have released a new single, and I believe we can go over to them in a few moments. Meanwhile, protests continue as still no one from the Mary Whitehouse Experience has been asked to present Top of the Pops.
Next week on the Mary Whitehouse Experience, we'll be looking for a new radio station. Good night.
Hello, and this week on the Press Review Experience, I would like to enter the world of the Daily Star. Considering that politically there are terrible things going on in the world which bear examination, it's no surprise to discover that the front page headline in the Star is Star Named in Drugs and Sex Shocker. And we find that East German ice skater Katharina Witt has been taking anabolic steroids. But luckily, some dirty doctor has been dragged from the depths of poor taste to point out that anabolic steroids have sexy side effects. Which means that when sportswomen use them, they make them so crazy for passion that they have to be satisfied by their trainers. Personally, I've never found Reeboks very satisfying as a sexual aid, but there you go. And of course, there's no mention of the men vaulting about on their poles or grasping each other's batons. Typical. The filthy doctor giving the scientific treatise on the sexy side effects of anabolic steroids laments the fact that he was in fact the trainer of the all-male Austrian ski jump team, so didn't actually get ravished by any women. Pity he didn't train the English team, really, or I'm sure Eddie Edwards would have given him one. But there were a couple of interesting little articles. Apparently British cab drivers are taking language lessons in order to anticipate further links with Europe, so I'm sure we can expect bonjour mate, je ne suis pas un racist, but... And the letters page contained a couple of really side-splitting contributions about a couple who put their passports in the oven and then nearly cooked them. Hysterical. And somebody who cancelled their milk and papers when they went on holiday only to find a telephone directory on their doorstep when they got back. Very funny, eh? And finally, a tiny little article about ice cream for dogs in America. Apparently it's chicken liver flavour, so people won't steal it. Well, that's wrong. I flew over last week and nicked a ton of the stuff. Ate it all in one sitting, and of course when it comes out the other end, it's going to be tomorrow's edition of The Star. Thank you.
the Labour Party is now 14% ahead in the polls. This may represent a genuine leftward shift in British culture. Those normally associated with the right of Hitler will suddenly change tack.
I had old Winston Silcott in the back of my cab the other night. Ah, he's lovely geezer, lovely, gentle as a lamb, sweet as a nut, he really was. But I'll tell you what, string 'em up, I reckon, that's what you should do, string 'em up. Hanging's too good for him, you know, the ruling class, that is.
The press would all swing considerably to the left. I can see the headlines now. The Sun.
Maggie out.
The Star.
We love you, Neil.
The Daily Telegraph.
Vote Conservative.
The pictures on page 3 of The Sun may also look slightly different.
Yes, tantalising. Leon Trotsky is just one of this week's line of socialist stunners. He certainly put our readers into a state of permanent revolution, so if you're stuck for a date, pick him. He certainly knows how to break the ice at parties, especially Stalinist ones.
Advertising, which has recently been becoming an exclusively yuppie preserve, will change its priorities.
Oh, hello, look, this is terribly embarrassing. I've just moved in next door and I'm having a dinner party and I've just run out of coffee.
Oh, well, I've got some Gold Blend.
Sorry, I don't drink that shit. Haven't you got any Nicaraguan?
Well, actually, now you mention, I just happen to have 5 crates of Sandinista Rica, made entirely from scrapings from underneath General Ortega's fingernails.
Oh, lovely. Do you fancy a shag, then?
And as British sacred cows tumble one by one, even the most fervent royalists may shift their allegiance.
My husband and I would like, at this time of year, to abdicate. What I say is, smash the monarchy's scumbags. I mean, they do nothing. They are just a waste of workers' money, especially that bloody Princess Diana. She thinks she's so bleatin' superior. So, I am handing over the royal line of the House of Windsor to Barbara Windsor. From now on, all subjects will address Her Majesty as My name's Elizabeth Regina Rex Victoria Ottoline Alexandra Windsor. Good night.
Picture this.
And now, the exam experience part 2, concluding our special feature which aims to help you if you're facing GCSEs or A-levels at the moment. Last week we looked at French history and English. This week we start with a more general look at things to remember in exams.
The first thing to remember about an exam is when it is. The exam timetable will be announced several weeks ahead, in time for you to work out which of your friends finish their exams after you do, thus enabling you to really annoy them by inviting them to parties they can't go to because they're still revising.
Beware, however, that some of them may still turn up and revise at the party. There's no worse party pooper than the person who tries to get everyone to dance to the linguaphone conversational German record.
Do not be swayed by the great myths about exams. Everyone has heard the apocryphal stories.
And of course, you know, it was absolutely incredible because he went in, right, and the question was, is this a question? Okay? And he just wrote, if this is an answer. And you know, the incredible thing was that he failed completely.
Oh, yeah, right, no, that's amazing. Because I knew this bloke, and he went into a 3.5-hour paper, and he just wrote his name at the top of the paper, and walked out. And he got the highest mark ever recorded at Sandhurst.
Now, in an exam situation, it's essential that you plan your time. In a typical 3-hour paper, if you plan your time carefully, the exam ought to go like this. 9 a.m. into exam room. Turn over paper. Realise you're in the wrong exam.
9:05. Arrive in correct room. Complete silence.
9:06. You realise that the person next to you is going to be coughing all through the next 3 hours.
9:07. Turn over paper. Read through instructions.
Answer at least one question from sections A and C, and either 2 questions from section B or 1 question from section D, and 3 questions from part 2 of section B. Do not answer 2 questions from part 1 of section A if you have also answered any 1 or more questions of sections 5 to 12 in section D, unless you have answered at least 1 question from 1 to 4 in part 3 of section F. But candidates wishing to answer 3 questions in section D should not attempt more than 1 question from part A of section B of question C, but should instead flip vaguely through the paper, hoping desperately to find a question on something they've revised. All candidates are therefore advised to ignore this incomprehensible crap and get on with the exam.
9:30. Give up trying to understand instructions. Decide on first question to answer.
9:35. Look round room and panic that everyone else has written more than you.
9:40, plan first essay.
9:45, start writing first essay.
9:46, someone farts and everyone starts giggling.
10 o'clock, 200 digital watches make horrid beeping noises. Still writing first essay.
10:05, the hardest person in the class walks out early.
10:06, the hardest person in the class is pushed back in again by his mum.
10:35, someone feels sick and the invigilator briefly leaves the room. 200 people turn to each other and whisper,
What do you make number 4?
Now, what about those parts of exams which don't involve writing? First, there are these science practicals. Biology, which is normally hacking a locust to pieces. Chemistry, which is normally boiling some copper sulfate. And physics, which is normally either accelerating subatomic alpha particles to near light speeds in an attempt to study the origins of the universe, or melting some ice in a saucepan. The important thing to remember with practicals is to write down what should have happened and not what actually did happen. A correct answer looks like this.
Objective experiment. To effect a reaction between potassium permanganate and manganese sulfide. Method. The potassium permanganate was placed in a test tube and heated over a Bunsen burner. The resulting solution oxidized with the manganese to produce a sublimated solution.
Even when, if you'd been absolutely honest, you would have written this.
Objective experiment. To mix up the mauve stuff with the smelly yellow stuff. Method. The potassium stuff was placed in a test tube and held over a Bunsen burner. The test tube broke. We tried it again, nothing happened, so we poured some on the desk to see what it would do. The desk disintegrated, half the class are now blinded, and I'm writing this with my one remaining hand.
When you've finished your exams, there are 3 things left to do. 1, pretend that you've done really badly and did absolutely sod all work. 2, go through the paper with all your friends and realise that you actually have done really badly. And 3, borrow your parents' car, stay out really late and drink beer and everything. Good night.
Hello everyone, my name's Mark Thomas. This is a bit in the show where I discuss the topic of the week and then I come amongst you and get your views and opinions and you just look terrified as I try and shove the mic down your throat. 2 things that have really got to me this week. The first one was, I don't know if you noticed that a soldier in Ireland who shot dead a Sinn Féin councillor while he was going to a football match. The bullets ricocheted off the road and killed him. He was fined, which I thought was quite magnificent, really. I mean, you've just killed someone. You've killed someone. That's 50p. Oh, sorry about that. I was absolutely stunned, though, because what he was charged with negligent discharge. What's that? That sounds like something your mum accuses you of when you're 14. What's this on the sheet? Can't you use tissues like other boys? Negligent discharge, that's incredible. And the thing was, he said that mitigating circumstance was that he handled the gun when he had wet hands. What? Is it an AK-47 and a towel, easily confused? That annoyed me. The second thing that annoyed me, for some obscure reason, there's suddenly an outbreak of couples just crowding into public places, snogging. And they're standing there, their tongues down. It's like you walk through Hyde Park, it's like a penguin colony feeding their young. It's incredible. And I don't like that at all. I hate it. I can't stand people enjoying themselves. It really pisses me off. Because there's so much shit and misery in the world, and what are they doing? Just mouth-to-mouth dental flossing. The only brilliant thing is actually with all the couples snogging and getting to it. Right, all the businessmen are standing watching them in the park, and if they're doing that, that means British Telecom are losing a packet on their jism on my juicy jodhpur line. And the thing is, you can't do anything to stop the couples. I want to do things. I want to throw water over them. Tell them to stop, but you can't because you'll get accused of wasting water and arrested. And so we'll have to use acid or bleach. In some parts of the country, you can actually get that out the tap. But nothing's the matter with the water system here. Just don't drink from a Tupperware mug. Actually, what I want the couples to do is just stay at home. So we can board you up. Just stay there. Because the couples are sort of sitting there all day and going, well, what would you like to do? Oh, I don't know, darling, whatever you want to do. Well, I don't mind really doing anything, really. I just want to be with you, darling. Well, darling, I just want to be with you, darling. Should we go and snog in public? Okay, darling. That really, really annoys me. You could take them anywhere, and they only talk to other couples. Couples only talk to other couples, that's the rule. And they find beauty in desolate areas. You could take them all over to Ethiopia during the famine. They're going, oh, it's so nice here. Well, I'm just with you, darling. I don't mind how it looks like. You see this man holding his dying wife, and she's dying, and they'll walk up and go, how long have you been together? We've just been together a month, but I think it's pretty permanent. Would you like to come to dinner? Because that's a big thing with couples. You've got to invite people out. If you're a couple, you have to invite people over to your place for dinner. And if you're a single person, that's really piss off. That is bad news, because you have to bring a friend. Well, that doesn't matter, Mark. Just come along, bring a friend. Doesn't matter. Just don't bring anyone. You know, you never know what might happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn up and go, hello, this is Jane. Oh, hello, Jane. When did you meet Mark? Oh, about half an hour ago, when I asked him on the tube if he read the Bible often. You stick with Jane. So let's get your a few opinions about coupledom. First of all, have we got any couples in tonight? It's brilliant. They're nudging each other, going, well, would you consider us a couple? I don't know. Oh, no, whatever you think, Poppet. I don't really mind. Have we got any couples in? Come on. Would you describe yourself as a couple? Yeah. Are you married? Yes. Do you like it? Oh, definitely. That was said a bit too earnestly, really, wasn't it? All right, can I just ask you some very simple... I'll ask you some really simple questions. First of all, do you snog in public?
No. We're never together in public.
You're never together in public? That's a good policy if you're a couple. Yes, my soulmate, my love, my partner, my heart's desire. I'll just go away now. So you're not together in public, but you're here? This is a one-off. Okay, that's fine. What, anniversary, what?
The rest of them come to see Phantom of the Opera, and we ended up coming here.
Right, now it's time for the punchline competition. Now it's time for a new pair of lips. Now it's time for the punchline competition. Before the show, the studio audience were asked to think of a funny punchline for the following joke. What did Prince William say to Prince Harry as they watched their mum come second? Now I've collected up all the answers on bits of paper, which I've got here in my hand, and the best one will win a prize, a once-weekly capital card. So, here we go then. What did Prince William say to Prince Harry as they watched their mum come second? Which one of those men over there is our daddy? That's from the producer once again. Every week he tries. He really should get sacked. What did Prince William say to Prince Harry as they watched their mum come second? Oh, shit. Oh, well, here's your money. Well, I presume that's something to do with the bet and nothing to do with the fact that Prince Harry is Prince William's rent boy. Obviously, she's not an East German athlete. That's from the European Aware, Tim Callahan. Unfortunately, not a funny person. I told you not to pinch her bum. That's got from over there, which, is pretty good considering it's crap. Just think, Harry, if she had won, Daddy would have to kiss her. That's making me feel sick just thinking of it, so I'm not giving that one. It's all right, Harry. They won't disqualify her as long as they don't do a dope test. I presume that's not from Ben Johnson. What did Prince William say to Prince Harry as they watched their mum come second? Well done, Daddy. I should get in some more delay spray. It's by Hugh Dennis of Punt and Dennis, unfortunately, so he can't win the prize. Gaga, goo goo, gaga, yeah. I think it's from Mandy Smith. This is a good one. What did Prince William say to Prince Harry as they watched their mum come second? Fly fishing by J.R. Hartley. Well, you can say that in any context, it just gets a laugh. I don't know who wrote it. I presume J.R. Hartley wrote it, so he wins the capital card. Big round of applause for J.R. Hartley.
So now let's slip on the moccasins and trudge mock wearily down to the front gate of number 19 John Alderton Way. for the last ever episode of our comedy series, All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
Oh dear, now that was one of the many cock-ups that happened during the series of All Cozy at Home in the Family House. Exactly what Zebedee would have made of life in John Alderton Way is something my scriptwriter couldn't think of a punchline for. But now, have a listen to this and see if you can spot what goes wrong in this little sitcom misunderstanding.
Mother, was that our daughter just flouncing off all made up? I've got a good mind to stop her.
She won't be doing anything we didn't do at that age.
Well, in that case, I'm definitely going to stop her.
Well, did you spot what was wrong there? That's right. It wasn't funny. Now we come to that category of cock-up known as the fluff. Now, I should explain for those of you not in the trade that the fluff is slang for those bits of blanket wool found in the buttock cleft. Or in my case, Frank Muir's buttock cleft. Also, it's when actors do the wrong lines, like this.
Vicar! What on earth is that infernal noise?
Listen, Wixie, I'm your mother and that's that. Sorry, wrong lines, everybody.
Another category in this cacophony of catastrophic cock-ups and calamitous things is what we in the trade call gremlins. Now, what you should know before you listen to the next extract is that the man who does the sound effects has just been jilted by the woman who plays the daughter. Now, read on.
Where on earth is our daughter?
There she is.
Hello. I think I'll just sit down in this robust, galvanized steel chair. Well, anyway, here comes my new boyfriend.
Oh, look, there's the Queen. Go and say hello to her daughter.
Hello, Your Majesty.
Hello, young lady.
I'd just like to say that I... Oh, God, oh, no, oh, I'm so embarrassed.
Sorry, everybody, I think I've shed my pants.
Well, how will daughter get out of this one? How will the Queen get out of her soiled pants while still maintaining her regal composure? And does Dennis Dorden have a clipboard on his lap just to record how many times he's been to the toilet in the last hour? And is our entire studio audience always composed of people who couldn't get into Phantom of the Opera? We'll never know, because that was the last ever All Cozy at Home in the Family House.
You've been listening to The Mary Whitehouse Experience. It was written and performed by David Baddiel, Rob Newman, Steve Punt, Hugh Dennis, Joe Brand, Mark Thomas and Skint Video. The producer was Bill Dare.